Hey traders, welcome to the deep dive trading event with Trade the Pool. My name's Alexander, the head of Trader Success, and I'm with...
I'm Michael, the CEO of Trade the Pool. I'm super excited to be here today. We have tons of value to our traders, taking Trade the Pool to the next level together with the best in the industry. We brought all of our partners here. We got Trade Ideas, TrendSpider, Conscious Trading Academy, Trader Sync, Bookmap, and of course you guys at home that are going to help us with this amazing event.
Well, we got so much value. You've got raffles, you've got competitions with a prize pool of over $1 million, and we're going to take you through a whole 8 hours process where you're going to see live executions. You're going to see the playbook of every pro that we've got, and we're bringing you to the stage. Wow, they're in for a treat, huh, Mickey?
Definitely. Let's jump to our seats.
Woo,
What's
woo, woo.
going on? Yes.
That was the fastest jump to our seats you've ever seen in your life.
Superman.
That's how pro this stream
That's
is
how
gonna
pros
be.
do that.
We
Jump
just
into their seats.
fly into the place.
What's up, everybody? How's it going at home? Good morning, afternoon, evening. Let's make some noise, virtual noise.
Virtual noise. Where's the virtual noise, people?
Woo!
Yeah.
How's it
There's
going? Okay, I
Mickey's
see many
Alex,
familiar
check
faces.
mail. Thanks, mate. I will check my mail.
Irrelevant for this moment, but yeah.
Yeah.
Great to see
Probably not
everybody
the right
here.
stream for that one.
Wonderful. Boogie Woogie. Money Mitch is in the house. He's going to
Money
join
Mitch.
us pretty soon. Super fun to be here. Guys, this is a live event that we're waiting for. You know, Alex, Trade the Pool going around for the last 2 years.
Yep.
And we waited for that moment to create this huge event where we bring all of our partners in, and we actually running for full time, almost without a break, for 8 hours. You know, just taking the guys at home right now from 0 to hero, right? From A to Z.
A
How
to
you
Z
like
process. It's going to be sick. It's going to be absolutely amazing. I can't wait to see what's going on.
It is going to be amazing. Let's start, you know, from the beginning, and maybe we want to know you guys, right? I mean, we are here in the office. We want to get familiar a little bit with you guys at home. Tell us where you're from. What are you trading? What is your style? How long you've been doing that? Share some details so we can get to know you a little bit more. Of course, for those of you, maybe if it's the first time, so for those of you not familiar, Alex is with me, the head of success of Trade the Pool, and I'm myself as the CEO. We're going to have an amazing 8 hours together. Alex, take it away.
Take it away, huh? Take it away. Well, I'm just going to wait until we see some people come in and we can get some information. I see loads of people from Trade the Pool's community, also from the Fivers community as well. We got some funded traders that are coming in, because obviously this isn't, even though Trade the Pool's all about, you know, equity day trading, stock day trading, whatever you want to call it.
Right.
We are traders, you know. All of the techniques that we're going to learn today are going to be super beneficial for every type of trader. And that's why a lot of people from the Fivers, a lot of Forex traders are here, a lot of people that that are here as well. We've got Yaniv Albaz. I've been trading for 14 years. He's been waiting for this for 14 years. Obviously, he's come because especially to learn from Mickey Katz himself, Michael Katz. So yeah,
I mean, like you said, Florida. You know, if we're diving in just a tiny bit more to the content, definitely the thing that we thought about, you know, preparing this event for you guys. Obviously, Trade the Pool focus on stock trading, but the idea was to bring all traders, no matter where you're from, no matter what you do, what's your style, day trading, swing, Forex, stocks, futures, whatever. At the end, trading is trading, right? The chart is a chart. Maybe there are nuances that you need to understand when you're trading the Forex market compared to the stock market. But in the end, the idea is the same. So if we can give you the full scope of what a trader does, basically from the beginning of the day till the end of it, you can take it to your own style and your own market and basically execute it the same way.
Exactly. Should we tell them a little bit about what's going on the agenda, so they can understand what they're in for? So
let's do
throughout
this.
this whole go on. You're gonna pull something up on the screen.
Yeah, just to put it out while you're writing. I love the comments right now. That's amazing. Keep them.
2 boot camps ongoing.
Yeah. Alrighty. So I'll share my screen and let's talk a little bit about the agenda, what we have for today. Okay, you got it, Gil. Thanks. Alrighty, so we're starting right now. We will talk a little bit furthermore about Trading Pool, about the opportunity, everything you need to know. And besides that, right after that, we will jump straight in to find the right asset to trade on. Because, and obviously Kriss from Trade Ideas, we will elaborate more about scanning and finding and why it's super important to find the right asset to trade on or the right opportunity. So we will talk about that and show you exactly how to do that. We will use Trade Ideas tools in order to find the right assets. We will have 3 different scanners, and I will share also one of my own. And after that, once we will have those 3 to 5 stocks or symbols that we are going to look at today, at 8:30 Eastern, we are going to analyze those stocks, prepare scenarios, and basically get ready to execute them in real live market. So that's the concept until 9:30, and then a full hour of trading. We'll go together with Mitch, the host of Trade Pool YouTube here, the one and only. We will go live and trade together with those stocks that we found before that and prepare to, and then we'll go to the competition. You want to say something about that, Alex?
Not going to say too much about the competition because they're going to have to wait. But obviously, you guys have already entered into the big raffle that we've got coming up. The competition. I'll let Mickey talk about the competition, but the raffle that's coming up, we've got over $1 million. Yeah, over $1 million worth of prizes for you guys. So obviously, the people that are here that are taking a lot of value, we want to obviously reward you guys as well, and obviously show you everything to do with Trade the Pool. If you are an equities day trader, then there's no other place to trade. So it's really exciting stuff. And we'll be going through all of the raffle and the competition as well later on today as well.
Yeah. Right after that, we will have a tiny break. But after that, we will run for the live plays. So basically continue to manage the trades. If we will have open trades, we will manage those. And then after that, we will start talking about the new swing program that we prepared for you. So up until today, there are so many excitement already on our Discord. Up until today, we had only a day trading program, which you can hold overnight your position, but just for a tiny bit. Right now, we are launching a dedicated swing program for you guys. So everyone's love to do swing and hold it for a few weeks even can do that easily with no limits of, at least for the 45 days that we currently have. So we'll talk about that. We'll share the scope and everything you need to know. Then we will cover the just the overview. So we will go with you, Alex. I guess you will join me here. You're going to stay a long time in the office today. You know that.
No, it's fine. I'm here for the goodies. I'm here to be a part of this, and I can't wait to see some of the live executions from Mickey today.
And also, Alex knows that there is sushi at the end of the day, so this is why he's still staying. So we'll talk about Trade Pool, understand what we can do, and the opportunity for you guys. And again, even if you trade in other markets, that's totally fine. And then we'll dive in with our friends from Trader Sync and Conscious Trading Academy. They will talk about how to build your playbook after the day's end. This is probably one of the crucial moments for a trader. You did your part, you traded, made money or lost money, doesn't matter. But in the end, you need to take those trades, analyze them, put them in a journal, either Excel or something like Trader Sync, and then use that to understand your stats and understand your weaknesses and strengths. So that's a super important lesson to listen to and understand that. And of course, you can ask us questions in real time. And at the end of the show, we will do the raffle. And of course, just wrap it and recap everything we did. So you guys at home, after 8 hours, we'll have a set of tools that you can actually take for the next day and do the same thing over and over again. Because, Alex, trading is just about repeating what is good, right? At the end of the day, it's like a game. If you know what you're doing, you know your tricks, you will go like a soccer game, right? You will go with Barcelona to the field and start playing the same way you did before, maybe with a little tweak, because right now you're not playing Real Madrid, you're actually playing Manchester United. So you tweak or spread it just a tiny bit, but the concept will remain the same.
Yeah, some would say Manchester United are better, but that's only some would say. I don't know a lot about football, but no, I agree, because trading is so much more than just pressing the execution button, putting the order in. And the stuff that I'm most excited about is the journaling, the stuff that you're going to take from all of your trading. You're going to put it in a journal. You're going to reevaluate everything that you did during the day. And that is the stuff where you're going to really find your edge in the market. So having all of these experts that, they know their products inside out, they know how to use them, they know how to get the best out of it. They're going to also teach you how to do that as well, because it doesn't matter how good a product is. If you don't know how to use it, if you don't know how to use these tools that you have, then obviously they're just wasted, and they're not giving you the benefits that you can actually get out of them. So by having these experts here and by having people here that can show us everything, from A to Z, what we can get out of it, it's a no-brainer. And that's what I'm super excited for, is that part, actually. So
100%.
I'm gonna be listening, and I'm gonna be making notes, and I hope you guys are doing that as well. Super important.
Yeah, no doubt. And talking about the stats and all, one thing is also just journal your charts, right? So the setups. So it's not just about where you entered, where you exit, or the hours, or which asset, the volume, those kind of stats and data. It's actually also about just screenshotting, or better, video recording or your trades, basically. And then you go over it and understand how it looks like, exactly how the setup looks the best way. Where did you execute the trade? Could you do that a little bit later after that, or wait just a tiny bit, or how did you manage the trade? Those kind of elements will allow you to become better for the next day. Alex, if you recall, we did this podcast, you and I, right? Trader Over Shoulder, when we talked about big losses. And one of the things that got me recover from a big loss was exactly that playbook, where I actually analyzed every single execution I had on that bad trade. Let's call it that.
Was in space.
Yeah, exactly.
Correct. Yeah.
Virgin Galactic. And once I did that, I learned on the technical aspect of it, I learned how to improve and get back on the horse. So the concept of building that playbook is crucial for your trading. Although, we got to say it, from time to time, you don't really like to go back and review your bad trades, right? Your losing trade. It's easier to do that on the winners, but also on the winners, you say, it's a winner. I don't care about watching it again. And on the losers, you don't feel like it because it's a loser. So it brings out emotions, bad emotions. So it's kind of hard to force yourself to do that. But once you're in the mood and once you get enrolled with it, definitely you will see results from it. So that's a must for any trader.
Yeah, with regards to the raffle, so everybody that is coming from our website, that you left your details, to join this 8 hours trading marathon, as we're going to call it, or no BS marathon. Yeah. You would already be automatically added into the giveaway. Now, when we get to the segment for the giveaway, we're going to be putting all of those names, and they're going to be randomly picked out. So all of you have a chance to win. If you are not already, if you did not leave your details and you've come from YouTube or you've come from Instagram or so many different other places, then definitely go onto our website. The link underneath in the description will take you there, and you could just leave your details, and then you will automatically enter it into the giveaway. And it's the website for the link for deep dive trading event, not trade the pool. Okay.
Yeah. So I see some questions about the swing trading. So the swing will be ready for today. We will announce it, and then you can go ahead and join it. So it will be ready for today. Just wait for our call on that. Yep. What else do we got from the questions? Nice one. Definitely. I know there are a lot of guys waiting for the swing. Like tons of guys are waiting for the swing. That's funny because I thought all of our traders really like to day trade. But now, as soon as we start talking about the swing, everyone approached me. Even before that, everyone approached me and, say, we got to have a swing program. Give us a little bit more time to pass the evaluation on the swing, right? So we got you covered today on this one. No worries. And
I can't wait. I can't wait for us to release it, and then everybody's just going to be, super, super shocked and super happy as well, because I know a lot of people have been sitting on the fence, for Trade the Book, because they're swing traders and they didn't want to change their strategies, but they're going to have the opportunity now to do that. We've got RLZ Trading, which I know he is a swing trader, and he's been waiting to come on to Trade the Pool for a very long time.
Yeah, and also forex traders that said to me, give us swing and we will be able to do that, because they want to day trade on the forex side, but on the stocks they want to keep it a little bit longer, not to handle both of them simultaneously. So
yeah,
that will be definitely amazing. And I know Money Mitch is waiting for that as well.
Ooh, Money Mitch.
A few funded traders on our side too. So definitely wait for that moment. We will announce it, talk about all the, all the risk involved with it, obviously. And of course, the opportunity you have, you can trade all of our stocks. So all the 12,000 symbols, short, long, you can play with it and bring your own game. And yes, for those of you asking about US citizens, definitely. Here at Trade the Pool, you can join from the US. No question about it. We're trading real shares, not CFDs. So definitely check it out.
Yeah, we got a few more minutes before we get started. We've got our first guest coming up soon. Correct, Michael?
Yeah, we got Kriss from Trade Ideas. Obviously, he will introduce himself. Trade Ideas is a great partners of ours for at least a year and a half, 2 years. They've been in the market for 20 years, so a very well-known company, and they literally provide the best scanning for stock traders, either if you're doing swing or day trading. Trade Ideas is definitely by far one of the top 3 at least in the market. So make sure you check them out. And Alex, so maybe for those of you not familiar, once you join Trade the Pool, you actually get a free subscription to one of our partners. You choose a free subscription for 30 days or 45 days for that evaluation. So you can actually use them or use their program in order to improve your trading and potentially bring your chances to pass the evaluation and become profitable much higher.
Yeah, those tools, I think you can do it the old school way in a Google Sheets, like the good old, but the value that you get from just recording, the pictures, all of the different kinds of stats that you can find from things like Trade Ideas, and to do that without having to create documents. As a trader, all you want to be focused in is your edge and how to do that better and more efficient. And I've heard about Trade Ideas ages and ages ago. I think they were using that with the SMB firm.
Right.
They're using it with the SMB firm, and I was like a you know, like a cheerleader for SMB. Wow, these traders, they're fantastic and stuff. And they used to talk about trade ideas, but they never had trade ideas open for crypto trading or anything like that. So I never got to use them until obviously we got into stock trading, and it's just a fantastic platform.
Yeah, 100%. And right now they even upgraded their software even more, gave it a little bit more good look and feel, easier, intuitive, and very friendly user interface. So once Kriss will present it, we'll go over it, and of course we'll see the scanners that Kriss prepared for us. 3 of those. So every one of you, either, like I said, even if you're trading day trade or swing trading, in the end, you will have a very strict or focused scanning for your plan. And that will be amazing, because today we are going to prepare ourselves to trade those stocks that we will find right now. We prepare ourselves to trade them in real market. So that will be incredible to see. What else?
I'm quite excited to see what's in play, because you have quite an interesting way that you've got the way that you find your particular stocks that you want to trade and your scanners and those things. That's what I'm interested in as well, to see what stocks are in play today, because the markets are moving. The markets are quite volatile. You've got the S&P up already. You've got Bitcoin up 2%. You've got loads of different things moving. So it's going to be interesting to see what stocks are moving as well.
Yeah, and you guys obviously keep the questions, keep them coming. We will answer everything along the way, or in the end, depends on the relevant. And let's see what's going on. I think I see Kriss in the back, so hopefully he's ready. Okay, shaking his hand.
He's not ready. Oh,
not ready. Okay, good.
We're going to be starting soon anyway.
Sounds good. How's it going, Kriss?
There you go.
Mute.
You're muted.
Got me. I thought I came in with the mic off. My apologies.
No worries. What's up?
We're doing all right over here. We're doing all right. You know, I feel like you could say this most mornings with the market. Another exciting morning in the market. I mean, I think everybody's kind of looking at a lot of the same things after. I'm sure you guys touched on Roaring Kitty made a tweet or whatever, and so here we are.
Not yet. No, not yet.
No, not yet.
We'll leave that to you. We'll leave that
to you. Fair enough. Fair enough. So, you know, I was in the last couple of minutes and listening to you folks here, and you know, sometimes there's things that go on in the market that make our jobs, I don't want to say easier, but at least for a stream like this, make it easier in the sense of, oh, what are we looking at? What are we trying to find? And you know, kind of real clear front and center what's going to be the big trader today, or the couple of big traders. And, you know, whether you're doing them to the long side or short side, there's going to be opportunities in them without a question. And, you know, as we've talked about before, you and I, Michael, many times, trading plan, you know, the scanners and everything else can put it all right in front of you, and it can give you an idea and point you in the direction. And it's a trading plan from there. So I really like what we're doing here this morning, where we're combining those two things and going to look at how any one of these stocks that we look at fit into a plan.
Yeah, 100%, Kriss. And before we dive into that, thanks, Alex, and we'll see you later on this show. Okay, so talking about that, Kriss, you know, one of the things that is super important that I'm always talked about on courses and videos, we talked about it many times before as well, I guess, is the fact that if you see, you know, a lot of the guys learning a bull peg, right, or cup and handle or head and shoulders, so pattern on the chart, but you gotta understand that if you're not looking at, you're seeing a pattern, but if it's not the right asset to trade on, it doesn't matter what you're seeing on the chart, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. You know, and the other thing to keep in mind is we're human beings. We're not machines, right? So we have a lot of confirmation bias. And especially if you know, a phrase I love to say is, you know, when all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. So if, you know, you're just a one-trick pony as far as what you're looking at on charts and patterns, you got to be careful, because you might start to see things that aren't actually there to other traders' eyes that could get you in a little bit of trouble. That's not to say For myself, everything that I do is very repeatable. It's pretty focused, especially on the swing trading side of things. But you always want to keep that open mind that, am I seeing what I'm seeing? And, I don't know how much you guys have talked about, being able to see on multiple time frames. When you can see patterns play out on multiple time frames, whether you're an intraday trader or a swing trader, you see it on a 2-minute chart or a 1-minute chart and a 3-minute chart and a 5-minute chart playing out like that. It just gives you that much more fuel for what you're looking at, and that starts to be able to take away some of that confirmation bias.
Yeah, 100%. I agree. So basically, you're saying multiple time frame, the right assets, so the right momentum in it, especially when you're day trading, but of course also for swing trading, you have those stocks that no matter what you do, even if you find the best bull flag of all time, it's not going to work, right? Because it's not the right asset. The pattern is on a chart, but the asset, like the symbol, the ticker, doesn't have any news involved, right? So no one actually is looking at it, or no one wants to push that furthermore. So those kind of elements of news or any type of momentum that will drive more eyes or more algos to that symbol, that will create those patterns that will actually eventually will work.
Yeah, and you hit the word actually that was in my mind, was momentum, right? A lot of these patterns are momentum patterns. So if there is no real interest in the stock, that's not to say it's not trading X amount of shares. Take, for example, an Apple. The thing trades 50, 60, 70 million shares a day, right? There's no news, there's no anything in it. Like you said, that momentum, people aren't watching for patterns like that in Apple, and generally speaking, it's not something you're going to always find. And so, like you said, the momentum's not there, the traders aren't there, the follow through isn't there.
Yeah, exactly. So let's dive right to it, Kriss. And guys, I see you writing a lot of stuff, and the guys in the back will try to answer that, and we will do as well. Let's share your screen. Do you want to share your screens, Kriss, and dive into that?
Absolutely. Let me get that rolling for us right here. Let's go entire screen and screen 1. So I believe we've got eyes on me now.
Let's see it. Yeah, you got it.
Perfect. Excellent. So, we touched on it right at the beginning there. And, Roaring Kitty made a tweet last night. I actually just happened to come across it. Put up an Uno card with a reverse or something like that on there, and he's got everybody in a frenzy again. And so what direction do you want me to go, Michael? We'll start with the pre-market actives here. Do you want me to, we'll start there?
Let's start with that. The idea is, like you said, Kriss, we are basically right now scanning or using 3 methods of scanning in order to find the trades or the tickers we want to trade today. So this is how we do it, guys. Pay attention to what Kriss will say.
All right, so I've got a drawing tool. It's loading up while we get into this here. But so this first scanner I'm going to talk about here is what I call my pre-market highs versus pre-market lows and volume percent today, all right? And in the pre-market, you're not going to, people go crazy in the pre-market. Oh, I got to know all the stocks moving in the pre-market. When you realistically look at it most any day, you're going to have 1, 2, 3. I mean, you might on a very active pre-market day for those momentum plays we're going to look for, either trading in the pre-market or carrying into the regular session, you might come across 10 names. And I think that's a lot on any one given day. It's not going to be, once you get to the regular session, you could have 20, 30, 40 names that are just riding a nice trend momentum, whether it's an SMA or an EMA or RSI or something like that. Yeah. In the pre-market, you're just not going to find a lot of those. So one of the things that I have done here with Trade Ideas anyways, is I've taken what we call our volume today percent filter, and it's going to take a 10-day average of volume on a percent, where 100 means the stock's done its normal volume, 200 means it's done 2 times, 300 3 times, so on and so forth. So if you've got a stock that's done, I don't know, let's say 60% of its normal volume in the pre-market, that's something you're going to want to look at, because it can't undo that volume. And we're not even into the regular session, and it's over half of what it would normally do in that point. And you couple that with how many shares the stock is actually traded, because if something is done 300% of its normal volume, but it's only traded 10,000 shares in the pre-market, probably not going to be much of an interest to us. So I kind of coupled those two things here, and we can sort those on the columns. So the first thing I did today was I said, all right, we're going to double click this and we're going to look at the volume percent today. And we've got something like MOLN here, and we're going to dive back towards the GME and the AMCs of the world. But, this thing has done 2,000, almost 3,000% of its normal volume here, but it's only at 82,000 shares. So it's not going to be likely something we want to see. So, the first exercise that I'm trying to show here is that not everything is relevant in the pre-market. Let's make sure we're looking and focused on the right stuff here, right? So the next thing I said to myself is, all right, we've got this nice set of stocks that are here that have done massive amounts of volume on a 10-day average. Now let's start to double click and push through them on a volume today's of shares, right? And so that's when we start to get into your GMEs. And as I just alluded to before, we've got something that's traded, 25, 30, 40, 60% of its normal volumes. Now, of course, everybody's going to know GME and the Roaring Kitty and the Gap Up and the memers and all that stuff like that. But all the same, for something to have traded this kind of percent of volume already in the pre-market, we're only just at about 7:30. We've got an hour and a half of pre-market to go. We've got a really big deal going on here. All right. The same concept with AMC, right? And so this becomes a double-edged sword with Roaring Kitty doing this, because had that not happened, we might be looking at stocks that we wouldn't normally be looking at every day. You never know what's going to be in play, whether it's a FDA approval, it's a merger that's talked about, it's an upgrade, it's a beat expectations on earnings, or if we flip to the short side, they report beforehand to guide that we're guiding light into the next quarter. These are all things that cause momentum in the early market here. So of course, Roaring Kitty stolen our thunder a little bit on that, but all the same, we've got a list of names that we can look at. HOLO, it's traded 4 million shares. It's at 30% what it's normally done. And let me move my drawing tool a little bit here to the side. We look back in history, we can see this thing has done the crazy many times, and not only done the crazy to the upside, but consider it to the downside. Not that most anybody is getting this short call here, but think about how much short call was in on that, how much follow through on that short call was in on that. So I do think that I lean to the buy side biased. I think a lot of other folks lean to the buy side biased. However, that's not all we're doing here. That's not all I've ever done. I know that's not all you've ever done. And so we want to talk about it long side and short side, that there's two sides to this coin, and the same stock could be played either way. Obviously, Holo has made a huge move. It's already popped and topped out at this point. But, some people may consider 160. Is it going to bounce off that and hold that? Could it recapture that VWAP right there? These are all the kind of things that I'm looking at. I'm going to pause, Michael, if there's anything you want to interject or direction you want to drive us in.
Yeah. So, that's what I wanted to add on that. First of all, that's a penny stocks, right? So all of our guys here, especially in Trade Pool, love to trade those penny stocks. And of course, what's not to like, right? The stock is gapping up from $1 to $5 or whatever it is, then obviously it makes sense. A lot of people want to trade it. So you mentioned GameStop, you mentioned AMC, you mentioned Holo. Those basically, and this is what Kriss is saying right now, not just go to the scanner and every one of them will be good for us, but actually look for those that move in, the volume coming in. I guess the news, do you also have the news here that covers that?
Yes, so we have here a news tab. Sometimes it's going to populate a little quickly than others. It's a feed from a Google API. So, generally when things are hitting the wire shortly after, it's not the ultimate breaking news. We can certainly see that there. We can also, on any of these, we can right click and we go send to, and we could send that to the web. And there's a number of things we could send it to the web to, whether we want to be linked to Yahoo or if you have a Benzinga or anything like that. We can get into any one of those as well, and you're going to find all the relevant news that's making moves into the market in that regard as well. I wanted to touch on one other thing with the penny stocks, especially for the newer traders. I'm sure Michael could relate to this, save you some heartache. There is nothing harder than trading penny stocks. I can promise you that. And if you want to make it that much harder, it's trading them in the pre-market. So, on the penny stocks, I think those are something that if you're in a simulator and you've got an actual trading plan you're working out and working through, that's one thing. You're still very, very, very new. And I know how attractive those penny stocks are, and rightfully so. But fortunes are made and fortunes are lost on those. So just always consider that when you're moving into something like that. And it's not that when you see something that's at $40 and it's previously been around in the 20s, that GME is going to be easier because it's not a penny stock. Just throwing that out there, when caution to the wind, that it's not something, penny stock, it's already up, we're going in. That, again, trading plan. So
yeah. So I'll share my screen for a second, Kriss.
Sure.
And then get back to yours. So basically, one of the things, because I see the guys writing and asking about the volume and the news and all. So the first thing to remember is that we need an asset, we need a stock that is actually coming with some news, something that will drive the stock today, right? Up or down, doesn't matter, but something that will move it. That could be FDA approved. That could be a lawsuit. What else do we got? SEC that investigating a new CEO or whatever, a new product, whatever it is, that will bring a lot of attention to it. Because how does it work, right? The guys, any one of us will open CNN, CNBC, whatever it is, or Bloomberg, Benzinga, Seeking Alpha. We'll read the news, right? The headlines. Those headlines will tell us that this is the one that we want to focus on, right? And a lot of the guys will watch that, the same thing. And usually because there is something major going on with that company. So you're getting a lot of volume right now of buyers and sellers. With that, now that you have something that will drive it, now you have volume. And the other part is to see not just the volume, but actually how it moves. So, for example, you can see, let's take, GameStop, as you mentioned, Kriss. So GME, 18 million shares right now trading, and it's only, what is it, 7:40 right now, right? Eastern. So super early in the morning, not even close to the opening bell, but still, we got 18 million shares, $17 of a move. So it closed here at 23, and right now 17 more, so it's 40. So basically you understand that it's not just about the news and then the volume, but you actually have a movement as well, right? Now when you combine those three elements, you got the right one you want to focus on at least on the fundamental part, let's call it that way. Once we will dive in, after Kriss will finish his part on this one, we will dive in and then start to analyze it and see if the stock actually on the technical aspects, so on the chart, got enough space for a big move to the upside or the downside, depends on the support, resistance layers and all. Go ahead, Scott. Kriss, sorry.
No. Exactly all those things. So to kind of wrap up here on the pre-market actives, a couple other things I always like to talk about with scanning is look deeper inside the scan. Is there a theme on it? So, for example, something that I'm noticing here, you got SOXL, right? Our semiconductor bulls. It's gapping up. It's moving, right? You also have TQ here, gapping up and moving. Going to be, technology, and into the semiconductors.
Yeah.
You got NVDL, which is a cheaper way, let's call it, to play NVIDIA. All right. So this is where it goes back to where you don't have to, the penny stocks are moving. Let's look a little deeper than just the penny stocks also for those of us that want to trade names that maybe they don't have the same dynamic moves, but they may be respecting some technicals that we really want to pay attention to and give us some, nothing's ever easy, but maybe more orderly moves, something like an AMD, something like a NVIDIA. There are some other obscure, maybe not necessarily obscure, but some lesser known names that are in the semiconductor world, a Marvell, an ON, things like that. So the folks that maybe, for myself, trading the penny stocks has always been very difficult. I'm very methodical. I like things to be a little more slower moving into the setups that I want to see with an EMA and a VWAP. I don't want to see things that are whipping all over the place. They start to get real spready on me. So these are the kind of deeper dives that I like to look at. And when you start to see a common theme of some of these items that are in here like that, I think it's very, very important to look at those. I'm ready to move on towards some of the other homework scanners we had discussed.
Yeah.
If we can move that direction from the pre-market actives, or we could dive into the charts of GME and AMC if you want. I think those are really going to be taking all the attention this morning as far as the trading goes.
Yeah, no doubt. Let's continue and then get back to GME and AMC, okay. And maybe we will get another gapper as we continue and getting closer to the market.
You got it. So it kind of segues with the looking deeper into the scans here. So I have two different scans, and I'm going to start with the original go-to scan for me that it became a swing trading scan for me. What I do at night or in the early morning, generally even earlier than this, is I go through a few different scans. And the first one I call my evening scan here. And just so we can understand what we're looking at and why we're looking at it, what I've done with this scan, I don't want to dive too much into configurations or anything like that. But what I said is, scan, I want you to find me stocks that are $11 or more. I wanted to get out of the range of the lower price stocks and some of the volatility that could come with them. $10 could be very mentally tough for a stock to get through. So let's get up above the $10 stocks. And I said over a 20-day range, I want to see you're 75% above the low of the 20-day range. So possibly we're breaking out in 20 days. I also want to see that the stock is moving 75% higher the low of today. So we also have some strength going on in today with the 20 days. And then we want to trade at least 750,000 shares. Some people like a little bit more than that. I don't mind, especially on the swing trading side of things, or if I'm trying to find something carrying momentum into the next day, which is where we're headed with this, that they're on a little bit of the lower side. But if they're going to be on a little bit of the lower side, I want them to always be at that or more over the last 30 days. And that's where a relative volume filter comes in, saying 1. So essentially, I'm saying that it's okay if it trades only 750,000 shares on the day, as long as it's been doing at least that much for the last 30 days. Anything less than that, then I want to get away from that. You could split hairs on what's a liquid and what's not a liquid for numbers on a stock. I think everybody can start to agree when we get to the lower end on some of that stuff. But, for the sake of this here, that's what I want to look at. And so I come with a few different names that are here, and we're gonna run through them real quick as I scroll through the charts here. Let me back out a little bit on my daily chart here.
Okay, for those of you guys are writing some questions in the chat, feel free. Once Kriss will finish, we will take a minute to answer all of the relevant questions in regarding to the scanning for day trading and swing, of course.
And I'll try to go kind of quick on this without glossing too much. And feel free, Michael, to interrupt me at any point if you think a question is really necessary. So this is the homework part of it here. SBH, all right? So if we look back on SBH to close Friday, all right, it meets all the criteria that I just talked about, had a relative volume of 1.65 as it finished out the day. And then we talk about chart patterns, right? So we look at this here and these two items here, and not necessarily cup and handle-ish, but we start to look at how, we've gotten through earnings. We respected that $10 number here that I just talked about. And these are the things that I'm looking at. And if we look here, we're starting to gap up. The market is strong. We've got this area to get up above here where it's gapping up into. And if it does that, we're not saying it can or not saying it will, but there's a little bit of room up towards that $14 level. We also look at stocks have a personality, right? Not all of them, but a few of them. And we try to look at ranges and dynamics of that. We see here that this thing has some big intraday moves in the past. So we can start to set ourselves up. We could use price alerts. We could just keep a thumbnail chart, however we want to track this. But this could be a name that we want to look at going into the day, right? We're going to continue on here, and I actually thumbnailed some of these charts here. I used a function called my like, and I want to get into charts that were part of this here. I just want to make sure that I'm pulling from the right scan here before we do this. And so Nordstrom's, all right? This was actually on both the scans, 2 different scans here. We're going to pop into the second one in a moment here, all right? But the same kind of concept, right? We are moving higher. We're making higher highs. We're making higher lows. All right. So we're in a pattern. We're in an uptrend here with all of that. We've had decent volume that's come into it. We have earnings are now behind us here by a day and a half. These are the kinds of things that we are trying to find on these kinds of scans here when we're doing our homework daily. All right. I'm going to actually segue and combine 2 scans because this was on both of these scans that we're talking about here. So, you have JWN that's right in here, and it's going to be a little further down this line on this one as well. So the second scan I call a multi-period scan. And this is where I started to find a little bit more success with my swing trading is I was seeing something play out in the evening scan on what we call the swing exit that we can put on the Trade Ideas charts. And essentially the swing exit is the low period of over 20 days. And so I spoke with another gentleman here that Michael has had a lot of back and forth with, our Michael Noss. And I said, gee, I would love to have this as an indicator to indicate whenever the last 20 days, the low of that last 20 days has changed. And he said, it's easy. The data points already exist. So we put it into the charts for me, essentially. And that's what you see, this very clear stepping up that we're doing here on the chart. So I call it an MP low, multi-period low, and the period is going to be 20. And so it's just a really nice way to indicate some momentum here. And we can create a trading plan out of this well. Do we want to create that trading plan on a daily chart? Do we want to create it on an intraday chart? We could do either way because we're talking about a multi-period. And what do we want to set the period on? Do we want to set it on an intraday chart? Do we want to set it on a daily chart? And so this goes back to fractal patterns that we talked about at the very beginning when Michael talked about bull flags and cup and handles and things like that. We could start to see fractal things like that play out over multiple time frames, right? So you could take something like this and we could see this is in a clear defined uptrend here. Well, I could also do this, and let's take my 15-minute chart, right? And let's add this on an indicator. I'm going to scroll down, multi-period low. We're going to go 20 and we're going to add it. Now let's scroll back because we've got a little time frame on this here, right? I'm going to actually, there we go. And we could see the same kind of thing with that one day because of the earnings that it did that. This is wanting to move higher into a consolidation period, right? Earnings got us a little squirrely because earnings can do that. And we're looking to continue higher again. So Nordstrom's, although it sounds kind of funny, it's one of those plays that we might consider. The last thing that I'm going to touch on this chart right here is this. We have a possible breakout area going on right here, right? We can get up above this area here. We could start to look $1 plus here up towards that 23 area. And again, it goes back to we want to find stocks that can move, right? Great if a stock is in an uptrend, but if it's in an uptrend and it's moving over a month, $1, I know nobody day trading is going to be interested in that whatsoever. And unlikely shorter term swing traders aren't going to be interested in that as well. We look here and we see this thing has made some big intraday moves in the past. So the potential is certainly there. Rising tide lifts all boats. We are without a question in a bull market. I know that a lot of people got bearish last week. We had some sell-off days, and then the bulls came right in on Friday and just showed everybody who is still in charge of this market right now. That could change today. We could open today, and we could gap up and move down. We saw a lot of that last week. But there's also a saying, and all the trader cliches you ever hear are going to be true 98% of the time. And one of those is the pros close the market. And the pros closed the market on Friday. I'd be looking for those pros to kind of take a lead again here today. You could certainly be sure that any of the bears that were licking their lips last week, and they had us pinned against they had the bulls pinned against the floor last week intraday, and just all of a sudden around that, just past noon Eastern, the market started to take off. So this is the kind of stock that can certainly benefit from these kind of moves as well.
So,
yes.
Kriss, I got to add a few stuff here, few things. First of all, because I see a lot of the comments and a lot of the questions going on, so we will take a minute. In a minute, we'll take a minute to answer them. But one of the things I wanted to touch on, even if you trade in, the guys watching your charts right now and the screens, and they see all the scanners and all the gappers, and one of the guys asked why there are so many gaps and so many assets running around. It's kind of confusing. And I can relate to that, especially if you're new to trading. And of course, if you're new to stock trading, but definitely if you're coming from a different background, like from Forex or Future, for example, where they have very limited number of tickers, right? So obviously in the stock market or here at Tradepool, you have 12,000 symbols to trade on. That's huge. But like exactly as Kriss is showing you right now, you don't really need to go all over those 12,000. You can actually use scanners to show you the ones that you're looking for. Depends on either volume, price, news, or going back to what Kriss just mentioned about the technical part, right? We talked about the concept where you need to have big news coming or something that will drive the stock. So one of the things could be technical. If a lot of the people and a lot of the algos are watching a stock that is ready to launch because the MACD is supporting it and the RSI and the exponential moving averages or whatnot that everyone is looking at, then it will drive the momentum, right? So it's kind of just that's what's going to push it, regardless if there are big news with big headlines. That could be also on the technical side that will drive the stock. So keep in mind as well. And for those of you, and like I said, for those of you coming from a different background, you just need to scan it to understand how to scan it in order to focus on those 3 to 5 stocks every day, right? Obviously, there are traders that focus in only on the big tech, so Apple and Amazon, Google, Tesla, and so on, and focusing only on those. And there are guys that trade in actually stocks in place where you actually find the right asset that move in today. Maybe yesterday it didn't move, but today it's going to move because of that news, either a fundamental news or technical news, but it's going to move because of that. So keep in mind, you don't need really to go over everything. You just need to use the right scanners in order to find those right stocks. And yeah, go ahead, continue. And
No. Well put. And these are things. I mean, if you ever learned another language, learning the stock market is like learning 3 different languages, essentially, or even more, because there's so many. There's the stock market, there's the Forex, there's the futures, there's options. There's so much stuff out there, and they all really, the bond market, they all interconnect in so many ways and affect each other. So try not to overwhelm yourself and keep things relevant to where your focus is really trying to be. So I continue with a few more charts here for us. Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Excellent. So REVG, another one here, just a beautiful set of moves here. What I like to showcase here is a consolidation, right? And a move up, consolidation, and a move up, a consolidation. Now I'm guessing we had some kind of earnings or news that are in there. Now I know that some people, they must have the news. I'm very technical. I don't care about the news. From a technician standpoint, assume that the technicals influence the news versus the news influencing the technicals. I know it's not always that way, but I've come across so many times where a stock started to move down already, and then bad news came out that really took it down. And you had to ask yourself, was that news driven by the stock already reversing a trend that already happened? does it really matter? Because in the end, what we all, you eat chickens and you eat eggs, right? Did it really matter which one came first, kind of thing? At the end of the day, the only thing that matters is the price movement at the end of it. And it's less about the why, and it's more about the ifs and thens at that point. So I just want to, just touch that when you see those moves like that. But we can see this thing as continuous, beautiful uptrend for so long. Not only is it continuous, beautiful uptrend, but now as we dial back in a little bit here, we have again gotten ourselves into a consolidation position that's in here. Market is gapping up, and again, rising tide lifts all boats. If this market gaps up and this setup allows for it, it could be a very nice potential setup that's coming into the day here. The next part that I want to add to it is, we look, it's got a lifetime high of 33.15 on it. So we're not far from the lifetime high, right? And then last but not least, look how far back we would have to go to even attempt to find that. I'm looking all the way back into 2021 here, and we're not even seeing that lifetime high that's going on here. So there's not any real chart resistance, and these are the kinds of setups that I'm looking for. This is the kind of thing that, I could very well trade today. Will I? I have no idea. Especially for me, I don't, especially on a Monday, get into a trade. Really, the earliest I'm going to get into a trade on a Monday is 10 a.m. Eastern. I really want to let the market try to shake those trees and shake out and the fake outs. And we see them happen on daily charts. We can see them happen on 60-minute charts, 15-minute charts. It happens across all time frames and all spectrums. But this is the kind of setup I'd be looking for today. Had I actually been working on Friday, I was tasked with some different stuff, and I wasn't able to do my homework Friday evening towards the market close here. This might have been the type of stock that, on a swing trade idea, look at how we're closing here on Friday, right? This thing was already strong coming into it, never got as weak as a lot of other stocks on Friday, and started to really close like a pro on Friday, getting up above that weekly high rate here. This could be the type of thing for a swing trader that says, you know what? Let me take 1/3 of a position. Let me take half a position going Friday into Monday, and we're closing strong. The stock has been strong, and this is the type of thing that if I get into it and I've got a good position going into that Monday morning, I can now add into that on a Monday morning, going into it and ride it partially. Even if you only, let's say, the market gaps up and we get a little bit of a move on that gap up for the first hour, hour and a half, and then maybe we start to fade, say, well, I already took a half a position into it. I added a little bit into it. We've moved up with it, and I can start to peel back out of that now, and I have that core position into it. So these are the kinds of things that over time I've developed, and you can develop the same thing as well. So, REV is just another really nice looking chart for us there. I lost my place. Okay, BALL, BALL was another chart that I was looking at here. This came from my multi-period scanner here. And while I touched on that a little bit, I want to touch a little bit more on that now. What I do with this here, I use this multi-period here for my swing trading as a stop. We could change this time frame, right? We could change it into an intraday time frame. 15-minute, 5-minute, 60-minute, 30-minute, whatever that intraday time frame that you're trying to find, and we can turn this into an actual trading plan here, right? And so what I've done, and let's think about this on fractal time patterns, is I look at this as a swing low here, and I say, gee, spent a lot of time at that 20-day low right there, and I could decide on the swing side of things, I could enter, if I want to, let's say a break of 70 as a whole number here. Maybe I'm trying to cheat getting above the recent highs to get a better entry. And I could play it against this as a swing stop here. Other people may not care for that swing stop, right? And they may say, I want to tighten that a little bit into the gap that happened here, right? And if we get into that gap, I don't really want to be an owner of that anymore. But just trying to show and dissect different ways that I've taken the scans and the indicators and turned them into an actual trading plan, instead of scratching my head and saying, gee, what does a trading plan mean? How do I get into a trading plan? Take the things that I see on a chart, take the things that are in scan building and turn them into it. It's there cohesive together for us to do that. So again, BALL we're looking at a stock here that has really kind of moved itself higher, a consolidation, moved itself higher, a consolidation, moved itself higher. Is it going to fight with that high? We're going to find out as the market opens and have a front seat on that.
Yeah. So what I love about what you're doing, Kriss, is, because I'm on my side, at least, there were times where, I traded stocks in play and look for the gappers on pre-market scanners and such, and times where I focused on the big tech. What I really love, and also times when I did what you do, and what I love about it is that you can prepare yourself many hours before the opening bell, basically, right? So you can do that at the end of each day. Go and scan for those stocks that pushed on the daily, like you just mentioned, closer to the consolidated and closer to the EMA and other parameters that you might use. But the idea is that on the technical level, if you can prepare yourself in advance, you're already ahead of the game, because you already know what you're planning to do, and you found the right asset to trade on. So this is crucial, guys. Don't just go and find just random stocks, but actually prepare yourself to trade the right asset.
Well, and prepared is such a good word, because in everything in life, you hear chance favors the prepared mind, right? And so instead of however you're scanning, you're looking for stocks, and things are moving, and it's like, you're running around and you're all squirrely and oh, what do I want to trade? Or, oh, this is moving now. Oh, wait, that one's moving now. It's very easy to have your focus get taken away when you don't have a plan, right? So when you come into each day with a plan, you don't have to necessarily trade if the plan doesn't unfold the way you want it to, right? Again, all the trader cliches, I made my most money in between the trades and the waiting, right? These are things from Peter Lynch and industry giants that were before they were industry giants. That's how they became the industry giants, right? So having that plan, whether it is looking at the most active stuff in the pre-market, or it's looking at stuff that has been moving strong over whatever time frame, or closing strong from a shorter time frame, all of these things set us up into those moments when we can say, this has been doing these things that I'm looking for. The market is in a line with me right now. This is where chance is favoring my preparedness, right? And that's it's so overlooked and underrated. The same as risk management. So a couple of more charts that I'll breeze through here, and then there's some things that are happening on my screens right now with the pre-market that I want to come back to, if I may. But so ARHS, and this one cuts two ways for me. So this was in my evening homework one, okay? However, this would be an example from the multi-period low here that gets me very conflicted. Look how far away from that multi-period low we are extended. When I see things like that, it gets me a little bit, how much do I want to be into this? And so this becomes one of those stocks where I would say I wouldn't swing trade this one necessarily, but I would day trade this one, right? And why would I not swing trade it? Well, we just went into it. We're real far from that right there. And while this is in a very nice uptrend since last year, the end of last year when the market bottomed out at the end of October, we also see that it got a little bit of weakness here, right, before earnings came in and really shot this thing out of a cannon, right? So we got a lot of strength here. But do I want to wait and take a position and let that strength consolidate here and have my money tied up in that? No, not on the swing trade side of things. But we've got a lot of momentum that's already going on here. We also have a stock that is now right at its all-time highs, right? So there's no chart resistance above that. The market's moving strong, right? And so this may set up for a good day trading scenario. Now, all of my trading scenarios, whether they are day trading or swing trading, I do prefer to swing trade, but I do my fair amount of day trading, right? Every one of my scenarios starts with an if-then statement. If the stock does this, then I will do that. And that works both to the upside and the downside. So today for myself on this here, if this stock opens and it does not run away from me on the open, then I am considering a position into this going forth into that 10 o'clock a.m. Eastern hour that I discussed, that I don't like to jump into things before that, especially on a Monday. So that's my if-then statement. If this stock does not move and does not look dynamic, then I will not be interested in it. And it's just as simple as that. And the simpler you keep things, the better off they'll be. Leonardo da Vinci, I think everybody considers him to have been a very, very smart individual. I do believe he could be quoted as saying simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. And so that resonated really hard with me. It's actually a trader. I'll call him a trading mentor of mine. I don't think he would call himself a trading mentor, but a trading mentor of mine. Used to say it all the time, and it just boom, light bulb in the head moment right there with that. So just another one that I really wanted to look at for us. I'm going to roll into another one here. This came from the multi-period low scanner here. Let's back out to the big picture. And this is going to dovetail me into one more of those look deeper into the scanner moments here. I know we're coming up on a near 8:10 Eastern, and I don't want to go over on us. I know there's other things to still cover here. But the AstraZeneca, I know it's a big float. I know this thing could take a lot to move it. But if we look at this here, I mean, it does have moves intraday, and it can happen like that. So this one here, we're looking at this multi-period scanner, and this thing really kind of took off. But watch how fast this multi-period is going to have to catch up now as it peels off all these past days real fast for us here, right? And this could be one of those things here. We've got some real, not could be, but we have. Let's start with we have some real defined stuff with this gap that we're looking at here. But what I want to take further back is to look at this gap. And look how significant that price level is here, right? How much it was in play back here, right? I also want us to look at here, lifetime high on that, right? So, and one last thing, you're never going to see with the big cap stocks in general a short float. You're never going to see a big short float here. Very once in a while you could. So there's nobody that wants to be short this thing anyway. So it's really kind of irrelevant here on that, right? And as we dive back in here, we can see that this has respected this level back here. The market is coming back into its favor. We've got all-time highs that are right here. And so this could be one of those plays when I talked about careful with the penny stocks. This isn't a $500 stock, so it's not something that's an insanely high-priced stock that, gee, I can't really trade that because it is a little bit too much, and even a big percent move doesn't help me very much. This is kind of for many traders, not all traders, but for many traders, this might be in that kind of sweet spot to say, we're well away from the short float stuff. We're well away from the penny stock stuff. And we're into something that has been obeying some different, whether it's your MACD that you're looking at, or in this case for me, the multi-period low, how long it's been obeying this for all through up here, right? We're looking at something that's obeying something as part of our trading plan that if I'm wrong, I don't have to be wrong by a lot of percentage amount, and I don't have to get my trading account hurt. And I could say, like a lot of traders, I was wrong. I'm moving on from this. If it works out, I was right, and I have a nice move, and I have a nice upside move that is potential on that if-then statement with AstraZeneca here. The last thing to dovetail into this is this. I must have went through between Saturday and last night, Saturday early morning and last night on the later side here. I probably went through a good 110 charts here between this scan, and one other scan that if we have time, we'll throw it as a bonus scan here to fill in some time. But between those, I noticed a lot of large cap stocks, a lot of large float stocks that are really the ones that are making the move. And you hear about the Mag 7 all the time, and it's 6 stocks, 3 stocks, 7 stocks, whatever it is that's dragging the market up. If you take the time to go back and actually count stocks that are closer to their all-time highs than further away from their all-time highs. You couldn't find anything further away from the truth, actually. And whether you're day trading or you're swing trading, these things influence all of that. And so I would keep in mind. So, I was trying to, I want to be careful as this, but I was trying to find stocks that aren't big float stocks, and I couldn't really find them. Everything was over 100 million when I was looking at them, and you just can't force things. And at the very beginning, we talked about confirmation bias, right? And so, there was no confirmation bias on this. These scans are telling me it is the bigger float stocks that are breaking out over those periods. Not only is it that, but we didn't quite dive all the way into this multi-period low here. We are over $10 on this. We used a 20-day range, which we also used in the other scan as well. We used the relative volume. We used 1 million shares traded per day as the basis of this. We're also looking at stocks that are 90% above their 9-month low. So that is a really important thing to consider, that these stocks within the last 9 months are 90% above that. That means there has been buyers in these, whether it is in the last 3 months, 20 days, or 9 months, that have these things 90% above that low. And that is a very, very big thing to consider. And when you have a lot of big cap stocks that are doing that, you really better be paying attention to that. And that is an under the hood look, something you could relate to market breadth.
Yeah, no doubt, Kriss. That's a great info that you just gave the guys here. And I see again some of the comments that saying that's complex. Guys, I know some of you coming from a different markets. First of all, for those of you who ask about future trading, you can trade with Trader Pool, the ETFs. So if you trade in gold, you can trade GLD. If you trade in NASDAQ, you can trade QQQ or TQQQ or SQQQ, SPY for S&P 500, etc. And I know it might sound complex if you come in, fresh to the stock market, but in the end, it's pretty straightforward and simple. Once you have those scanners ready, all you got to do is go through those charts and then analyze them like you do on any other chart. If you trade in Forex, the euro dollar, the same concept, right? So Kriss will also share with you guys the scanning that he did. So if you use in Trade Ideas, you will be able to just load those layouts, and you will have all the scanning and all the settings you need in order to find the right asset. So no worries about that. Kriss, if you're showing something else, just bring it maybe closer. So some of the guys are saying that they cannot see the chart.
Yeah, so let me widen this chart out a little bit. Does that help everybody if I make it a little bigger here?
Yeah, maybe a double click or like increase the one that you're talking about.
So, all right, so we're here on this daily chart. I'm going to slide this way, all right?
Yeah, perfect.
We talk about, I'm going to redraw these. We talk about, history doesn't always repeat, but it often rhymes. And I just want to go back to the overall market sentiment and the SPY and how they really connect on every time frame. When this happened here back in April, you had a lot of people talking about market breadth deteriorating, and we had this dark cloud cover or engulfing bar, or people kind of argued over what this candle was and all that. I'll let technical analysis is very subjective, and anybody that tells you differently as an agenda or something, they're trying to sell you then. Yeah. Right here, it's over. This bull run is done. You had the bears. I told you this was just a bull run in a bear market, which was really strange because we're coming into all-time highs again. But, the bears will justify their things. Don't kid yourselves. Bulls will justify their things too. The only thing that matters is price. It's the only thing that pays us. Opinions cost us money. Price pays us, right? So we had this here. Take a look there, right? A lot of similarities that are going on here. Look at that bottoming shadow here. And just because I am working on my CMT designation, I always want to make sure we always talk about shadows and not tails. Animals have tails, markets have shadows. Look at that. The sellers, they thought they had us, right? They thought they had those bulls. Look at that. Look at the strength that's coming off of this. Does that mean we're shooting out of this? I don't know, but I tell you what, the if-then scenario that we have going on, and look at this line that's really important when we made this last all-time high there. If we can take this out, then the Bears are getting it handed to them on this again. Will it get handed for a week, a month, a year? Those things play out over long periods of time when you have these kinds of long-term trends that are looking at that. And that dovetails me into this thing here. So we talked about this pre-market active scanner here. I'm going to get this real wide for us here and how this works with the volume percent today, the way we can sort, and the amount of shares here that we could sort. And we could also, what's up the most from the close as well. So these are all things that we could be looking at. What I did not touch on was this other guy over here to this side here. And this is taking a few volume metrics and putting pre-market highs versus pre-market lows here. And so something that I noticed when we were talking before, and I said I want to dovetail back into something, as I watched how even though the pre-market lows started to take off, the pre-market highs really kind of took off here. And the market had just been chopping around at that point since then. And then we saw the pre-market lows and the pre-market highs both start to move down. But what did we notice here? The pre-market highs again started to move up. The pre-market lows couldn't really get in gear here either. Chance favors the prepared mind. Is this something foreshadowing what's coming into the market after the open? I don't know, right? But this may be tipping its hat a little bit here, especially as we get into the later stages of the pre-market here. And then we start to look at, bring this back down again, some intraday shots here on the SPY here, both 30, and if we narrow it down into this 3-minute chart here, we start to look at trying to come into those pre-market highs, taking out that early pre-market high that happened in the SPY. I know it's tough to see on any chart here, but that topping shadow on that opening candle here for the SPY, that was the high, and we couldn't get above it a few times. And now we're getting back above that here. So again, are we going to run into it? Are we going to come and take it out? Right now, it looks like the pre-market highs and the bulls are trying to bring that in and make that new pre-market high and run away a little bit with that there. So I know we're coming towards that 8:30 hour. I'll be honest, Michael, I thought, do I have enough to talk about in this or not? And it just always seems to work itself out like that.
I mean, there are so much to cover when it comes to trading, right? Yeah. Especially when talking about scanning and finding the right assets. And I mean, maybe I'll jump back to my charts just
please.
About the pre-market again. We learned basically one thing. One option is to prepare yourself through daily charts or weekly charts at the end of the session. And like Kriss mentioned before, at the beginning, you can also go to the pre-market, the gappers, the movers, depends on the platform you're using. The name will be different, but the concept will be the same. Lots of volume, lots of movement, great news or bad news, but strong news that will drive the stock. So basically going right now, looking at the chart, looking at the scanner here that I got, like you mentioned, AMC, GME are both on the radar. And you can see some of them as we're getting closer to the opening bell. We got an hour still. We can see a little bit more volume coming in on other symbols, right? Mm-hmm. I guess you've seen them as well. Some of them are penny stocks, as you can see, but we got some like this, SRCL. Now let's talk a little bit about that. High volume coming in, 1.3 million. That's great. $8 up, but as I see it, and I'll look into the details right now, it looks like a
buyout.
Exactly, a buyout, and not really news that will drive it along the way.
It's so funny that you saw that, because I started to look, I was thinking to myself, as we're moving here towards the later stages of the pre-market, there's going to be things that are going to start to move that weren't moving now. And so I saw SRCL. I said, oh, this will be a good one that's not a penny stock we could look at, because it was on the scanner here. It was moving. It's moving up the scanner right now. And I pulled up the chart like, all right, not so much.
Just a buyout. So those kind of things that you need to learn when you trade in stocks, in the Forex market or the future market, you have your own things to learn and understand. The economy, for example, the CPI and stuff like that coming out that you need to be aware of. In the stock market, when looking at the news, you need to understand which news can push the price or which news you can ignore. For example, a buyout, it won't be relevant for that stock. GME coming with the tweet, right? It was a tweet, right?
Yeah. Yep. Roaring Kitty. Yeah.
So when Kitty sends a nice tweet, obviously you see GME popping up. Again, you know what? Guys will buy it because of that tweet. That's crazy how the market works. But should we buy GME today? I don't know yet. I mean, it's not news coming out. It's just someone that, obviously a big one, but still just posting. So I'm not sure about actually trading it, or at least not buying it yet. You can see also Dell, DELL, 2.2 million shares, almost $1 up, dropped nicely the previous day after earnings. So you can see the drop from the aftermarket and then all the way through the regular trading hours. Today, gapping up a little bit, bouncing, but that could be definitely interesting one to watch for. So I'm putting it on my radar. I got, I'll show you how it looks like, my settings. So I got one of the charts or one of the screens that basically I got 8 different stocks that I'm watching. You can watch 2, you can watch 1, you can watch 3, right? I'm just putting it out there. Not every day I will have 8 different stocks to watch. But this is something that I definitely want to keep an eye on. So Dell, I will just put it here and I'll have it ready to go, or at least I will know that I need to watch it or analyze it before the opening bell. So that's Dell. Kriss, we got like 5 minutes, not more than that, even 2 actually.
Okay.
So maybe guys in the back, if you can show us some of the questions that the other guys are asking, and we will try to answer that. Go ahead, Kriss.
And I saw someone before. I was trying to look at the chat. A lot's coming in, and I'm trying to pay attention to 2 screens here. But so someone say I never heard shadows before. So for those of you that aren't familiar, there's the Chartered Market Technicians Association. I'm semi a part of it right now. I've completed a level 1 on it. I've done some work with them. I've been to many symposiums. I've become very, very friendly with a lot of chartered market technicians. These are your giants in the industry for technical analysis. Their courses are unbelievable. Not to give them a plug in that regard, but they are very stringent, and the tests are extremely difficult to become a chartered market technician. And so one of their big things is there are no topping tails, there are no bottoming tails, there are shadows. So that's where I get that from. And I never know when I might, something like this may come across the feed of like the managing partner of the CMT. And he was like, "Oh, Kriss was on a live stream using shadows. That's a good thing." They're a great community. They're a great community. So, I'm very, very, very big into trader education. There's room for everybody at the top, at least the people that are willing to put in the work. So that's where the shadows comes from for that person that was asking about that. I saw how to differentiate penny stocks from others. A few different thoughts on penny stocks. Some people are, penny stocks are they're under $1. Other people tell you under $3. Other people tell you under $5. I kind of lead towards the under $5 on it. Stocks under $5 have a very different personality than stocks over $10. It's just the way it works. Those are the kind of things that you'll learn over time, given enough time in the market, essentially. So I wouldn't get overly caught up in the price necessarily of the penny stocks, but the penny stocks are going to be, generally speaking, your lower price stocks, $5 or under, that have low floats. Float is the amount of shares that are available to trade. at any given time. That's not shares outstanding. Shares outstanding is those plus those that are already under holdings already. So if you think of float like a boats in an ocean, when you've got a low float stock, think of it like a small boat that can whip all over the place like in the ocean. When you've got a large float stock, think of it as a big ocean liner or a tanker. It takes a long time to get that thing moving and turning. Again, you could split hairs on what's a low float and what's a high float. But I think most people, will consider anything under 50 million a low float. When you start to get into 20 million, it's a very low float. When you start to get under 10 million, that's an extreme low float. When you start to get under 5 million, those become you can become micro floats, things like that. I know it's a lot to cover, and we're almost out of time here. So we could do this. We could do this for hours every day, literally hours every day.
Yeah. We should do that, because I see that we have so much to continue to say about that, and running out of time. So obviously, Kriss will be with us next. When we'll do our next events, and we always do stuff together because the guys from Trade Ideas, besides the fact that they got an amazing platform, they're actually very cool guys, and we will definitely see you again, Kriss. Thanks so much for everything.
Thank you for having me. And if I just finish with, what Trade the Pool is providing you folks here is absolutely unprecedented. You do not find people funding people with stocks for stocks. Generally it's Forex. What they have here, the opportunity that they're giving you, and the education they are giving you folks here, really soak it in, really consider it. Trade the Pool is they're around, so you don't necessarily have to rush into anything with them, other than the fact that know that they are here as a support team to educate you, because your success is their success is your success. That is why they are providing the opportunity that they are providing for you here today. Do not take it for granted. These folks are absolutely the most straight shooters that you can find out there, the most educated, the most prepared, and they are giving you tools out there that absolutely nobody else is giving you. So please, please consider the value you are getting from these folks right now is absolutely unprecedented to anybody else's value.
Appreciate it, Kriss. Thanks so much, everybody. And we got 2 minutes of a quick promotion or just a break to drink something, and we'll be right back. Okay, we are back. Dan, are you with us?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear. Do
Is
you
my
have your
camera working? Hold on one second.
Oh.
I think I'm on the wrong camera.
No worries. So
There we go.
Okay, here. Nice. And you got the sun a little bit on your face, so that's nice as well.
I do. I can't get rid of it at this time, so forgive me.
That's actually a good thing. You know, you got some summer going on there.
Yeah, something like that. Well, good morning. Thank you for having me on here. I'm excited to be here.
Yeah, amazing. So for those of you, Dan, you know, introduce yourself just a tiny bit.
Yeah, I would love to. So thank you, Michael, for having me here. Thanks for putting this on. I'm Dan Ushman. I'm the CEO of a company called TrendSpider. And we build a full-featured, professional-grade, really institutional-grade trading terminal for everybody. So you can think of it like Bloomberg, but accessible and modern. So it's web-based technology, and it's a platform that's designed to kind of help and optimize 4 key areas of trading for investors. So it's over 1,000 different tools in one platform, organized into 4 areas. And those are charting and analysis, right? Idea generation, which is what we're going to focus on today, strategy development, and then trade timing and execution, which are the 4 key areas of trading. So I'm excited to kind of dive in here a little bit and show you guys around and kind of figure it out.
Let's do this. So TrendSpider is one of our partners as well, and obviously when you join Trade a Pool, you can join TrendSpider and actually get it for 30 days totally for free. We are actually paying for that for you guys, so you can use that in order to pass the evaluation or at least increase your chances to pass, because TrendSpider actually provide, like Dan said, you know, a lot of the tools that traders need, from scanning, from trade ideas, so creating ideas and finding the right potential trades for that day. Also automation, a lot of automation you got there. And what I love is one feature that you have is also the raindrops. So that's also a cool feature that I played with. So let's dive into that. Then, you know, today we brought all of the guys here to show them how we do it in real time, right? Mm-hmm. We're taking the assets, the stocks that are relevant or look the right way for us to trade today. We analyze them. This is what we're going to do today in this next hour. And then we will execute the trades accordingly. So take it away, and we'll go back and forth on that.
All right. Well, thank you. Can you see my screen here?
Yeah, perfect. One thing to remember, Dan, sorry. Some of the guys here are not coming with a background of stock trading, right? Some of the guys are actually trading Forex or futures. So keep in mind that maybe not all the terminology are familiar for everyone.
No problem. I got it. We support a lot of Forex and futures traders.
Nice.
And TrendSpider's on the futures realm, we're a close partner of the CME. So we bring their data in. We also work with them, and we also power some of their internal systems, right? Our platform's embedded in a number of institutional things at the CME. So, you know, we're really happy to show you guys off. Before I dive in, I just want to take one moment and just show one slide, if that's okay, because I think it's important to kind of get this idea across.
Okay.
TrendSpider is one of the very few truly comprehensive institutional grade products available to retail traders. It's a level of technology that is typically reserved for institutions. And this is what life looks like for most retail traders, right? Like if you're going to be a sophisticated trader, you're going to be investing in investing. You're going to need to use a lot of different tools. And that's expensive in cost, but it's also expensive in time and differences between how they work. So for the universe of most traders, this is their life, right? Bouncing between different systems, right? Going from trade ideas to trends or to TradingView to stockcharts.com, right? Just going back and forth, trying to make sense of the market with a million different tools. And we just hate that, right? That's what inspired TrendSpider to be built in the first place, was this idea that you should only have one tool, right? JP Morgan and Morgan Stanley, they have Bloomberg. They have one tool, right, that does everything they need for it, but it costs $30,000 a year. And we didn't think it was right that retail traders were stuck with ad hoc hodgepodge of different products, bouncing between tabs, spending a lot of time and money learning different tools, when institutions just log into one thing and it's all there, right? But it's so expensive, nobody outside of institutions can use it. So I just wanted to give that lay of the land, because I think it's important to understand that TrendSpider is a very wide product, and it's intended to compete with Bloomberg, and it's intended to level the playing field for retail traders so that everybody has the same level of technology, because it's the only way that the markets can be fair. Nice. So with that kind of intro out of the way, you asked me, Michael, to spend a lot of time on ideas today, on idea generation. So we'll do that. Do you want me to just dive in?
Yeah, let's dive in. Yeah.
All right. So as I mentioned, TrendSpider is 4 core areas, right? And idea generation is one of those pillars. And the idea of idea generation actually has a set of features, right? It's not any one thing. But it's actually a whole bunch of things. So I'm going to start with some of the more high level basic ones, and then we'll slowly kind of move into scanning, custom scanning, and get very specific and low time frame. Did you, Michael, did you say most people are going to be day trading or swing trading, or just?
Yeah, I mean, we have a mix, definitely. With today, as I mentioned before, we are announcing the new swing program, the first one that we actually launch in. So we will have a possibility for day traders and swing traders. So, we can mix them both. We have enough time to give the day traders what they need, and also swing traders.
Okay. All right, cool. Well, just keep in mind, as I show you guys this, there's no difference in TrendSpider when you're looking for a day trading or scalping opportunity, or a swing or a long-term investment. The system's meant to be flexible. It's not meant to only focus on one type of trading. So everything you can do here, you can kind of adjust the time frame that it runs on, and it'll work all the same. Let me show you around a couple quick things that I have open on my screen. Right. So on the right-hand side, I have a watch list. It's just the Dow Jones. I have insider trades, unusual options, seasonality chart, and this thing down here on the bottom left called a smart checklist. These are tools I'm going to use as I'm finding symbols. And these all, with the exception of watch lists, are one symbol specific. Right. So when we look at seasonality, it's the seasonality of Apple, which is the chart I have open right now, right? So as I change symbols, all of those are going to change. We're going to spend a lot of our time, though, on the bottom panel, which I'm going to full screen here really quick. And we're going to start with a feature that we call stock market mapping. And this is a really cool thing to get a high-level view of the market. So, I don't know if you're looking for swing opportunities at this point or what, but like this can be used to get a high level look of the market and to view the market in 2 very distinct and unique ways. And as we use this, I'm going to show you how we use this to also organize the symbols that we're looking at and build a watch list out. So what is a stock market map? It's a visualization that lets you look at a market or an index or a watch list using several different vectors that you can define. So this one in particular, we're looking at the S&P 500, so the 500 biggest stocks in the U.S. And we're going to make the tile size, the shape of the size of the boxes based on market cap. But we could change that, right? And we may say, we only care about earnings, or we only care about EBITDA, or year-to-date change, right? So it's up to us. We'll leave it at market map for now. And then tile color. We're going to make 7-day change or 30-day change or 52-week change, or to change since the last close, which is where I think we should focus right now. Since we're looking for opportunities and the market hasn't yet opened, we can look at the change since last close last week and overnight to kind of help generate this map. Yeah. So when I click apply here, it will regenerate the map and give us a view of the S&P 500 in a tile structure, where we can see which symbols here are showing the strongest movements right now. And this is S&P 500, so it's going to be a lot of names that you're familiar with. But we got Microsoft here, we got Apple, and we got the all famous pillar of the market right now, Nvidia, the only thing holding the market up right now. It seems. Yeah. So if we're building a watch list from here, there's two things that we should do, right? The first is we should right click on this and maybe give it a color flag. Maybe we'll make anything that we find interesting today purple. When you color flag in TrendSpider, anytime that symbol will appear, your color code will follow it. So if you have a different watch list that contains this symbol, the purple label will appear there as well. We'll also right click on these and we'll go down to add to a watch list. And we have a watch list here called Trade to Pool. So I'll check that. This is reverse watch list management. Instead of editing a watch list and telling it what's in it, you edit a symbol and define which watch list that symbol is in. So it's like the reverse of a standard watch list. Nice. But we can go through this and we can generate maps that look at the market and look at different lists in different ways. Like we can check the airline index, right? And we can see, okay, which airlines might be interested. Well, out of the airline index, none of them are really all that great, but JetBlue is kind of moving. So we'll go ahead and make JetBlue purple, and we'll go ahead and add JetBlue to our Trade to Pool watch list. And we can keep doing this all day long. So we can pick a different index, right? We can look at some of our smart watch lists that are automatically generated. And this is, by the way, one of the coolest things about TrendSpider is you have 700 automatically generated smart watch lists. Oh. So if you want to say, hey, I wonder what's popular in Wall Street bets over the last 7 days, right? And I want to pick out from that the ones that have the highest potential. You can do that. You can say, show me a map based on what's top mentioned on Wall Street bets over the last 7 days. And then you can generate a tile map and see, are any of these, interesting? It seems like NVIDIA is the only one of those that's really all that interesting. To make it a little easier to see, maybe we switch the map around. So maybe we'll change the tile size to change since last close. And maybe we'll change, what was I looking at earlier? Market cap. Maybe we'll change the color to market cap. So here we can then see, which ones have the highest change since last close. GME has changed 72% since the last close. So let's definitely add that one, although that one has moved quite a bit. So I don't know how much more it has in there. AMC in sympathy with GME up 24% since last close. Right click on that, make it purple. Right click on that, add it to our Trade to Pool watch list. Hopefully you're getting an idea for how easy this can be to generate a watch list just by looking at these market maps. It's a really cool way to look at the market. And it's customizable. There's some websites that have like a market map that's like fixed, right? Like market cap and like maybe change percent as the only vectors in it. The really great thing about TrendSpider's market maps, you can make them your own. You can run them on any watch list. You can use any vectors for size and color and all that you might dream of. So there's also, I could spend a lot more time in here. I'm going to switch though, just to a different type of market map that we have that's called a custom bubble chart. And this works exactly the same, except you have some additional vectors here that you can look at. Right, so we can say like, let's make the bubble size change since last close, right? And then we can have the horizontal axis be the 7-day change percent and the vertical axis be the 30-day change percent. So now we can kind of generate a map where we can see what symbols have 3 different vectors that are interesting to us. And as you hover over these, they'll tell you what they are and all the details about them. All right, so if you want to see find something interesting here, this is yet another way to filter the market and look at it in a different way. You'll also notice that there's these green boxes, there's these yellow boxes, right? There's color codes. You can do the same thing here. We can right click on these and add a color. You can right click on these and add a watch list. And it's a really cool way to look at the market and try to pick some opportunity out.
So I got to say, Dan, the guys listened before to one of our partners, Trade Ideas, for scanning, and now TrendSpider for scanning as well. So as you can imagine, as you can see, guys, there are tons of ways to prepare yourself to trading, right? Like there is tons of strategies, bull flag strategies, momentum, counter side, whatever it is. There are tons of ways to scan the market. You decide And with TrendSpider, you have the opportunity to decide where do you want to take it, right? Your approach to it. So that's the concept. Just bring your own way, your own thinking to it, and then you can execute it through this platform, for example.
That's exactly the case. That's straight on, right? TrendSpider is meant to be flexible, so it's meant to fit any style of trading. It's not designed specifically for swing traders or scalpers or any one particular group. It's meant to be flexible to match your style. We like to say, bring your trading strategy, and we'll give you all the technology you need to execute on it. So market maps are a really new thing in TrendSpider. We just added them a few months ago, and they're a way to visualize the market, visualize any watch list, visualize any smart watch list like Wall Street Bets, Halts, Stock Twits, right? Any of our automated 700 watch lists, so that you can filter through the market and identify stuff that might be outliers, stuff that might be interesting to you. This is a great example, by the way. First Solar, in using the scatter plot map. When you're using this, you want to look for outliers, right? So like this is the crowd, right? This is how most stocks are performing, right? They're all kind of clustered together, right? But there's some of them that are really far out there. Like Best Buy. Best Buy is 2.5% today, right? It's pre-market session. So let's add that to our watch list. Maybe it'll be something that later on when we dive in deeper might be interesting for us to look at. MRO here, Marathon Oil. It's up almost 13% in the last 7 days, right? Maybe that's an interesting one. It's not up much today, so I'm going to ignore that one for now. First Solar up here, up 1% today pre-market. So let's pick that one as well. We don't want to miss that one. We can just build out watch lists in a variety of ways. And so far, I've added to the watch list using both the stock market map, the tile map, and the scatter plot map. But we're going to keep going. We're going to look at the market in a bunch of different ways here. So you can see that there's a million ways to slice it. And the name of the game is applying your own philosophy towards investing and finding the right opportunities and then executing on them and acting on them. Is there anything you want me to show in the market maps, Michael? Or
no, I think we're good to go on this one. Let's take it a little bit deeper.
Let's go deeper. So the next thing I'm going to show you, I'm just moving left on our tabs here. So we were on stock market map. Now we're on something called What's Happening Now. Internally, we call this area of TrendSpider data flow. And that was its original public name too. And this is a way for you to watch the events occurring in the market in real time as data becomes available. And you can build your own, just like in market maps, or you can use one of the pre-made ones that we have here. And you can have more than one of these open at one time. So let's pick one. Let's pick CEO buying his own stock, right? If I click on that, it's going to give me an instant list that's updated as soon as the SEC filings are published. We have a machine learning bot that actually reads the filings. And this will pull out any corporate CEOs, presidents that are buying their own shares in their own companies. And this is one of my personal favorite things to look at. When looking for ideas, because there's a million reasons why an executive would sell shares in his company. Maybe he's going on an expensive trip. Maybe he's buying a new mansion, his 10th mansion. Right? Who knows, right? He might be, in the market for a new fleet of Lamborghinis, and may need to go sell a bunch of shares to pay for them. So there's a million reasons why people would sell. Maybe he's Mark Zuckerberg and he's secretly the world's biggest doomsday prepper, right? Who knows? But there's only really one reason why an executive would buy their own shares, because they think it's going to become more valuable in the future. So what's happening now is a way for you to pick these things. That's just one of them, right? And generate an automatically updating real-time list of those things. This is CEOs buying their own shares. If we zoom out and go to like just a half view, we can click on these and we can see the charts for them. Right, so it'll pull the charts up for us. And if any of these look interesting to us, we can also do the same thing. Make them purple, add them to our watch list. So when I'm doing this, I would flip through these a little bit, right? And be like, okay, are these actually interesting? This one might be, who knows? But, I would go through these and I would look at them and I would apply my analysis and whatever I'm doing to them to get a sense for that. So then that kind of begs the next question, right? Like, what kind of analysis? You'll have to forgive me. I had this turned on. I meant to turn this on after we got here. But one type of analysis that we might look at when we're looking at stocks is simple chart patterns. And TrendSpider has built into it a wide range of chart patterns that you can use. So when you're looking at something like data flow, right, it helps to, in the beginning, before you start flipping through symbols, to go through the options and select which chart patterns you care about, right? You may care about broadening formations, head and shoulders patterns, double tops, double bottoms, triangles, whatever it might be. In this case, I only have 3 triangles selected, right? But it helps to go through those and select those patterns. It helps to go through and select candle patterns. We have over 300 of them. So if you care about any of those, enable those as well. Right, go through and set up any of the indicators you might use, auto trends if you want to use auto trends, right? And customize your analysis, because then as you're doing your work, as you're flipping through symbols, you're not having to do a bunch of analysis on each symbol one by one, right? The system's going to do them for you. And I should mention that all of that's customizable. So you can, like, say, find trend lines, but only if price has touched it 4 times and never broken through it. But you'd set it up once. And then no matter how you're pulling up symbols, whether it's through the market maps or what's happening now or the scanner, which we're going to dive into, it's going to automatically update that for you on the chart in real time. So as we kind of flip through, right, we could just look through a standard watch list and say, are there any patterns here? Let me turn them all on so you guys can actually see these. But this is really important. And the thing to keep in mind about chart patterns is they work on any time frame. So if you happen to be a scalper, or you happen to be, some other type of trader, or you happen to care about intraday, right? You can enable chart patterns and have it detect them on the 1-minute chart, right? Or the daily chart. That was the weekly chart. But all of this analysis you're seeing on my screen here, this is all being automatically applied. It just looks messy because I've selected every single pattern. So it helps to determine what you care about on the chart before you start digging through symbols. And it also helps to set up your sidebar here. The sidebar is really cool, by the way. And I want to make sure you guys see some of the things in here. This is a sidebar widget that I use when I'm looking for opportunities all the time. And it's called seasonality. And it's exactly what it sounds like. It's the seasonal performance of an asset over a defined period of time. And you can see, like, September is by far the worst time to own Apple. Don't hold Apple through September because it only closes higher than August 33% of the time. July is the best time to hold Apple, right? I know it's June still, but if you want to wait till the end of July or June and buy some Apple shares, there's a 77% chance that it will close higher in July than it did in June. But it's not just by month, right? You can look at seasonality by week. Right, you can see that next week is one of the worst weeks of the year for Apple. Out of the last 19 years, Apple has only closed higher than the previous week 26% of the time next week. Right, the only week worse than that is the very last week of the year. You can also dice this by day of week, right? And you can also dice this by hour of day. If you're going to look at it by hour of day, I definitely suggest looking at a shorter amount of data. Oops, I forgot.
That's an amazing tool, Dan. So many, we've been in the game for a long time, right? And so many years I went over charts, analyzed them myself, tried to get as much information as I can, but I did it all manually, right? Putting it in Excel sheets and stuff like that. And here you're showing me, that's the data. On July, you want to buy Apple at the end of June. Simple as that, right?
Yeah.
That's incredible. And also, when you know that July is a strong month for Apple, for example, you can definitely take that to day trading, and right, because most days will end up on the winner side, so you can play those moves. So
you can actually see it, right? Like if you want to look at day of week, right, since last month. So you're looking at about 30 days, right, a month. You can see that Tuesday, 100% of the last 30 Tuesdays, or the last month's Tuesdays, the last 4 or 5 Tuesdays, have closed higher than Monday. 100%, right? You can go, okay, that's cool, but I wonder how it looks if I go back yet another month. Well, 67% of Tuesdays closed higher than Monday, right, over the last 2 months. And what's really neat about this, because like I feel your pain. The reason this feature exists is I used to do this by hand too, right? And I think a lot of traders, a lot of retail traders do stuff like that because they don't have the tools to do it, right? But what's really neat about this is, in addition to being able to look at the seasonality, you can also see the raw data, right? Each dot is one. There's 43 dots per column, one per month for 43 years. You can see how the outliers look, right? Like the greatest performance in June ever that Apple has had was 25% up. Right. The worst performance was down here, right? Negative 30%. You can also say, okay, cool, Dan, but that might include like horrible times like 2008, 2012, 2020. Well, you can also exclude that from the data. So you can say, hey, how does seasonality look without 2008, 2012, and 2020 in it? You can also do fun stuff like with this too, like filter out all non-election years and see how a particular stock performs only during election years. So there's a lot of flexibility built into seasonality. And as you're flipping through ideas and opportunities, having seasonality open on your screen will help you get some context about it. On the sidebar as well, there's this box called Insiders. I'm going to show you this on Meta and Asana. So you can see two completely different stories, right? So this is all the corporate executives at the company and what they're doing with their shares. And let's go down to Mark Zuckerberg. Right. And we can see that all this guy does is sell 15 million bucks a share a day. Right. Like we are his exit liquidity. Everybody in the market is. He wakes up in the morning and he sells $15 to $40 million of Facebook every single day. And like I mentioned, though, there's a million reasons why he might be doing that. Maybe he needs to build yet another underground bunker. You never know. But what I like to look for here is insider buying. Right. And Asana is a great example of a CEO, Mark Zuckerberg's former partner, Dustin Moskovitz, who's doing the exact opposite. He is buying his company's shares, and he stopped in November, but he starts up and stops periodically. And when he does, he's buying $2, $3, $4, $5 million worth of shares a day. Right. He's just out there just pushing buy, mashing that buy button, probably market buys.
Probably the cat is doing that. You know?
Yeah. He's got a cat
keyboard.
smacking his keyboard. But these two tools are really useful in my view. Seasonality and insider trades. I like to look at them a lot. I also want to show you, and let me switch to a slightly more options liquid symbol. I also want to show you unusual options flow. If you're an options trader or an equity trader, being aware of what unusually aggressive or large options trades are occurring on the chain can help inform your decision making. This is a way to look at that in a very interesting way, two ways actually. And I want to point out, you can filter this. So you can say, I'm a short-term trader, so I only care about strike or expiry dates that are in the next, 6 months or whatever. So you might filter this down on the top to expiration dates that are only in the near future. And you may want to say, okay, and I only care about large trades, right? Where at least $100,000 was spent on the premium for the options contract, right? And then you can look at a scatter plot chart of those options trade. This is what's happening within the chain itself. And if you hover your mouse over these, it'll tell you about that trade. You can also switch it to look at it on a balance basis. So this is calls to puts balance. And you can see on Apple, there's almost no unusually large puts. Right, like this is probably someone hedging, right? There's 600K in puts for a January 2025 leap puts expiry date, but they're also not that far off from the current price, right? They're like 175 versus the 190 or whatever it's trading at now. So if you believe options are important, and I definitely do, I think options are fundamentally one of the things driving the market in the background. Because of gamma hedging and all the things that market makers have to do when they sell an options contract. This is a great way to see what's going on the chain with all the noise filtered out, right? Because all the small 100, single contract, 5 contract options trades are removed, right? And it only shows you the stuff that smart money, big money is putting out there. So that's that. And then last thing in the sidebar that I think is really important, and then I'm going to get back to what's happening now, and we're going to dive into scanning. And in scanning, we'll use some of the stuff that I just showed you to generate some custom scans. But the last thing I want you guys to see is this thing called a smart checklist. I just opened it in this column. Right now, the checklist I've selected looks for full time frame continuity. That means price is trading above open on every time frame from 15-minute all the way up to yearly, or from 1 minute all the way up to yearly. But what's really cool about this is if you have a trading system, right? Let me find one, right? So if you have like a trading system that involves various factors, you might care about full time frame continuity and a few time frame. You might also want earnings to not happen, within the next 5 days, right? You may want analyst upgrades or popularity in Wall Street bets. You might care about certain things about a stock. Whatever those things are, you can build a custom smart checklist that takes all of the stuff you care about and generates a simple green light, red light visualization for you as you switch symbols. So you can obviously make this anything that you care about at all and save yourself a lot of time. This way you don't have to check if earnings is coming up. You don't have to check, if it's trading above open on 10 different time frames. You don't have to check any analyst stuff or earnings, right? You can just build it once and have the system check it for you. And it can save you a ton of time, and you can use an unlimited number of data points and an unlimited number of time frames in a single checklist, or you can have multiple checklists open at one time. But this is something that the idea was inspired by a capability in Bloomberg, right? And we thought that this is one of those things that seems small, but it's actually a huge quality of life thing. If you're out there actively trading, to not have to do some bit of work. And the way this was built, you can actually not do a lot of work. So there's a ton of other stuff in the sidebar, and we just don't have time to go through it all. If you do play with TrendSpider, I definitely encourage you to look around there. You have fundamentals, you have analyst estimates, you have news feeds, which are official Benzinga feeds. You have a whole bunch of other stuff and a whole bunch of options within each of those. So let's move back to idea generation, because we've generated a little bit of a watch list here. We put some names in it. Let's see if we can find some more. I'm going to add a feed here, and I'm going to select buy rank confirmation. And this is going to be any time a Wall Street analyst has reported, and this would be up to last week because they haven't published any research this week yet, given it's Monday. But anytime a Wall Street analyst has reaffirmed a buy on a particular stock, right? So we're going to get a list of those on the right here. And I'm also going to add one more, and that's going to be large earnings surprises, right? So these are companies that had big surprises on their earnings when they reported earnings last week. So we can click through these and kind of take a look at them and like, wow, look at that explosive earnings gap, right? Like this is interesting to me because it will eventually pull back a bit. And this could be a power earnings gap type of setup. So, and this is Gap, the clothing store of all places. So I'm going to add Gap to my watch list, right? And now we've just added Gap to that list. All right, I'm going to flip over to this list and say, I wonder what the first symbol here, Scotia Bank, is. That looks like a pretty strong move. Analysts reaffirmed a buy in that. On this one, not so much. So let's go back to this one and add this to our list here, right? And we'll add it to our watch list as well. All right, so we can keep going. I'm just trying to give you guys ideas, so I'm going to stop with the data flow thing here. But you can build your own data flows and build your own watch lists from that. The other thing about this that you should know is you can also filter these. So if you want to go in and say, I care about insider buys, or I care about CEOs buying their own stock, but only if they're buying like a lot of stock. I don't want to look at somebody who's just buying like 20 shares, right? So you can add a filter and say, CEOs buying their stock and the value is greater than, right? Let's call it 50,000, right? Something simple. Right. And now we filtered out that list to only CEOs who've bought their own shares in a value in excess of $50,000. We can click around a little more, just out of curiosity. This looks like it could be potentially, yep, it's breaking out. So we'll add GAM to our watch list, right? Because GAM could be starting to break out. If it can hold, right, this and continue to the upside a little more, maybe retest this yellow level, could be an interesting stock. I don't even know what it does. What the company does, but that's interesting to me. So hopefully you got an idea for how what's happening now works. There are a ton of different data feeds in this, right? So there's unusual option, insider trades, analysts, earnings, dividends, splits, news, and a few other things. So if any of those interest you, you can generate simple lists of the latest in any of those categories in real time in TrendSpider by using what's happening now.
Yeah.
Next thing. Go ahead.
Yeah. So the only thing that comes in mind, so many filters. I think we don't have time for it today, but definitely we need to do another one just to understand which filters I mean, there are so many filters. As a trader, if I come to the, to TrendSpider or generally, how do I decide which filter is the right for me? Do I look for inside buyers? Do I look for, a new product coming out? As you mentioned, the analyst that's supporting it. How do I know which filter is the right one for me? Can you give like just a minute on that?
So that's like a whole hour of an answer to that.
Exactly.
I'll give you the 2-second version. Use the defaults, right? So TrendSpider comes with a whole bunch of defaults. In data flow, these tiles represent them. And these are the ones that we've spent a lot of time on, right? So if you're looking for something quick to get some quick ideas, you don't have to create a bunch of filters here. You can just select data flow that are pre-made and look at those. In terms of other stuff, I would suggest matching it to your strategy, right? And you can test it in TrendSpider. There's a whole back testing that probably the most. And when I say the most, I include the enterprise tools like Bloomberg and Thomson Reuters in there. We have the most powerful and flexible and easiest to use backtesting engine in the world. It is remarkable what you can do with zero risk. You can use analysts in a backtest, right? You can use earnings in a backtest, right? You can use a watch list that you built yourself in a backtest. You can use a watch list that's a system watch list. Like you can have a backtest that looks for popularity in Wall Street bets as an entry condition. So you have the world's most powerful tools here. And the thing I always tell traders is if you're going to use a product like TrendSpider, give it some time and learn how to use it. You will find that the tools I care about are different than the ones you will care about, because no two traders have the same exact style. And that's a good thing. If we all traded the same, the market wouldn't do anything. It would just stay flat, right? There would be no inefficiencies in it. So the fact that we're all very different in how we look at the market and what we look for is what makes the market great. It's what gives us opportunities to profit from it, right? It's what creates those inefficiencies. And that's institutions as well. They all are different as well. So my advice is learn the product and play with all the different widgets and tools and bottom panels, because you will find that there's something here that's going to be like, okay, that's the thing for me, right? And I have customers who just use like 2 things in TrendSpider, right? So that would be my advice, is explore the product and use the backtester and determine what matters to you as a trader. Because it's going to be different than what matters to me. And this is where I think a lot of other tools on the market fall apart for retail. Like there's a lot of scanners out there, but they're black boxes, right? They have their own internal logic and you don't know what they're thinking of and you don't know why they're coming up with stuff. And they're limited in their ability to customize it, right? There's a lot of unusual options tools too, but they don't give you the ability to filter it, and they're not transparent about their definitionality. Right. And you can't use them in a scan, right? Like there's a lot of these siloed products that should be features in a bigger product, right? And TrendSpider tries to bring all those products together into one place so that you don't need to have 20 subscriptions. You don't need to buy 10 different things, right? You can just use one. So I want to show a couple more things. So I'm gonna bounce from what's happening now and go into scanning. Scanning is one of TrendSpider's most popular features. Tens of thousands of scans are run in TrendSpider every hour. This is probably the industry's most flexible scanner. It's something that can find basically anything anywhere. When we say scanner, we mean it a little different than some of the other tools out there, right? Like there's scanners that are trying to like pick up real-time opportunity, split second as it's happening. We will have that functionality. We're actually building it right now for you to have like real-time instantaneous scanning that's happening in the moment right now. But we also have a bunch of other things for that already, like what's happening now and stock market maps. What's TrendSpider's market scanner excels at is looking for specific things in the market that you can define to a T. And the way it works is you have to define 2 things, right? So first you have to tell it where you want to look. I call this, tell it what the haystack is. We may say the Russell 2000, right? So our haystack is the Russell 2000. And I'm going to check this box called current candle, because that's going to tell it to use the current open candle in its scan. If that box is not checked, it will look at the most recently closed candle, which will be Friday's candle, right? So if the market's open today and I want to include the current period, right? Whatever time frame I'm scanning, and I check current candle. If I want to incorporate pre-market data in my scan, right, I would check extended hours here, right? So these are two checkboxes are super important to know what they do. Next, I'm going to define what I want to look for. And there's a couple ways to do that. One of them is to, and I'm going to give you just an example here, and then we'll run a real scan or two, but I'm just going to show you what's possible first. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to click on Add GPT Condition. And this lets me use Chat GPT to generate a condition. So I can type like SMA 50 is above SMA 200. I just typed that. I don't have to do anything. I don't have to write any code. And it's going to generate that condition for me automatically. So that's the quickest way. Like if you have a couple things that you care about, like SMA 50 is above the 200, maybe SMA 10 is above the SMA 20, right? You can just type them in there and have the systems generate the conditions for you, lickety split. You don't have to even think about it. And this is part of one of our marketing lines is if you can describe a scenario to a friend, you can describe it to TrendSpider. This is a clear example of how that works. So that's one way. The next way is to click add a parameter here, select condition, and then you can add parameters. So we may say, yeah, we want these two SMAs to be happening. But we also want to make sure that there was earnings within the last 5 days. Right. And we also might care only if the stock has had a recent news article that mentions FBI. Right. And we might say we want that article to be within the last 15 days. Right. And then we might also say, you know what, that's cool. But we also want Wall Street analysts to have upgraded it in the last 5 days. Right. So we may select upgrade. Right. I hope you're getting the idea here, right? Like you can be pretty fancy with what you're doing. And we also might want the EBITDA growth to be greater than the EBITDA 1 quarter ago. Right. So you can build a scan that takes into account any combination of technical, fundamental, news, earnings, analysts, insiders, basically anything that the system has, you can build a custom scan for. And you can have logic in your scan, right? So you might say, this is all really cool, but I want to make sure that this symbol is not popular in Wall Street bets. Like I hate Wall Street bets. I think they're a bunch of fools, right? So I'm going to make sure that in the last 7 days, it is not top mention on Wall Street bets, right? So now we can select none of, watch list top mention 7 days Wall Street bets. And now we are filtering out any symbols that were popular in Wall Street bets within the last week. You can nest these together. So you can have nested groups. You can have a group that's any of, and then like 5 groups in it that are all of or none of, right? You can also create condition groups that look at different symbols. So you might say like, you know, I don't want price 2-minute low to be less than indicator 10-minute, I don't know, acceleration bands. I'm just picking random things, but not on this symbol, on SPY, right? Oops, sorry. Other symbol, there we go, SPY, right? So you can build very sophisticated scans, and there is no other retail available platform that gives you this level of flexibility. You can utilize several dozen different data feeds in a single scan. Those can look at the present, they can look at the past. You can also even add like percentage margins, and you can look at the past. You can say like the SMA 50 is above the SMA 200 by at least 1%, but I want to take the SMA 200 reading from 50 candles ago, right? Which you can do if you want to get crazy with these conditions. You can basically, if you can dream it, you can scan for it. So I'm going to show you this with a real scan. I'm just going to pick a couple, and then I want to show you guys back testing, because I mentioned there was a comment that came in the chat, like you can build your own algorithms. And like you actually can in TrendSpider build fully automated trading bots without writing any code. That you do the same way as we build a scanner here.
So then I just we got like 5 minutes.
Okay, I'll move.
So yeah, let's do that. Because first of all, I see the reaction in the chat. So a lot of the guys are loving it. Like I said before, guys, when you join Trade the Pool, you actually get TrendSpider for free for a month to test it. So definitely do that. And of course, we can have Dan coming over if you feel like it, again and again, you know, just to give you more insight about what you can do with TrendSpider. Let's continue for the next 4 minutes, and we'll get ready for the market.
Okay, so just a quick thing. We're running a scan right now against the Russell 2000. One thing I want you guys to know is we built this trade to pull watch list, though, and we can run the scan against the watch list we built. So you can build a list of stuff that's interesting, right? It doesn't have to be stuff you're ready to trade, right? But you can build it so it's stuff that's interesting, and then you can run a scan against that and generate a sub list from the list you made that has your technical or whatever conditions you care about on it. So that's a really cool capability. The other thing I want you guys to see, and we're not going to spend a lot of time in it because we don't have it, right? But I want you guys to see that in TrendSpider, you can build automated strategies, right? So you don't have to even trade by hand. You can set up, I'm just using one of my own strategies because we're running out of time, but you define what your entry conditions are. You define what your exit conditions are. Entry and exit can be technical or percentage-based. Stop losses, entry invalidated, time-based, stop, trailing stops, whatever, right? But once you define your conditions, you actually can generate a trading bot using those conditions, right? So you'll first run a back test. You'll see how that back test performed. It's going to show you on the chart where you would have entered, where you would have exited, right? So you're going to see it all visually on the chart. But you can also see how it performs overall compared to buy and hold. Blue is the trading strategy we're playing with here, and this line down here is buy and hold. If you would have bought and held, you'd be down 45%. If you would have traded this strategy, you'd be up 107, right? And once you play around with the strategy tester and come up with a strategy that you like, there's this cool button right here called Launch as a Bot. If you click it, right, I'll save it. It gives you this window where you can actually take a strategy and play it forward with real-time market data. And you can not only play it forward, but you can hook it into a brokerage account with a webhook and have it place trades for you automatically in your account using your system and your rules. This is something that you used to have to know how to write code to do.
Yeah.
And TrendSpider democratizes this as well, right? So I'll shut up there. I've been talking for an hour in case there's any questions or if you want me to double into anything.
Yeah. So first of all, it was amazing presentation. I mean, so many solutions in one tool, right? For traders that been around for a while, we usually do it manually. And now that you're presenting this option, it's incredible, really, to get so much value from one platform. So thanks for that. And we will definitely do another one and dive deeper, of course, for the algo and for the rest of the stuff. Yeah, and like I said, guys, when you join Trade a Pool, you get it for free. So check it out.
And that's a great deal, guys. TrendSpider is not a cheap product. Our lowest tier is $100 a month, so you're saving good money by getting it from Trade to Pool. Last thing, Michael, if I may just add, because I don't want to scare anybody away, and I know what I just showed can be overwhelming. Mm-hmm. I just want to say TrendSpider is really good for both experienced traders and beginners. It's good for experienced traders because it saves time and lets you do things that otherwise you'd have to bounce between 20 different tools to do. But it's good for beginners because it helps you learn. Like if you don't know how to look at chart patterns, TrendSpider can show you the patterns for you and help you spot them and understand them, right? And if you have a day job, right? Like let's say that you have a job, you can't stare at charts all day. TrendSpider's bots can trade for you while you're at work, and so can alerts. You can right-click on any indicator and draw an alert on that indicator and have the system watch that for you and place an order for you when that alert triggers if you want. So I just want everyone to know that this is not just for pros. In fact, part of our mission was to kneecap the institutions a little bit by giving retail the same capabilities that they have. So
nice one. All righty, guys. So we got 10 minutes before the opening bell. So we'll take those 10 minutes to prepare. Mitch will join me. Our host from Trade Pool will join me to the live trading. We're going to trade some of the stuff that we found with Kriss and some of the stuff we found with Dan. And of course, if you guys want to share your own thing and help us to make money, so 10 minutes and we'll be live again. Stay tuned. Thanks so much, Dan.
Thank you. I'm going to drop into chat here the list we generated so you have it.
Amazing.
All right.
What's going on?
Whoa.
Whoa.
I didn't know that we are jumping right on right now. Okay. What's up, Mitch?
What's going on, Michael? I'll tell you one thing. I've been in the back enjoying the show. I got to say, I love our partners, of course, TrendSpider and Trade Ideas. I mean, you really can't get any better. I always say, and it's so important in trade. I know that a lot of you guys are out there looking for free tools and things like that. But the truth is, the best, you probably got to pay to get those types of tools. True. We get you that access through, of course, our packages. But the truth is that there's a reason why they're the best tools in the market. And I can tell you that they're definitely been the best tools in the market. Why? Because I've watched them grow before when TrendSpider didn't even exist. And I was still using trade ideas the first moment I started trading. So that just goes to show you guys how great of tools they are out there. And I think I need to shut up because I already see GME moving. So you know what that means, guys. We're getting to the trading part of things.
Let's
smash
go.
the like. Let's go. Let's go. Sound that alarm. You guys know that it's trade the pool time. What's up, Michael? How are we doing this morning?
Let's go. I mean, I'm great. You know, really love the partners that we have and the opportunity they give with the account of Trade the Pool. I got few gappers here, Mitch. I got few gappers. Dell, GME, obviously. I also love the fact that Dan just mentioned the gap GPS as a mover from last Friday, basically. Looking at the NASDAQ, looking pretty sharp after this nice bounce. We got this resistance at around 18,800. So plenty of move for the upside. If we can continue, that will be great. Dropping down, we got plenty of move all the way to the 18,400. So good strong day could be for today. Gappers, like I said, the GPS looks pretty good. Keep an eye on that. You will talk about GME. I'll let you have it. I'm looking at Dell as well, DELL, and also JWN. I love what Kriss from Trade Ideas mentioned about it. You know, bouncing and from the 20 EMA, one of his scanners. So definitely watch for that as well. And always looking for my classic scanner pre-market movers. So we got a few penny stocks here running around. What you got there?
All right, let's get to it. I'll be like I always do it. And on our show, if you guys haven't watched our show before, well, what are you waiting for, guys? This is exactly what I give you guys, the transparency, win or lose. You guys see it right here, guys. All orders given to you. I know that there's so many and different channels out there that show live trading, but how many are really giving you the filled orders, timing, what's going on exactly right now? I am down a little bit, but that doesn't frighten me at all because what? We're ready for the open here, guys. We got a little watch list. I like to always put a little watch list together with our platform, right? Straight on Trade the Pool so that I can keep watch on the stocks that I'm watching. You can just add them as simply as this. Say you want to add, it doesn't matter. You can do Dell this morning, right? Now, all you got to do is click it on there, add it to it, and have your watch list ready, right? Whether you're using different services or not, you can use it right there on the platform. And then I always use the gainers and losers list because at the end of the day, we want to be trading where the momentum is, right? Well, here's the bell. You guys know what time it is. Where is that buffer? It's time. It's time. We don't need it. I am it. Let's go. Let's get it, Michael. Let's see what we can come up with today, man. Definitely GME's on watch. What I'm watching on GME is the 15-minute low right here around the 38.60. It looks kind of a little bit like a cup and handle, but also can be forming a little bit of a kind of descending triangle here. So really want to see it take 41s. 41's that price level where I think you're going to start seeing traders get hot and focusing on it. Everyone's trying to front run it right now. I tried to do it in the premium market. It just never went anywhere. It got as close to like 41s and 42s. Let's see what happens here. Out the gates, guys.
Looking at NVIDIA, dropping down a little bit. I would love to see it dropping below the 200 EMA. Look at the 200 EMA on the 1-minute chart, how it held perfectly on pre-market and pushed the price up. Now, if we can see another drop below the 200 and retest it, I'll try to short it from this area. So I want to see a drop, retest, and then another drop on NVIDIA. It's time for it to drop down. Come on.
Ooh. Quick washout there on GME. It's down to 38s there, guys. I think it's halted on the downside there, and so might be AMC. AMC doing a very similar move. Not halted just yet, but also little tricks out the gates. Be careful out there, guys. I'm also seeing BPHT. That's one of the top movers of the day, up to 450s. Was on the scanner, but man, that thing ripped to 450s right out the gates there. We'll see if this can really start taking the next layer here. And just on watch, just before the bell, we got news from Paramount Global. So I always like to focus on the news and tell you guys what's moving out there. Also, looks like the merger deal with Skydance going through, or at least the terms starting to be discussed. So this one on the radar today for another 13 push. I'll keep an eye on it. Let's see if we can nail one today.
JWN started to move as well. So this is one of the stocks Kriss talked about. JWN moving nicely, 40 cents right now. Not a lot of volume, so I'm waiting for that volume to come in order to jump in. So I'll let it play just a little bit more. Dell drop in a little bit. Still looking for the one that actually moves strong. NVIDIA is closely on my radar. What you got there, guys, that trading with us? What are you looking at right now?
All right, I got one on the radar right now. I got Bloom Energy that I'm keeping an eye on, guys. We'll see what happens with this one. This is a utilities play. And one thing that I always want to tell you guys is that I tend to focus on intermarket analysis. What does that mean, right? Well, focusing on sectors and industries versus certain stocks. So right now, what is this sector to kind of focus on lately? I've been talking about it since I literally started trading with Trade the Pool, guys. Right here is utilities. Ever since right here, early May, we've been on a strong move in utilities. The trend is there. So right now, a big mover in that space is BE, Bloom Energy. So I'm looking for a slight pullback, and I loved the talk earlier with Trade Ideas about CMT talk. I actually am studying for the CMT myself. So this would be called more of a throwback look. We're talking those pure technical looks. Everyone calls these pullbacks, but they're really called throwbacks, at least in the books. In the books, at least, you know what I mean? Like he was talking about the shadows. Yeah. You know, they're not tails, they're shadows. I know exactly what that means. Trying to use the proper terminology, because at the end of the day, we're all trying to learn and get to what the expert level, right? I mean, I still to this day don't classify myself an expert, and I've been trading since 2018. So keep at it, traders out there. Always first, survival first, then we get to the thriving stage. Let's go at it. Let's see what we can come up with today.
Nice one. ARM, one of you guys mentioned that in the chat. So I'm looking at it. There is a major resistance level between the 129-ish all the way to 131-ish. So basically $2 of a major level. We got plenty of room for the upside, but once we will reach that level, keep an eye on the short side as well. GPS moving nicely, JWN as well pushing higher. J Blue that Dan mentioned before from the airline sector pushing very nicely.
Starter on BE, Bloom Energy. Just talked about it, guys. Starter on here, guys. Going to go ahead and add on pullbacks here. Let's see if I can get a little bit of a pullback to 1670s. I'm in originally at 1670 right there. So really going off the 1650s. Want this back through 17. Back through 17 is the move for me here. And then it really would get hot on the daily chart. A lot of times I'm trying to combine an intraday chart with a daily chart outlook here. So still don't got that 70 for the pullback. Looking for that 70 on the pullback on the offer. If I don't add to it, that's fine. I can let it start going, and then we'll work for ads off of the VWAP here. But this is Bloom Energy. We'll see what happens. What's up with that GME? Is it still halted there? I'm looking around.
Still halted.
That one was a tough one right out the gates. Tesla, big move. You're seeing Tesla?
Yeah, Tesla looking right now $5 up or $4 up, getting into resistance in a second at 182-ish, right? So we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, it's always good to see some loyal following out there. Becca, I know that she's been in here multiple times, really good at taking a look at some of those smaller names. Becca, if you got any small names out there, let us know. And you guys in the chat, that's what it's all about. We're a team together here. Let's support each other, win or lose. Whether you're on the short side of BE right now, I ain't going to be mad at you. We're here to work together and try to get to success.
Nice.
All right, guys. Right now, definitely want to see this get back above the VWAP. It tried to go right there. Let's see if it gets back through that wick.
Nice move on GPS.
There you go. The gap. Gapster.
Just looking for my entry, maybe on a pullback. We'll let it ride just a little bit more.
Ooh, that FFIE, man. That future. I see you guys out there. All right, watching this BE here. And you know, the fun part also I love about Trade the Pool is the chart trading, guys. So if you guys don't know about the chart trading, let me go ahead and just detach this here and show you guys a little bit something that I use. And I do this often, right? So like, let's say if I just want to focus on another position, right? So this is my opening position, right? But I don't want to be just lost and only this stock, right? So I can go ahead and set a stop here. Normally my stops are around $100 right now. You're trying to make around 400 on a position. So I'm going to go ahead and set a stop there. I can do it right on the chart. And I could also set a profit take here. So if I'm risking about 100, right, I should be making what? Closer to 200 to 300. So I'm going to go ahead and set that 200 right now, that risk to return, right? At least this is a 2-to-1 trade. And I can go do what now? I can go look elsewhere. Let's just be honest. This is what I talk about where I did the hard work and taking the entry now. Now let's see what the market gives me. So that's how I like to go about it, guys. So now I can go ahead and go look elsewhere. What other trade can we find? Maybe GME comes back. GME just opened up down to 34s. Look at that, guys. Big hit there. This is why it's dangerous to trade these. You can make and break an account on these trades. So just be careful with that. Keep it in mind. All right, BPTH. That's a nice little pullback there to $4 spot. We'll see if this one can really get moving. Didn't do a nice little pop out the gates there.
Nice one. Continue to look at the GPS. On a pullback, I'll try to jump in. I see a nice resistance at 31. So we'll wait for that. This will be my target, I guess. I just need a pullback to jump in.
All right, seeing this scalp opportunity here on Para. So seeing a little bit of a scalp opportunity above the 13s here. So like always, traders, let us know what you guys also like to trade. I'm super excited to talk about swing trading coming up a little bit later today. I mean, hey, Michael, that's one thing that I know since day one I've met you. I've been yelling about swing trading programs. So I'm super excited that we're going in that direction. That gives you guys the opportunity out there to try different kind of plays. One thing that you'll see from me is that I have a tendency of sometimes even going smaller size and looking for a bigger range move. A lot of that is from my swing trading action.
Yeah. Barry, you're asking about the 30% automatic closeout. We don't have it. We're done with it. We actually removed it a month and a half ago or 2 months ago. So no worries about that.
All right, guys, I'm going to take the scalp opportunity here. And this scalping opportunities, of course, are really quick trades, right? So let's go ahead. I'm going in Para long here. I got 500 shares already. I'm willing to add right now. Boom, let's go. Let's take a shot here off that 1285. We're looking for a pop through 13, and I'm going to sell into that pop. Let's see if we can get it here. Boom, 1293s. And this was one that I was given in pre-market for me. The big thing is get up into this spot here. So I'm trying to get into this little box up here to this resistance, break through that, start working my way to this 1325 up into that pop. I can go ahead and sell a good portion of it. Let's see if we can get it. There's 1296. We're up about 40, 50. I'm looking for the pop above 13s to sell at least like majority of the position. We'll do 700 on the first sell and then look for the rest to kind of break out here. And I want to show a market sell here. A lot of times, I'll be honest, in different brokerages, I would never do market sells. But for me, it's worked out perfectly in Trade the Pool. And that's what's important, right? Know what platform you're using and how it works.
Waiting for Tesla to reach that 183 in order to think of shorting it. Want to see it coming to that level. If it will hold this level, I will try to short it, basically getting into that gap, that open gap. Still very strong, so I'm waiting for a little bit of weakness from Tesla. And like I said, GPS continue to run. So the idea is to see it drop a little bit more and then try to catch it for another move to the upside. There is a resistance right at the 31 mark. So we got $1 to the upside. So I'm just waiting for a pullback so I can start scaling into that. GME continue to drop.
Yeah, that one's a tough one, man. Definitely a hard trade today. We'll see what happens with this PARA holding on right now, guys. Let's see if we can get through that 13. 1280 is really a close below that on a 1 will get me out. And I think it's important sometimes to mention how I look for closing of candles. Wicks can be tricks. I talk about this all the time. And what did we learn as a kid? Tricks are for kids, man, not for adults. So don't get tricked out there. So let's see what happened here on PARA. Can we get this back up there? Just sticking to the trade. And I still got another trade on and letting it work, right? That's what's about a lot of the times for me, letting the trade work. That's how I focused on what? The mathematical advantage. We all need some edge out there. It's good to see you guys out there. Kennedy, Noel, Alfred, Terry. We got a lot of people out there, guys. Let us know if you guys are seeing a big move. We'll take a look. MBOT being mentioned out there. There's a lot of charts moving out. Let's see if we can catch one of these. And in a little bit, I'll even pull up a little bit of some trade ideas so that we can maybe use some of their scanners and try to find some moving plays. But MBOT, really good mention there. Steady user. Good mention. I like mentions like that. I'll show you guys that chart really quickly here. MBOT, look at that. 185 from 125. That's already a 51% run out the gates here, guys. And I like the chart in the pre-market. Nice chart here on the 5-minute. You can see how it held, broke out above the resistance, 132. Now you're at that 181. Good move there in MBOT. Going back to PARA here.
Nice drop on Dell, a new low. That could have been
back to the 1290s here on PARA. Now I just wanted to start getting going back below the VWAP. Let's get back there, guys. You guys know where you're at. It's Trade the Pool. Hit the like button. Hit the subscribe if you're somehow new to the show. We do this every day on a Monday to Wednesday right now, live for you guys. You guys will see me trading positions in and out. You guys trade with us. Hit that subscribe.
NVIDIA started to decline.
NVIDIA, you know how that drives the market, man.
Yeah, so all we got to do is wait for NVIDIA to drop in order to go short on the market. Because, I mean, enough it's enough. Give us some shorts, right?
Yeah, you know, it's all about the AIs nowadays.
Yeah. So I'm still waiting for that drop below the 200. I don't know if I'll get it, right? But if so, and we will see the retest from the 200, then I'll continue to short it or start shorting it actually. So I want to see it drop below because this is going to be another support level right now at 1130 for NVIDIA. Keep looking. Nice move on Dell. It's a shame. I actually looked at it, kind of, had a minute of thinking. Also, the same concept what I looked at NVIDIA. A drop, a retest to the 200 that played nicely on the pre-market and then continue to the downside. Another stock that we talked about previously with Dan and Kriss. Let's see if we can get something out of that. Looking at Mara, also very nicely. Some of you guys mentioned Bitcoin, right? So Bitcoin moving pretty strong. Market also getting into those resistant levels that we talked about earlier. Mara also pushing higher.
Took a hit there on BE. Bloom Energy now closed, guys, down 103 on that position. Let's keep the mathematical advantage in our favor. Maybe get one trade and we're back to the green.
Nice.
That's what it's all about, guys. Just keep the mathematical in your favor and you could get right back in. Watching this SMMT, guys. This is a smaller play, but definitely one of the ones that's on the radar for me today. So I'm going to go ahead and take a look at this. If I can get 60s here. All right, I'll take a little bit there. 962s, willing to add another 100 shares, but off the 940 spot here. So SMMT, this is a Summit Therapeutics biotech stock. It's been, moving pretty fast lately. So let's see if we can get back above Thursday's high, which is the 1125. That'd be a big run here. Let's see what happens.
I really like the CRM, Future Day Trader Billionaire. I like CRM as well. Watching that, you can easily see opened with a nice gap after earnings a few days ago, now pushing higher to resistance from a few months ago. So this is definitely one to watch for. A classic one will be dropping below the 200, exactly as Dell and what I'm expecting from NVIDIA to do, retesting and then short it. Another option is to go higher to reach those resistance levels. So we didn't touch it yet. As you can see, the low here is at around 244. So we still got another move to the upside, a possible move to the upside. So if we will go higher and reach that, that could be within a few minutes or even in an hour or so, and then try to short it from the top, or the other option, drop, retest, and then short it. So either way, looking to short it if it will give me what I'm looking for. GPS moved without us. Nice move to the upside. GPS. Tesla getting closer to the resistance.
All right, guys. SMMT working here and still on Para, looking for another one. Let us know if you guys see anything making a big move. I know MBOT being mentioned multiple times.
I'll try to short Tesla if we will reach that 183 mark. Just looking for my stop loss.
I like this move here. I'm looking at Clean Spark also, guys. See if I could get an attempt back down to the lows. Those crypto plays not looking too bad today. Mara, Clean Spark, those types of names. I always like to find the kind of what's moving out there, right? So I'll always do this for you guys during our stream. I'll be like, well, look at healthcare today. Well, look at that, guys. Look at the 1 minute here. This shows me the trends that are out there in today. So technology has been holding since the pre-market, but just going sideways right now, right? So what's open from the open? It's a lot of healthcare names. Where is it in? It's in biotechs. So then I'll go through the biotechs and I'll start looking at what's doing well there. You see Novavis, you see Vertex, you see big boys, Moderna going higher. Big boys, really, that's what's standing out here. So that's what I'd be looking at right now. Drug manufacturers, the major ones, doing pretty well here. Eli Lilly, big move. We'll see if they can continue pushing. All right, just triggered out there a little bit there. On Para giving me a hit there, guys, and down a little bit today, guys. Just got to bounce back. That's what it's all about. I'm going to keep battling.
Okay. What else do we got here? JWN worked perfectly. That trade that Kriss gave us from before. Very nice move. NVIDIA trying to push a little bit lower. Hopefully we didn't lose this momentum on Tesla. So I wish to see another push to the upside. 183. I'll try to short it roughly with $1.50 as a stop loss. guys, for those of you asking about the program, we will keep that for later on. Let's focus on the trading part.
Yeah, stick around, guys. We'll tell you guys all about it. We'll answer questions. Just stick around, guys. Right now, we're having some fun doing a little trading, and then we'll get to the kind of giveaway, the new program. All you got to do, hit those likes. We'll be right here, guys. Stick around. All right, looking to see if Summit can turn around off this 940 spot. Have a stop set right now at 926, but it's only 100 shares. So let's see if this turns right back around. Looking to try to nail one of these smaller plays today also today. Had that BPTH pull back now, 370s. We'll see if it takes 4 again. NVIDIA with a little bit of a drop there. Now we might be able to get towards those spots.
Yeah, waiting for that. I don't want to jump the gun, I'm waiting because we are getting into that support level at around 1130. So I'm actually waiting to see that the sellers are serious about it and going to drop the price below that support. Because we all know NVIDIA these days, right? Buy.
You know it. It's definitely and a lot of algorithmic volume on those 1 hour washouts have a tendency of working on NVIDIA, where it goes like on the smaller charts, it looks ugly red. But if you look at the hourly, it's coming right back to support.
Yeah, NQ is dropping nicely after news. So nice drop. I mean, it's still 0.5% up, but let's see if we can continue with that. We reached that resistance level, drop from it. We just need continuation. Let's see some red. Enough with those longs.
We'll see if we can get it today. Definitely seeing Success take a nice little lift there. That tells you a little bit something, right? Of course, leverage plays that you can play on Trade the Pool. I always like looking at some of these. Success Semiconductor Bear 3 times action. It's up there to the 27s. We'll see if it really keeps going, but that just tells you right there, technology with a little bit of a pullback out the gates. And you can see technology still down out the open, but overall, it's actually up. This is why I pay attention to the open so much, right? Because if you don't know that, I mean, you come in the morning or you just look at the overall percentage change right now and you're thinking, oh, technology's ripping today.
Yeah.
Not necessarily out the gates. In the pre-market, it was a nice look. Now you look at AMD and look how the action is, right? I mean, you can see it on AMD, right? That tells you something, right?
And that, and also look at NVIDIA for a second. This is look how
look at that. Right? Look at that, guys.
200 EMA right on the spot. Pushing it.
You can't make this stuff up sometimes, Michael.
Exactly. This is why I love using the 200 EMA. When it works like charm, right on the dot. So
yeah. And that's right near kind of the nice little pullback area, right?
Yeah,
I think it's so important, guys. You got to be. I think a lot of the times, but looking for those pullback opportunities is really interesting.
No.
There's AMD now, the 167.
For me, if it wasn't NVIDIA, I would have gone short, at least as a starter, start shorting it from this area. If it wasn't specifically NVIDIA because it's super strong, I would have shorted from here and then try to add as I see it breaking down the 200, retesting it, and so on. This is a classic one, bouncing from support just to get everyone in and then dropping down. But again, NVIDIA is super strong, so I'll have to wait for a better signal.
All right, looking at CleanSpark here. CleanSpark, it's a minor play.
Yeah, looking at AI, not a lot of volume coming in, so I don't see something to do with it right now. Maybe later on for AI. Still watching Tesla for the pop to the 183. What else do we got here?
All right, looking around in the chat, I see a Boeing mention. That'd be an interesting one. What do you think about AI right now? What do you mean in AI, Peaceful? Is it the ticker AI or just overall AI as a kind of a product and things like that? I mean, that's for sure hot.
Yeah, no, I mean the ticker, I guess.
That C3 AI, man, that thing's all over the place. I mean, it is pushing strong again, but
yeah.
That's a tough one, man. That thing goes up and down just as fast. So we'll see what happens there. $30 being a big spot that it's fighting. And what is that Friday's high? So that's on AI.
Autodesk moving nicely. It's been a while since I traded that. ADSK. NVAX also pushing.
Yeah, that health still leading the market, guys, right now.
How about Moderna? Yeah, pushing higher as well. What's going on there? There is something specific there, or?
Yeah, I mean, I saw right out the gates, just healthcare just kind of start to push. So it could be some of the other names. There could be a hot thing there, but definitely biotechs, manufacturers doing pretty well this morning. Of course, probably riding that Ozempic wave. MVS, not the worst looking pullback there. We'll see what happens if this can keep climbing. Amgen's been really strong. We do had one biotech that was strong earlier. That was BPTH. We'll see if it goes back through 4, but it's just hanging out off this 370 spot. You could maybe play it off the bottom there. Maybe it's that 350 risk for you. You know, guys make your own calls there, but doesn't look too bad on a little bit of a setup off of this resistance, right? It came back, could build with some volume here, start working its way back through 4s.
Took a tiny starter on NVIDIA. Again, not the best one just because it's super strong. But I gave myself like 20 shares in just to feel it, just to get inside, you know. Sometimes you just need to jump in, even with tiny amount or tiny risk, just so you will keep an eye on and get get involved with it. So I'm in with a tiny bit. Let's see how it goes. I will add obviously along the way. What else do we have?
Yeah, I'm looking around. I'm seeing industrials down big, basic materials, energy. So oil stocks down big this morning. I'm looking to see if they start to work back, but that's definitely a theme. You can see it in Valero. You can see it in here in the sectors, or you can always just use the spiders, right? I mean, a lot of people just use that, like the XLE. That tells me the same thing, right? Boom, downside action in oil. So a lot of times what I'll do is I'll take a look. Okay, what's the leader showing me? This is the leader setup. Okay, so then maybe what's a laggard? Is there anything that's close to the VWAP that maybe I could be going short on, right? Things like that. This is how the algos play anyways. Might as well play like an algo also. So I'm seeing a lot of down charts there, right? And so technically, if I grabbed all these charts, right, all 10 of the top names here, and I went short on them on a day where they were all kind of collapsing, the odds are that I can stay in the green. Things like that is what the algos see.
Yeah, this is exactly like Dan mentioned on Apple when he showed, I forgot the name of the feature, but when he showed
the seasonality.
Exactly, yeah, exactly. So when you know that Apple 90% of the time on July will end up green, you can take that and trade it intraday. And that's an amazing feature to have on your side.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's I said it immediately when he brought it up, especially for you newer traders trying to find high quality plays, right? The experienced trader usually knows where the high quality plays are, and that just comes with experience. But for you newer traders out there, you need to have tools that can support you so that you can at least find high quality setups.
Yeah.
Smash the like if you guys enjoy this action. Of course, enjoy the information that we're also delivering for you guys. We wish you guys all the best. Honestly, I'm sure if it was up to Michael and I, we'd give you guys all accounts. But unfortunately, we can't. You guys got to work for it. You got to get after it. And I'll be with you guys, right? Battling every single day. I think it's very important, right, guys? And you guys will see me show you guys my battles, ups and downs. And I think that that's what not a lot of traders out there will show you. So chewy.
I want to add something for the guys that listening right now that maybe, there are plenty of guys here that maybe not trading stocks right now and not really sure what we're doing or how we do that, because trading Forex or future is a bit different from time to time from stock trading, right? So what we're doing right now along the way, we are basically scanning and looking for those that we already found and looking for opportunities there. And in case we're missing that, we can also continue to scan along the way as the market moves up or down. So that's the concept right now, just looking for the right setup to appear, analyze it quickly, and then push the keys. I added a little bit more on NVIDIA right now. So it's playing with my level. Again, it's very hard to short it. So let's see how it goes.
That's for sure.
Yeah. Nice one, Noli on Disney. DIS. And this is also something amazing about stocks, that you don't have in any other market. Stocks are moving and there is excitement about it. And also there are tons of companies that we buy and use every single day, right? Disney, for example. You can make money on Disney while you're watching the Disney Channel. So that's incredible.
MGNX, another biotech, really strong. Could be looking for a little bit of a pullback back to the VWAP here. See, it got up there towards 5. That was a big push. Big gap above it, though.
Let's see. Yeah, Akshay, when you're asking about metals, so instead of trading the futures, you can actually trade the ETFs or the stocks related to metals, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep. And I do that all the time. I'll go to basic materials, right? I'll let you guys know. What do I see there? Well, I see coal up, right? And I can see coal actually with a big price spike. And so that tells me to look for also maybe potentially energy to follow in the long run. Energy and coal usually go side by side, right? And that just tells me it's a trend there that I can definitely see. Another trend that I can see is gold down. Well, what's going on there? Let's take a look. GOLD pulling back a little bit there. Could look at gold, GOLD, right? Bear gold. Is this what happened? Is this a split or something here? What happened with GOLD today? I need to take a look at that. There's something going on. There's something there. I don't know if it's
yeah.
I got to take a look at that, but definitely coal is one that's showing me. So then I'll look at those stocks, right? Work backwards, not forward, right? Okay, if this is the trend, what stands out to me? Well, I see this HCC kind of like a big cup and handle above 70. Boom, stands out to me. Then I can look for CEIX. Oh, this is on a breakout and continuing to stay strong. This is how I find a lot of my trade ideas, especially on the swing trade side of things. Hint, hint, stick around, guys. Hit those likes.
Let's go. I see that there was a glitch, technical glitch on New York Stock Exchange. This is why we're looking at gold like this.
Nothing like the glitches, right? New York Stock Exchange. What's going on?
I mean, come on, you're so big. So
even the New York Stock Exchange has problems, Michael. Exactly. Wouldn't you know it, right? I mean, hey, it's how it goes, guys. Not everything's perfect, right? We're always going to have to get through it, right? What a turn on GME today. Could this mean that maybe that position wasn't real? Who knows, right? I mean, this is how you wash out a lot of traders out the gates. I'd be looking for hourly pullbacks eventually to come back into the range that it was. There's a gap below, right, that we gapped above. Do we go back into that gap, right? That's one thing that I'll be looking for, and then start seeing a turn. That'd be my next attempt to go after GME.
Yeah, I mean, I can tell you I like the setup right now, but
It's a tough one, man.
yeah, it is. But this is what I love, the tough ones.
Got to challenge yourself.
Tough love. Yeah.
All right, looking around, guys, taking a look. BPTH trying to start coming back here. We'll see if it actually can make a move back to 4. This one was a big pop and drop right now. MBot, how's that one? Going for another 2 move? Let's see. Holding in there. Then there's that MGNX.
So for GME, I'm looking at GME. For me, if it's not from here, which will be a little bit aggressive, the best one for me will be at around 26.60, between the range of 26 to 27. So that's a buck of range. We can try to look to buy the dip on GameStop. We'll see how it goes.
Tesla hanging in there. We'll see what happened there.
Yeah. I just love JWN. I got to tell you, Kriss gave it from his scanner. And I mean, it's pushing nicely today. $1 up.
Yeah.
Just going up, simply as that. And that was a beautiful scanner that Kriss from Trade Ideas gave.
Mm-hmm. It gets me a little bit interested in like an XRT pullback. These are the types of trades that I love talking about. If I'm seeing, it was retail season, right? We were going into the retail earnings, right? And so a lot of times that's when I'll go and I'll try to play something like an XRT. So you can use the ETFs to somehow swing. And then a lot of times what I'll do is on the intraday action, if I need to short to maybe do a little hedging or maybe go after one to take some money back, hey, that's one way to look at it. We'll see what happens there. But we've gotten a pretty good amount of retail earnings, and there's still more coming on Wednesday. Stay tuned right here, guys. I'll talk all about it on Wednesday.
GPS continue to push all the way to the 31. That will be my short. If we reach that, I will try to short it. Gap. Another one that pushing strongly together with JWN. Tesla consolidating, not much from there. Didn't reach that resistance level.
Yeah, it's hanging out, man.
Yeah.
Soxas continuing trying to push there. It's been a little bit of a pullback out the gates here. We'll see what happens around 10 to 10:30. That's usually when we start to see maybe some buying come back in here. That MGNX. Let me take a look here. Trying to get through that 5 spot.
Okay. So look at NVIDIA, how crazy it is. I'm watching it. I don't know if you're watching as well on your screen. NVIDIA, it reached that resistance, held it, dropped, another push, drop, another push, drop. Every time you watch it, that area of resistance, 1138-ish, holding it pretty strong and nicely. Let's see if it can push lower. I took 2 shots here, so I only got 40 shares right now. Not a lot, although NVIDIA knows pretty easily how to move, right?
Yeah, exactly. That might not sound like a lot, but it's all about movement.
Yeah. So I will add more if I'll see the drop that I talked about before. So basically pushing, breaking that 200 that held perfectly before, retesting it exactly like this scenario. And this is what I love to do. I'm creating on the chart scenarios. If I see it, I click on it. If not, nothing happened and it's totally fine. This is something that you can definitely take. Doesn't matter what you do, what type of trading you do, or which market you trade in. Just create the scenario on the chart, literally mark the levels and, sketch it. Once you see it, click. If it doesn't happen, skip to the next one. I had the same thing on the NASDAQ a few days ago. I think we talked about it on the live trading show or with one more live trading show that I was a guest there. We talked about this, a drop in the NASDAQ, retesting. It was on a 4H, so it will be easier to see it. A drop, retesting. That's exactly what we got here. A drop, retest, and then another drop. So once you have it on the chart, it's super easy for you guys to execute it. And the emotion part of trading, starting to be less relevant because you know that this is what you waited for, right?
Mm-hmm. That's what you're looking for. And the whole part of trading a lot of times is just going to be based on execution. MBOT now above 2, guys. So that was a great one mentioned in the chat. I know you guys have been all over that. Can we scan stock movements on a basis of a particular time frame? Well, with trade ideas, without a doubt, right? And so what you want to do is just find the tools that can help you. So definitely find the tools that can help you, and that's what you need. So I definitely trade ideas could do that. I know TrendSpider can also do that. So check it out, guys.
Righty. Akshay, you're asking about a scanning on time frame. Definitely. Oh, that's what you mentioned. Sorry. Yeah. I missed that. Yeah, thanks.
No, you're good. You're good. We got another question here, and it's from a beginner, right? Guys, I'm new to stocks. I'm struggling with all these symbols. When you mention the company name, I can understand, but when it's a symbol, it's all going over my head. That's okay.
Yeah.
Understand that you only know these symbols if you trade for a long time. There's a reason why Michael and I could just throw a symbol and we just know what it is, right? That's just because we traded for a long time. Understand that, right? You're not going to know everything underneath the sun. It's like a language, right? You're learning a new language. Start basic, right? Just try to start finding what you know. And like Michael talked about, sometimes it's trading the stocks that you know, like Disney. I know what Disney does. I don't got to question what Disney does. I got Disney Plus, right? I got the parks down the street. Like, you know what I mean? Like that, you guys sometimes just keep it simple, especially as a new trader.
Yeah, and I'll add on that. For many years, I didn't know which company I'm trading, but actually I traded the symbol. So you would tell me, I don't know, DIS. I didn't know that it's actually Disney, but I traded DIS because I know that this is the one for me. Like DIS is the one that I'm trading. So yeah, it will come in time. Just start slowly. That's all.
All right, looking around, guys, seeing what I can tackle down today. Might try to do a turnaround short here on a stock that I feel is pretty extended.
Okay. The competition will start. We will start the registration. It's actually already open, but we will announce all the rules later on today. So no worries about that. Hunter trader, real money passing the evaluation. Do you refuse to give payout? No. I mean, if you traded according to the rules, you will get paid. You can go to our Discord and see. I think one of the guys Michael, one of the guys posted it over there probably, and also on his Twitter. $50,000 he made last month, and took $20,000 before that, and $10,000 before that. So as long as you trade in within the risk parameters, you are good.
All right, seeing MGNX start to pull back a little bit. We'll see what happens. That's off the $5 spot. Looking around, trying to nail one out there, guys. NVAC staying hot, man. That thing's been hot. Can't stop that thing.
What else do we have on the radar?
Tesla's just still hanging out off that 180.
I know. I mean, holding. I want to see it at 183. I gotta short it. Okay, still watching GPS. Nice move to the upside.
What's up with the Qs? The Qs, I always like to say. Susie Q, what's up with her? Let me see here. Starting to come back a little bit here. So let's see if we start to push now. With that being said, I don't mind taking a Tesla long here. maybe riding it up right towards that 183. So you know what I mean? It doesn't seem too bad there. So let's go ahead. Let's get a little starter here. One of the things with Tesla that I like to do is slowly build the position. So I just grabbed a little bit there, 180.16, 179 to 179.73s down into that spot. I'm going to be trying to add some more. I just got a little bit of a starter there right around here. So let's see if we can really start to pull back a little bit right here into this spot. I can add. And then I'm really looking for the 5-minute chart. So this is kind of a little bit of a flag pattern. So you guys can see the flag. So there's about 3 bottoming actions. Really wouldn't want it to break that bottoming action, the 179.59s, and start to curl back into this spot. Let's see what happens there on Tesla. The dragon, as I like to refer to it. All right, here's that spot where I can go ahead and try to get an ad. Just grabbed one ad there. So now I just got to be smart here and just continue to watch it.
Okay. What else do we got here? COHR also looking pretty nice. Pushing higher, 3.5 million shares and up almost $8. That's also a nice pusher today. Again, what I'm doing is basically once I see a gap or is going to the hourly chart, try to mark the levels that will block it from continuing, right? So I'm not looking for the exact number like on a pin, on the dot, but I'm actually giving it a range. 99% of the time, I will give it a range. So that way I can scale into that position along that range, right? So for example, on COHR, I can mark this area right here. So you can see it held in it perfectly before, worked that today as well. And if I would have gone into this position, to this trade as a short side, then I would start scaling in along those lines of that resistance.
Hey, like it always is, guys. I see you guys coming after it. And I see some people like, no, but Tesla's short. No, it's all good. Guys, if you want to go short it, go ahead, man. Then that's what it's all about, right? I think it's so important to try to support each other. And it's okay to give your opinion, right? I mean, that's what traders do, man. But just like kind of focus on your trade. Understand that at the end of the day, you press those buttons. That's what it is, right, Michael?
Yeah.
We determine when we get in, out, and everything in between.
Really wants to see the market dropping. I know it's pushing higher a little bit. Looking at the NASDAQ, we got this support level that we talked about in the beginning. So if the price will decline and drop to this level, that will be a buy signal for me on those big techs. So I'm waiting for that. Hopefully we will see the market. It's pretty strong, but hopefully we will see it drop before pushing higher, and my NVIDIA trade will work as well. Currently not.
All right, guys, in the green here on Tesla, I'm starting to try to build the position here, guys. I got about 30 shares, 179.80.
Yes, every day, if you join us, every day you will get not the top 10. Of course, you have it on the scanners if you like, but we always analyze together before the pre-market open, and basically you will get everything you need.
That's what it's all about, guys.
That's a tough one, right? Have you ever tried, Mitch, currencies as well, forex trading?
Currencies? No, I haven't done currencies. I've done like oil, like gold or something like that, right? I have not done currencies. And one of the things with the currencies is that it gets me crazy is like the 10 decimal symbols, and like, you know what I mean? Like you're trading like fractions of pennies. That just confuses me, guys. I'll just be honest. And the thing with that is that like you have to be available 24/7 almost, right? Like if I'm long gold, like USD, and all of a sudden some war breaks out anywhere else, well, guess what? I might get caught with my pants down, man. So I try to stay in the equity game. You guys will see me stay in the equity game, and not options, straight equities. I know there's so many traders out there trading options and they feel like that's their ticket. But to tell you the truth, what I've learned is I can control the risk in trading equities. I cannot control the risk when I trade options unless I'm using a huge account where I can hedge those positions. But then again, now the capital that I'm using is what? Over hundreds of thousands of dollars. I mean, that's also tough, right? Not too many of us have those accounts just yet.
Yeah, so I guess in regarding to option trading, definitely I see a lot of the guys that started during the Corona time to go to the option trading just because it's easier capital wise, right? You don't need a lot of money, but obviously we got you covered on this one. We have the capital, so you can trade with us real equities and don't have to worry about that. In regarding to Forex, there are obviously to each side benefits, pros and cons, right? So for me, I traded Forex for a few months during my trading career. I traded Forex for a few months. It was great. But still, like you mentioned, Mitch, you got to be committed for 24/7, right? 23/5. So in that case, I really love stocks because of all the variety and the opportunities. And you got news. You got stocks that pushing up and down easily every single day. Look at Dell, for example, right? DL. You don't see a pair that does that. The Forex market is kind of rangy. In our case, look at what happened on the hourly chart from 110 all the way to 180. Look at NVIDIA, same concept. You're getting pushes that you won't get in anywhere else in the world. So this is why I love the market so much in that case. And like I said, trading something that you heard about or using, that's also adding to that.
Yeah, very important. Got to trade what you know sometimes, man. It will help you out, especially as you're starting. Here's a little bit of a push on Tesla, guys. Got about 50 shares now, 179.78. Building it up here on Tesla. On pullbacks, I will be adding here. So let's see if I can get a close to my entry add here.
Cool. Cesar, you're asking about the time frame. Like in any other market, in the end, it's your call, right? If you're looking to trade a 1 minute chart, fine. If you want to trade a daily, a weekly, a hourly, depends totally on you and your strategy, your time commitment, and of course your personality, right? So it doesn't really, it's not black and white. You don't have 0 or 1. It's on you to decide and to figure out which one is best for you. I can tell you only from my experience, I started as a day trader from day one on a 1 minute chart, and I'm still loving it till this day, 17 years later. So that depends on your type.
All right, Tesla working here, guys. Now we're back up to the resistance flag pattern in play, and this is my rule of 3 pattern. I'll be able to do a quick breakdown to understand that. I talk about this all the time on the stream. I'm giving you guys my gold here. There's always gold from traders that you'll find, and what I mean by that, knowledge that has stuck to them, that they trade by. For me, it's the rule of 3. It's 3 ups, 3 downs, and looking for breakouts. So you can see it here. I'll draw resistance touches in the circle, and I'll draw support touches into the squares, right? And so square, first pullback, second pullback. We just got that third pullback. A lot of times I look for this support area to hold. Now moving forward, a break of that, you're going to get bulls to probably let go. This is all due to psychology of the trade, right? So 1 up move, a 1 down move, a 1 second up move, right? And so it just kind of plays. And what this does is it gives me ability to start looking for the kind of the in-between, right? How do I play in between there? Well, if I'm a bull, a lot of times for me, I want to get into trades down here looking for the breakout, right? And so this is the rule of 3 for me. And this is the only time in trading that I ever got to the point where I was like, okay, this makes sense for me, right? We'll see what happens here in Tesla. It doesn't mean any guarantees of success, but like always, you want to have strategies that you feel you see constantly happen. This is one of them. I'll give you guys the Money Mitch rule of 3. Check it out, guys.
Nice one, Mitch. Guys, we are going to take a quick break. few minutes, just to get our coffee and water. And of course, we will continue later on. First of all, we are going to do the analysis, or actually the competition announcement and the raffle announcement. We're going to do all of that once we get back from this quick break. And later on, we will continue with the trading part, manage the trade, try to take a few more shots. So stay tuned. A few minutes and we are back.
Well, so much alpha. We actually broke my camera.
What?
That's what I know. Don't ask. We, with Mitch's energy just coming out of the computer, just broke my normal camera. So now I'm blue. Yeah.
Wow.
This is my new camera.
I don't know what to say about your. I mean, you look great, Alex. Don't worry about it. You look great.
It makes me look a lot bigger than I actually am. Suddenly I've got like.
No, you actually grew nicely these days.
Yeah. So, but wow, man, look. I was just like, God, I want to be trading stocks after listening to Mitch. Obviously, I listen to you all the time, so I'm used to you. But listening to Mitch, I was just like, damn, man, I gotta get into trading some stocks. It was like running commentary. It was just like
finally someone put some sense in your head, right?
What do you mean? Oh,
who
made you? Was it 3,000 on Luna or something like that?
Something like that.
Something like that. It's not my fault that you lost it all in FTX. Okay,
totally no. I actually got some out before the crash.
Oh, there you go. And it's called the master. See, people around stocks, they don't understand what the MER is. You got the Fivers community here, and the MER indicator. It's something that we us currency traders only know about. But
okay,
I hope you guys have enjoyed it anyway. It's been absolutely crazy. I loved TrendSpider as well. That thing.
That was amazing.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to play around with it and have a look at it.
Yeah, definitely. And you know what, Alex, let's jump to it because I know the guys are waiting for that.
Ooh.
So, okay, I'll share my screen for a sec and let's talk a little bit about that. We had, sorry, Gil. So we already had some great feature and great hosting guest on the show with trade ideas for Kriss and Dan from TrendSpider, and we did this live trading with Mitch, and we will get back to that later on today. But right now we want to talk about the raffle announcement and the competition as well. Alex, I let you have it and talk a little bit about the raffle, and then we'll talk about the competition, the stock trading competition. Yeah.
We know why you're all here. Obviously for the alpha, of course, but obviously getting a part and being a part of Trade the Pool and getting your feet wet is also super important. So we've got obviously 20 accounts that we'll be giving away later on in the stream. But obviously, if you haven't already gone in and left your details to become a part of that giveaway, I really need you to go into the description and go to the URL, the deep dive trading URL, and leave your details, and then you'll be automatically added to the giveaway. And around about it's 9 o'clock is our time. What about it? What time are we doing the giveaway in their time? I think it's around about 2 o'clock.
2:30, yeah.
2:30, and then obviously we're going to do the sum up of how the event went. But that's when we're going to be doing the raffle and giving away those accounts. So be there or be squared.
Yeah, make sure you stay tuned, guys. And as Alex mentioned, if you didn't sign up with the landing page, go ahead and do that. And let's talk a little bit about the competition. Alex, let's go. Trading competition, guys. So for those of you who are not familiar with Rule the Pool, that's our previous competition, or that's our thing, the brand for trading stocks competitions. And this is what we did a year ago, less than a year ago, and even before that, together with our partners from Chatwood Traders and Benzinga. And this year, you got, first of all, 6 days to sign up until it's done. And on the 10th of June, we will start the trading competition. It will start on 9:30 Eastern time for 7 days. You will have 7 days to make money. The most P&L wins. And we got 50 first places that will win those prizes. Now, this time, we tweaked it a little bit because we actually brought all of our partners, or at least a lot of them, to join this competition. So you got Conscious Trading Academy, you got TrendSpider, Trader Sync, Bookmap, Trade Ideas, they are all going to join the competition with the prizes. So we actually got you $1.5 million in prizes. First place, second place, third place will get evaluation account with Trade Pool, and also get first pick, second pick, and third pick from all of the prizes that we have here. So we have Trade Smart, TrendSpider, all of them actually got you some prizes, so you can join and potentially win them. 50 first places, so you got fairly decent chances to win this. And once you join, you will automatically get this account. Let me show you quickly how to do that. And the guys in the back, if you can share the link for the lending form. Once you're inside, click on join the competition. You will get to this page basically. If you don't have an account with Trade Pool, just sign up for the hub. Sign up for the hub quickly, or register for the hub. It's simply as that. And then click on new account. Once you clicked on that, you have here rule the pool competition. Pay attention to the small information. So the account, it starts as a disable and will be enabled on June 10th, basically, when we will start the competition. Click on that. Next step. It's obviously, it doesn't cost you a thing. Click on that as well. Let's talk a little bit about the numbers here. So basically, you have $200,000 of buying power to trade with, $2,000 of daily loss, and $20,000 of max loss. So if you reach that $2,000 on a day, you're not out of the game. You actually just need to wait until the next day to come back and trade. So make sure you're watching that 2,000 mark. You got enough buying power to do a lot of damage in the market, and 20,000 in total, that's totally fine. You click on that. Doesn't matter which currency you choose. Put all your details inside, and that's it. You're good to go. You got the account. You can download through the Windows version if you want, the desktop, Android, iOS, depends on what you want to trade. Go over that. Once you're in, you will get this account, competition, C for competition. If you go in, you will see the dashboard. You can play with it if you like the light or the dark mode, and you will have all the information you need in order to watch your stats and watch your progress, basically. And we are creating you also a leaderboard where you will see where you're at exactly, and how much you need in order to pass the one that above you. So simply as that, just go to the landing page, through that, click, and join the competition. You got 6 days until it starts.
So, Mickey, somebody's asking if they can trade US 30. So you got the QQQ. No, you got SPY.
Yeah, so for the US 30, you got basically, you can trade the ETF for that. So SPY is for S&P 500, QQQ for the NASDAQ, IWM for Russell 2000, DIA for Dow Jones, the 30. So we got you covered on that. Any ETF, any future, any index that is available to trade, we got it as an ETF, so no worries about that. Guys in the back, did you share the link?
I think they're going. If it should be pinned. If it's not pinned, then the guys in the back will pin it, or they will link it again, and there you go. So as well, make sure it's just pinned in the comments, and then people can find it. But Michael, this is a big question. Are you going to be in the competition as well? Are we going to see? Because if you go into the competition, then I'm going to jump into the competition.
I've been waiting for this question. So you know what? I've been trading for the last competition. I joined as well. Ended up 8th place, I think. So still pretty good between the first 10. I'm good with that. and I missed a day, so I'm okay. Yeah, I will definitely join this one as well. I love trading, and especially when it comes to competition and competitive, field. So yeah, definitely will do that.
Good stuff. That means okay. Then I'm jumping in.
I'm gonna
have to.
Now you're talking, Alex. Let's see.
Yeah.
Let's see what you can do with stocks. I mean, I think you'll be quite good. I see you trading the crypto and the forex market. I know you know what you're doing. Most cases,
good mentors. I've had good mentors.
Yeah,
We'll see what will happen. We got a lot of guys from the Fivers that are on the live streams with us every single day, and they see us trading and they trade alongside us. But at the end of the day, if you can put it on a chart, you can trade it. So
that's true. And that's important to remember, guys, because I know a lot of the guys here are not necessarily trading equities, but a chart is a chart. Just learn the nuances and you'll be good to go. And amazing stuff. So guys, this is it. You got 6 days to sign up. Make sure you do, because once we reach that mark, you cannot join in. Okay, we are closing the competition, the registration. We are closing it on the 9th. So make sure you jump in, save your seat. And that will be a 7 days competition from the 10th till the 17th. On the 18th or 19th, we will announce the winners here on our live YouTube channel. So of course, make sure you're watching the emails and all of the information. If you need time to practice before the competition, if you're new to the platform, so what you got to do is just go again to the hub. And once you're in, so let's say you went to the hub, once you're in, you can click on the new account and then go to day trading, and you will have a demo account right here. And this is also free of charge. And the demo account is for 14 days. So you can actually get it, play with the software, understand the platform and the keys and all of that. Once you're good, within 7 days, we will start the competition and you will be already on your way for winning one of those huge prizes. I mean, that's pretty unique one, winning those prizes that we got you this time. $1.5 million, including the evaluation program, the 260, Ultimate 80, 160, and of course the mini buying power too with $20,000. Enough buying power to do a lot of damage, including, like I said, membership from all of our partners. That's gonna
how
be.
does it work? The winner, Michael, they're able to go into the prize pool and pick whatever they want. Is that correct, or have I heard that?
Yeah. So exactly. So we got 16 of those. The first 16 will choose one of the partners. Will basically decide. So let's say if you ended up 15, you go to all of our list and choose whatever you want from that. The first one will start first, second, third, and so on. So that will be after those first three, there will be basically an option to choose between those. But besides that, all the first 50 will win, and that's going to be big. Of course, if you have any questions, go to the FAQs, or you can always hit us on help@tradeapool.com or a Discord, or you name it. We are everywhere. So make sure you download the demo. For those of you who are not familiar with everything we do yet, go download the demo so you will start playing around with the trading platform. And from there, it will be easier to execute those trades. We got hotkeys, we got scanners, everything you need, including, oh, nice. NVIDIA started to work a little bit, including if you go to order entry, that's also a great key. Let me zoom in a little bit. That's also a great key, the order entry, because it's actually can calculate the number of shares for you. So for those of you maybe not familiar on how to process this and actually calculate how much shares you need, how many shares you need to buy or sell, you can actually click on that calculator. That's a nice drop from NVIDIA right now. So you click on that calculator, you put the account risk, so how much you want to risk basically on that trade, and then it will, and obviously the entry and the stop loss, and it will give you the number of shares you need to buy. So that's amazing tool, just to make it smoother for those of you coming from a different background. Let's go NVIDIA. Where's Money Mitch?
Yeah, we've seen
never too far, man. Never too far. I always say you can't say my name 3 times because I'll show up. You know it.
Yeah, that's like a genie. He's the stock genie. You rub your computer a couple of times and then Mitch
that's it, man. Just don't throw it out the window, though.
Here you go. Nasdaq is dropping to this level we talked about. Doesn't look like it's going to stop here, but we are actually working that level. Interesting to see what will be. Amazing, guys. So obviously, if you have any questions on that, let me see what you got there. What is the maximum loss per day? 2,000. Yeah, 2,000 per day. But again, it's not going to disqualify you. It's actually going to stop you for that moment. It's not forex trading, stock trading, not on MetaTrader, on Trader Evolution, the one that we are trading on. And like I said, give yourself that time. Take that demo account. It's free, 14 days. So you got like a few days before the competition will start. Play with it and see. It's super intuitive, super simple. Also customizing everything. You can drag and drop wherever you want it. Really, really nice tool that they built here at Trader Evolution.
Yeah.
The competition will start on the 10th. Make sure you join in, guys.
All I gotta say, Michael, is I'm joined up already, guys. I already signed up. The question is, are you signed up? You guys see it. Thanks for joining. Make sure you hit the new account, because that's just one thing that I want to reiterate there. You got to hit the new account so that you can get to one of those accounts. I know that you probably have join the competition. If you got confused there, hit that new account, hit the roll to pool competition. You'll be able to join for free. It's not going to ask you for money there. But definitely, I just wanted to reiterate, because even I got a little confused there. So don't worry if that happened to you. Okay.
Yeah. New account. Right. And of course, you got on the
going to say to Mitch afterwards, man, there's something in the water over in America. Where's all this energy? Are you waking up all the time?
All I gotta say is this is in Celsius. You can sponsor us later. You can sponsor us later.
I swear, two people, like somebody nearly died from drinking 2 of those a day. I swear.
Tropical vibe, baby.
Commercial right here.
You gotta have your tropical vibe, man. That's all it is, man. A little cheers, and I always say it. Pinky on up for everybody out there. Let's keep it going, guys.
Cheers.
God, I'm feeling left out now. I haven't got any drink.
Oh, you got a battle, baby. You got a battle. I'll tell you one thing though. Michael might win the day with that NVIDIA short. We'll see what happens. But man, NVIDIA is moving all around. The market's struggling today for sure. Tech struggling. Is the turn start to happen? We'll see. We'll see today.
Loving it.
Well,
guys,
there you go. I'm leaving you guys anyway, so I'll pop in afterwards to do the giveaway and see you guys. I'm excited to see what you guys get up with now and see where your trades are going.
Let's go.
Yeah, I've been having a battling day. I had a good Friday. I had a nice $600 day. I'm battling today, guys. Of course, a lot of it on GME, but Michael has been battling. What you got, Michael? What you got for me today?
No worries. I got your back.
Okay. I know that one.
That's what we do.
Yeah, that's the fun part of having multiple traders, right? There's always something that's up your flavor.
Yeah. And I mean, NVIDIA, we watched it carefully all the time. It didn't do the one that I wanted it to actually add enough to it, right? The break and the retest. It went down, bounce again, play with the level, another bounce. Look how many times it bounced before it dropped. And then when it dropped like crazy, just like that, right? No option to add here. what I want to do is actually watch the hourly chart with the pre-market. You can also look at the 15 just to find that next support level on NVIDIA to make sure you're not missing that place where you want to take your partial. So 11.20. So we're kind of $3 shy away. So I'm not going to wait until we'll reach that. But this is the area definitely for support on NVIDIA. You can, again, we can mark that. It will be super easy to spot, right? So this is the area. We are playing with it right now. I'm going to take my partial and say, thank you very much, NVIDIA.
Thank you. Cha-ching.
Yeah. Okay. Took some out. I'm going to put the stop loss for the last 20. Not a huge trade for me, but still a nice one, and the most important one, executed well. And that's what I like to see on that. The concept, the idea, when you have it in mind, when you have the play, then you can execute it nicely. So right now playing on support. Let's see if it can break that. If it will, we got plenty of room for the downside. So watching that. Nasdaq broke that support level that I wanted it to actually hold, but it didn't. So next support level, I see it right here, 18,550. Let's see what the Nasdaq can bring. Again, guys, for those of you who signed up for the competition, the account will be open only on the 10th of June. So make sure, first of all, if you see that everything is okay, no worry about it. So don't worry about it. So it will be open.
The account's not open right now, Michael. I can't trade it.
User is blocked, guys. Like I said, wait for it. It actually
wait, guys.
Read in there, guys. Just read it in the fine print. So
unfortunately, we can't let you get an advantage over everybody. So we all got to start at the same time.
Exactly. Yeah. Okay, guys. So no worries. Just wait for it. But again, if you're new to trade a pool, download the demo. Do the same thing. New account, demo account, and then play with it so you will be ready for the competition. Don't wait for the day that you want to start trading because you're not familiar with the trading platform. So take a minute to play with it.
I think that's very important, guys. You guys want to be able to start getting used to it. So if you guys get an advantage to start getting used to it, like always, I always say every time you're trading with a new platform, even if it's just a scanning platform, right? Like Trade Ideas, you got to learn how it works, get it up into your tool belt so that you can best use it. All right, guys, I'm taking my last swing for the day, guys. Sometimes you got to take some swings, and sometimes you're going to be Mike Tyson, and sometimes you're going to be Logan Paul, right? Well, today I'm trying to be Mike Tyson. I'm trying to come back. I'm probably seeing the fight the same way that I'm seeing the fight today for me, which is going to take some punches, right? We're going to take some hits, right? And Mike Tyson's probably going to take some hits by Logan Paul. But now he's going to load up. He's going to load up for one more left hook here. And we're going to see if the left hook's going to work today. Like always, it's all about risk to return. I already got it set here. 157 on the risk, 429 on the upside. That's my target here. It'd get me right back into the day, and I can just keep battling. A lot of times, sometimes we're going to just try to do one swing, risk the return, and see what happens. This is mine on Tesla. We'll see if the dragon gets me today.
Okay, guys, again, for the competition, you need to wait until the 10th, and it will start then. If you want to try the platform before that, download a demo. Everything will be there. Let me share my screen for a second. Again, just to show the guys here.
Definitely.
So once you're in,
I'll get you up here. There you go, Michael.
So once you're in the hub, right, you register for the hub, sign up. Depends if you got an account with us or not. Quick one. Then go to new account, and you will see here the competition. You click on it. Next step, simply as that. Again, the competition account will be ready for you, but it will be with an access only on the 10th of June, 5 minutes before the opening bell. If you're new to trade a pool and you don't know how to play with the trading platform, go to new account, day trading evaluation, click on it, next step, and then you will see the demo account, which is free for 14 days, and you can actually play with it before the competition starts, okay? So click demo account, go through the phases. You can see here all the information you need. So you got $1 million buying power, 50,000 of max loss, 10,000 for that day, for every day. Click on it, sign up, and once you're in, you will see a demo account. Let me do that with you quickly so you can actually see it exactly. So demo, scroll down, next step, agree, next. And like I said, it's free, so you're good to go. You got this notification saying your account is ready. If you go to the overview, you will see here D for demo, C for competition, E for evaluation. Click on the demo, and then you will see your dashboard. Okay, you got the login credentials right here. Click on them, and you got all the information you need, the date, the expiration date, obviously the trades, the open trades, the closed trades, everything you do will be here, so you can start playing with it. No worries about it. It's not, Alex, it's not trading Forex on MetaTrader, it's trading stocks, ETF on TradePool.
All right. Now, one area that I will be watching, and one thing that I do want to tell you guys all in the chat, over 300 of you guys have been joining us today. So definitely smash the like if you guys are enjoying this. And don't forget, I know that we're doing this event today, but we'll be back tomorrow doing some live trading. So I want to see you guys back and getting after it. I will keep going into my eval account. You guys see me battling with it. So come back tomorrow, right? We can keep practicing. We can use those trials to understand the platform. We can work together to get ready for the competition. I want to show you guys exactly how I'll be coming after it, what kind of strategies that I'll be using. Come back tomorrow, guys. We'll be starting up at 9 a.m. Eastern tomorrow.
Nice.
All right, let's see what else is going on in the market. Man, the GME and the AMC has now just gone dead. And this is usually when I start to see the things wake up, right? When everybody forgets about it, right? Because it's just been an ugly tape all day long. Well, just be careful out there. Like always, it's all about risk to return. But let's see if for some reason we can get AMC and GameStop to start making a move towards, let's say, lunch.
Yeah. And I'm waiting for another drop to the 26 area, and that will be my cue to go in on GME. By the way, Mitch, I just got a message saying you're supposed to get your merch soon. So
what?
Yes.
I'm super excited to get a little bit of that merch, man. You know I love the rocket. I'm getting a nice hat, get a sweater, something, man. I'm looking forward to it. I'll be checking the mail today.
Yeah.
All right, guys. I will tell you guys, I took a beating today, guys. And that's what it's all about, though. But one thing is for certain is being transparent about it, guys. So today, definitely, you guys are going to see my losses here. It's a bad day for me, but true to my name, guys, you guys will see one thing, and we're going to talk about this consistently, and this is what this time is all about, right? What are the losses? They're similar, right? That 100 to 140 range to 150 range. That's what I want to be losing when I lose, right? But if you guys can look, you guys can even look on my Twitter right now at Money Mitch. What was I making on Friday, right? I was making 400, 300s on the gain. So that's 2-to-1 and 3-to-1 outlook. As long as I can continue doing that, it's okay to get hit. It's okay to take hits. It's not okay to continue just falling off the tape where if I would have been, let's say, losing $1,000 on a position today, that would not be wise because my gains are not going to go ahead and cover my losses. This is so important. I hope that you guys can learn from my action on red days. And you'll notice the energy doesn't go down with that. It's all about understanding that even on a day like today, got to pat myself on the back on execution of what? Risk preservation, because at the end of the day, that's what we need to do as a trader at start is risk preservation. Then you might get on Michael's side when you start to get into that winning trade, baby. But what's going on out there, guys? Definitely smash the like. It's good to see you guys out there. Francis, Wisdom, what's up out there?
Nice move on market, pushing down again. Let's see if it can reach that support level at 18,500 on the NASDAQ.
I did see a mention out there that someone's having an issue with the competition. If you've gone through the kind of the process and you're just running into a wall, please just reach out to us, right? We will definitely work with you to try to help you, get you apart. That's what we're all about. Customer service here, trying to help you guys. And we're always able to be reached out. So if you're having some issues, please reach out to us.
Yeah. Also on Discord, guys, you can go and join. Once you're in the hub, you can actually click on the logo of Discord, join in. We got a huge community over there, great traders supporting, very great supportive environment, loading a lot of trade ideas, helping each other together. So definitely be with us there as well. Nice. NVIDIA, I took another chunk out.
This was one of those days, Michael, and I got to give it to you. Definitely cha-ching on that. And one thing that I'll tell you guys is I told you guys early how the market can sometimes trick you coming in. What was it in this morning? It was technology was up big. But from the open, what has technology done? It's just gone down, right? From the open, 9:30, it's just literally gone down. So that's why it's so important to understand the trends and try to stay with that trend. I like the trade that you did, Michael. You stuck to that trend and got rewarded for it, right? That's what it's all about.
Yeah. Let's see, what else do we have on the radar if we got something on. S&P also dropping.
Yeah. The SPY is starting to drop. And one thing that I'm noticing that is an important one is the financials dropping fast, guys. So financials dropping fast, and they've been riding up the interest rate, right? So you're starting to see a little bit of a trend there. I'm seeing it down big today. Financials getting hit hard. So I always like to focus on what is getting hit hard. Look at that. Boom. The equally weighted, definitely getting hit hard. Let's take a look at Burke. Let me see here. Burke. Looks like there's some down action there, even in Burke. So we'll see what happens there. WFC, Bank of America, some banks definitely taking a hit. And the healthcare names continuing. NVAX, now to 17. Woo. Yeah. This thing stayed hot all day, man. Nice little pullback to VWAP. This is one strategy I talk about, guys. It's a strategy called the VWAP pullback. Some people call it, you could call it whichever way. It's all about just coming back to this dotted line. So you want to see a big move out the gates and it come back to that dotted line. And then a lot of times the traders will risk off of the nearest support. So it could have been this 1624. You're getting in near the VWAP, 1630s. So you could risk right below it and looking for that move back to resistance. A lot of traders sell it at resistance or look for the breakout. You could have already been selling into this move or looking for the next move. So I love to give you guys strategies and break it down for you guys the way that other traders are looking at charts.
It's amazing. Tesla a little bit down. Are you out of Tesla already?
Oh, yeah, man. It pulled the trigger on me, man. I'm done for the day. It's one of those days where you got to know when to hold them, know when to fold them. Today's one of those days to fold them, guys, and it's all good. You just slide the hand and you say, come on, just bring me the next hand. You just watch the action a little bit, and that's okay, too. The one thing I wouldn't want to do, Michael, now, and I feel like a lot of traders do, is I've had a rough day, right, Michael? I've been like maybe 0 for 4, and I get to this point, and maybe it's my baseball days, but you strike out, you're done for the day, guys. Just call it a wrap. One thing that I used to do as a trader, I used to just start throwing a whole bunch of money at the market. That is one way to just fall off the wagon. And now your trade execution and the way that you go about trading just completely falls off. All the hard work you did for a whole month just completely went out the window. That's the number one thing as a trader that we can control, right? Is our emotional intelligence. So use that to your benefit, guys. Understand when things are going great for you and when things are not. It's all about riding the waves in trading. I talk about it. You're trying to ride your equity wave higher, but at the same time, not letting those dips go back to the levels that you were at, right? Let's ride those waves, ride the roller coaster down, but at the same time, understand the whole goal is to get the roller coaster riding back up.
Nice one. Well said. What else do we got here? On Trade Pool. So it's actually a full company with the owner, the founder is Gil Benhu, which founded also the Fivers. Also the Fivers founder. Yeah. So for those who are asking,
I'll tell you one thing. This is around the time where I actually look at some swing trade opportunities, Michael. So this is the time where I would be looking at like, okay, so what are hourly pullbacks that charts seem to make sense on the daily to the upside, but on the day have done hourly pullbacks to those levels? And that's a lot of times where I find my swing trades. So for you guys out there that are going to be looking at the swing trade program, and that's one of the biggest things that we announced today, right? Well, take a look at that, right? We're going to be watching to see what happens with those types of moves. This is a very similar move. So BE back to the hourly support, right? The daily chart still looked pretty good. If it can hold this 90 EMA, start turning back to the 17, things like this is what I look for.
Yeah.
Inversion, what's going on out there, guys? The best part of the competition is being able to only lose 1% of the account per day. This way you avoid gamblers to take reckless risks to see if they win. I love that, right? Because the truth is that we want to make a trading competition, but we want to make it as real as possible, right? Because that's the truth, right? I mean, if it's just about like, just throwing a million shares into 1 second trades, well, that's not going to benefit anybody, guys. We want you guys to learn from this. Use the platform, get comfortable with it, and then, take your shots at the evals, right? After the competition, or maybe you win the competition itself and it gives you that opportunity. So get after it, team. Don't wait for it. You don't want to wait till the competition opens to make your account. I know I already got my account. Set it up, team. BE doesn't look too bad.
Okay. Martin, I'm looking... I will look into that in a second.
GME, man, down she goes. What a trick today. What a trick. And that was a hard open.
That's a classic pump and
dump. Yeah, man. And the hard part too is that if you really read what was put out there in the news, yes, Roaring Kitty did put out a new tweet. But the whole position thing was like someone trying to capture some alpha on Reddit. Whenever someone's trying to capture some alpha that's not a given by the actual person, right? It wasn't Roaring Kitty that came out and said, I have this exact position at this exact amount. Well, it could have been very much that wasn't Roaring Kitty's position, right? I mean, hey, just keep that in mind, traders, like always. There's just a lot of noise out there.
Yeah, that's the thing about we talked about it, I guess, with Kriss from Trade Ideas, right? It's not big, right? This is not GameStop just launched a new whatever, right? It's just a guy, obviously a big guy, or representing the pump, but in the end, it's just a guy that tweet something. It's not something really behind the scene that actually continue to push GameStop. So pump and dump, classic.
Peaceful vibe, bringing up an interesting piece of verse, bringing up an interesting mention there. So one of the things that I look at, and you're talking about volume. So I'm going to bring in one of our partners here, guys. I use Trade Ideas also, right? And you guys saw it earlier today. If you guys missed the Trade Ideas segment, please do us a favor, guys. Rewind that at the end of the day. You can learn a lot from what was just given on that Trade Ideas and TrendSpider. Just that alone. I was even looking at TrendSpider after that. I was like, man, I like the condition game that they have. But this is the unusual volume channel. And I'm looking at what? Relative volume. That's what I care about more than just the actual volume on a stock. All I care is that people are trading it, right? That's what I want to be seeing. So a lot of times also what would be important is the float of that stock, right? Because if a stock is trading 1 million shares, like let's say this Bed Bath and Body Works, right? BBWI. Well, the float is 223 million and it's trading only 1.7, right? So that's about 4.03 relative volume. And what you want to be seeing is that kind of low float with high volumes traded. So like this BTDR, it's a penny name, right? A lot of people will look at a name like this, but what I'd look at that is that I want this to trade at least closer towards the 1 million mark on the volumes. And that's going to be days where it's really hot. You can see it here. That's like crossed this line. So when the stock has a tendency of crossing a lot of volume, that's when it's made its moves. That's something that you can call float rotation. So these are topics that you guys can go and do some deeper research, and we talk about these on our stream. But that's what I'd be looking at. You see how on the Friday you did cross that 1.3 mark. So 1 million is a lot of the times where I'm looking for, just for liquidity issues, right? When a stock trades only 200,000 shares or 20,000 shares, it's just going to cause some liquidity issues. Can I not trade it? No, it doesn't mean that I can't. But look at this SMMT. Right? This is trading 12 million shares, 30 million shares. So it's easy to get in and out. Those are things that I consider.
Yeah. Nice one. Guys, Mitch, I'm going to drop for the next 10, 15 minutes and jump right back once all done here. So I'll leave you to it for the next 15 minutes and be back soon. Enjoy it for now.
No worries. All I need is Celsius. They'll take care of the work for me. All right, guys, let's go. Let's see what we can find in the market. Find some setups, talk about them, and watch them work. So I'm not going to take too many trades, but I definitely will work some setups. So if you guys have some stocks out there that you guys see moving right now, want to talk about them, throw them up in the chat. Let me know what's the stock you want to take a look at. Maybe it's a pattern that you like to play that maybe I can see it and take a look at it, right? Well, throw them up. This is your opportunity, guys, to run the show. I want to see them in the chat. Get them going here. All right, let's see what else is making a move. Q's starting to slow down. NVIDIA, is that still on the leak? It bounced a little bit there. We'll see if that starts to make a move back. Meta with a little bit of a jump up. That's actually stayed strong today. Let's look around at trends out there. Definitely energy falling off the wagon, man. I thought that Valero would start making a smooth back up, but no, instead moved right back down. This is a lot of times where you can see it kind of swing right back, but it's definitely trying to catch the dip, right? You're catching a falling knife. But a lot of times what you'll look for is kind of 50% of the recent move. So if you want to look at it here, maybe you can pull it down to the bottom. 50% still puts it around 115.15. So that's about the recent move here for XOM. That's using the fib retracement levels to try to catch the dip. So just breaking it down for you guys. And there's some stocks. Let's go through it. Marcelo. And for the people earlier, they were mentioning we need some Español. Guess what? Money Mitch knows Spanish too. Yo estoy aquí para ustedes. Tú me dices lo que necesita y yo te digo. Okay, let's keep it going, guys. Let's see what else is out there. Smash the like. AMC, Para, Cost. I'll take a look at that. Para is going to be the first one. I actually tried to trade this one earlier. And what was I looking for? I was looking for a move back above 13. So that's the level, looking for this resistance move. So a move back into that level is what I'd be watching for. And now what I'd be looking at is kind of like a 15-minute or an hourly chart. As I get deeper in the day, I want to go further in time. Okay, so what I'd look at is on the 15-minute, you had this similar move where it came down, kind of battled within this, came all the way back to the support, then did a little bit of a takeoff, right? So now we're doing a very similar move. And I like to look for similar moves, right? So now I can, if I wanted to, I can pull this down to the lowest amount, right? Maybe the low of the recent action, 1268. And I could look for the move back through 13, breaking through that 1319. And it doesn't look like a bad trade there for me. I actually was even considering going back to this stock today. I am on my strike 3, so I'm going to try to obey by my strike, my own rules, because as traders, we got to set our own rules because there ain't no one here to take control of our account. But is this setup there? Yeah, the setup's there for 13 run. We'll see what happens. Another thing that I use a lot of the times, and I don't use this to get entry, I use it for confirmation. Let's say I got in right now, 1275s, and I'm just going to put a circle there just to kind of talk about it, right? So in this case here for Para, I'd want to see the crossover happen on the MACD. So this is trying to hold the 0 line, which is a good definition between positive and negative for the day. And now it's trying to cross that light blue line above that yellow line. I want to see it actually cross over and then come back to what's called a throwback look, where we maybe make a first move, pull back, then take off on the MACD. So a lot of times what I'm looking at is more using this as confirmation. As long as it could do this and I got long based on the pattern, then I got confirmation to make me feel like I have a higher conviction play. That's the way I like to use the MACD and use different services inside of trading, right? Whether it be the RSI, I could use the RSI the same way, right? I'm looking for bottoming on the RSI to turn around. I only feel that RSI, it works in extremes. So this is extremely oversold on a 5-minute basis. And this is extremely overbought, right? So as I get to extremely overbought, I could sell out. And as I go lower, I could be buying. So you can see how we came from the 24s. We broke out. We got up there to the 72s and came right back to that level right in this spot here. So that was a good area to see the RSI bottom out. Maybe I'm buying up there off the support. And now I want to see RSI start to work its way back. And if anything, take out this 70. If it can work its way up to the 80s, that could give me that run and conviction once again. Massive like if you guys enjoy hearing things like this. This is what it's all about and learning in technical analysis, right? This is why I'm studying for the CMT, to learn things like this. This is what it's all about, team. Smash it up, guys. All right, we got First Solar long. I see other ones. Hola, loco. ¿Cómo estamos? The cat's out, man. The cat's out the hat. Let's keep it going, guys. Let's see what other ones are out there. Which one we breaking down now? Let's go to the Boot. What is this? Boot Farms? Boot Barns. I had a feeling. Apparel store. XRT has been doing really well. This has been ripping up kind of a big rounding bottom, right? Well, this is trying to get back to highs. It's hard to trade up here. I normally don't trade a stock that's like ripping like this because it's just at any moment you could pull back to the 9 EMA. But you guys can see how this is working right now. It's a pretty strong move, and it's just rising and holding the 9 EMA on the 5. So that's one thing that I'd be looking to see if it turns. Any break of that light blue line, I'd look for pullbacks to the VWAP. But you can see it here, how it kind of came above that and held that 9 EMA. That's that light blue line, and it's just holding the momentum. The 9 EMA, the reason I use a 9 EMA also, just to give you guys some edge there, it's because it's part of the MACD. The MACD right here, the exponential moving average. The yellow one is an actual 9 EMA. So that's why I started using the 9 EMA on the price action also. So just to give you guys the insight on that. Look who's with me.
Sound there you go. The blue man. The blue man is back. Here we go.
Yes, yes. Are you gonna paint me blue, man? You gotta give me the blue man group.
Camera, you know? Everybody in the office is just telling me how bad my camera is, but guys, I know, and that's what you get when Mitch is here, blasting all the alpha, breaking our computer screens, breaking our cameras. I hope you guys are actually taking notes and stuff, because this is a lot of stuff going on. You're really getting me into. I like trading crypto, which is kind of similar to stocks with the way they move, the way that you guys look at everything, the way that you guys like looking at volume. You don't really look at volume and things that too much in Forex, but you're getting me excited for the competition, Mitch. Go.
Yeah. Got to. And if you like crypto action, man, it trades very similar. I think sometimes even on crypto, there's things that I look for a lot in trading, right? There's 4 main variables, right? And I think it works for any type of trading. So there's story, there's fundamentals, there's technicals, and then there's like the major markets, like the indexes behind it, right? Because we all know the Qs and the SPY just start getting tanked. Well, I mean, you can long all you want. You know what I mean? You can long all you want. It doesn't matter, right? And so you got to be able to play with those variables. In crypto, I've noticed that story is one of the most important things, right?
Yeah.
Do people talk about it, right? I mean,
yeah. Is there a meme? Is there a meme going on Twitter about it? You know, one of my best trades in recent years is a Pepe trade that I did a 6x on just because everybody likes, likes the meme Pepe, and I keep shouting about Pepe. Last time I spoke about Pepe, we did it was like a nice cup and handle type of trade in our live trading room, and it went up 100% afterwards. Oof.
You love it. You love it. And you don't care about if Pepe is going to stick around or not. It's more if Pepe going to make me money.
Well, if Pepe keeps making me money, I'm going to have to get a tattoo. I'm going to have to name my child Pepe, something like that,
Don't worry.
Sunglasses.
We'll get a new camera with that Pepe money.
That's it. That's what we got. So, let's see what else. I'm gonna have a look at some. I'm not gonna pull up any charts because this is a stock trading show. But I'm gonna have a look at some stocks because I know a couple of friends of mine have started to buy Baba. What's your thoughts on Baba, bro?
Well, it's been like it says, right? Baba. Baba sometimes in Spanish is referred to as drool because it feels like the stock's drooling, man. That's what's been going on with this. Look at the drool on this thing. This thing got up there and then it's just drooling down. But
what's that? That's on an hourly chart?
That's a daily chart, man. That's a fast move right back down, man. And this thing has been an ugly thing. It's kind of like China destroyed it by itself. They destroyed it. I mean, this stock was up there to 300, Alex, 300. Now it's 77. Do you know the stock market's the only place, Alex, that when things go on sale, people run away? Anywhere else in the world, if things go on sale, you tell me I can get something now down 73%. A lot of times they'll be like, yeah, I'll buy it up, right? Let's go get it.
Let's go. Yeah.
But China has been changing things, trying to turn things around. But the FXI is one way that I look at this, right? I'm always looking at indexes, trying to relate it, right? So Baba trades with a lot of the top China names. This is the top 25 in China, the FXI. So then you can also look at relationship plays like JD, right? JD, PDD, right? Those are the ones that are going to be trading with Baba. So PDD has been the best of breed lately. And that's how best of breed can always change. But right now, I mean, look at the chart comparable, right? This is PDD working its way all the way with a nice rounding bottom, right? Compared to Baba, which is just on the drool, man. This is just on the drool.
Compared to the other charts that you just pulled up. And he's like, everybody just puking out of position.
So people are buying the puke here. That's what's going on, Alex. People want to go in and find the puke, right? They want to go and clean up the janitor's mess. So they're looking at Baba to see if it can start working its way back. And a lot of this is, can China continue just to destroy one of their top companies? Because that's what's happened in Baba. It's really destroyed it. And some people are betting, well, if China could just come back any little bit, well, maybe these spots can hold. So I'd be watching for that 77 to hold.
Looks like we got a little bit of divergence though on the MACD if you go back onto the chart that you're just on. But I don't know how much that is going to be compared to, you got such daily trend downwards. Michael is just, what is going on, Michael? Kicking me out, huh, Michael?
Alex, I heard you talking about stocks, and I'm saying Mitch is suffering. Let's go. Yeah,
okay, fair enough. I could now you back. You okay? You got your water. You good?
I'm good. And guys, for those of you who had an issue with the demo, we are working on that. No worries. Let's continue. What's going on, Mitch?
Man,
I'm gonna leave you to it. There you go, Mitch. We're gonna have to catch up soon. Maybe if I start trading stock, maybe I'll come on the live trading room.
Let's prove yourself first, and then
prove myself. Is this a competition between us to see if I can compete with the stock market?
We might have to have an inside competition. Inside
competition. I'm down. We can do a bet.
All right.
Bets all the time with our guys as well.
I've seen some dresses around the office.
That's what I'm talking about. Mickey in a clown suit would be hilarious. If everybody knows, you know. But anyway, guys, I'm gonna get off. I'm gonna see you guys in a bit when we do talking about the dashboards and all of that stuff. and the competition. So I'll see you guys in a bit.
Nice one.
Hey guys, we'll definitely smash the like, and just for me, if you guys have been enjoying the show today, just press a 1. Just press a 1 in the chat. I want to see you guys buzz up. Let me know if you guys have been enjoying it. If not, I might have to just get rid of this Celsius, but I can keep it going, guys. Hit it up. What are you seeing out there, Michael?
I'm seeing Becca is asking the question. Becca, you know it. We are live 3 days a week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. We will obviously have in the future also Thursday and Friday. Mitch is ready to go, so no worries about that. We are live,
man. The only way I know. Yeah. So we go live at 9 a.m. every day for you guys. We've been doing Monday to Wednesday, and let us know, guys. You guys want to see more of me? I'm always willing. And one thing that I definitely want to do is also expand on like watch list building and things like that, because we can build together. At the end of the day, right? We can all build watch lists together, stick around, have a community that can support you, because there's too many traders out there looking for friends that talk about trading, but then you go to your friends and they're worried about what's on TV versus what's going on here in trading. So join people that can help you. Becca has been with me since even Benzinga. You've seen plenty of people in here that have been in the rooms that have been, and why? Because I'm always here to support you guys, just like you guys support me.
No doubt. Market is pushing higher.
Yeah. You know how it goes. I always talk about, Michael, that you need to know the good lunch spots in New York, because if not, man, you could get caught with your pants down on moves like this. We'll see if the lunch moves start to come back. How's that NVIDIA?
Yeah, I'm out of NVIDIA. I took that at the bottom, took everything out.
Like it.
Yeah, nice move on NVIDIA. Yeah, talking about lunch, when I used to live in New York, we always had a spot like right in the middle. There's a park. I forget the street number, but there's a nice park right in the middle with a food truck of burgers. That was before I became vegan, and that there was a line of like from 12, right? There was a line of, I don't know, like 100 people waiting for that. So you easily waited for an hour to get an hamburger and French fries.
Whew, this NVAX here, man, this thing's just been riding high. I almost can't believe that it's been making the move that it's done. It's trying to break here the move here to the left, but it's been an impressive run. I mean, we went from $4, it's 17, guys. This is a 324% run. This is what you call a short squeeze, right? People were betting on this company just to go away, and that's how easy it can go, right? That's what it is, man. All right, and that's what it's all about, Becca. We're always here to make friends, right? Whether it be from the top to the bottom, but definitely seeing people in the chat from the country that I was born in. I don't know if you know, Michael, but I was actually born in Venezuela, raised in Miami. So I've done it all, man. But I came when I was young. I came at like 5 years old. So that's why I always bring up the raised in Miami life.
Nice.
But, yeah, let's keep it going.
I didn't know that.
We have a good couple of people from Venezuela here in the chat. So it's good to see you guys. So if you guys ever need some little Spanish help, you can reach out. We can talk some Spanish, talk some trading. There's nothing wrong with that. Hit the like, guys.
I actually returned last month. We returned from an event in Spain, in Madrid, right? So we talked a little Spanish there. That was nice. No habla
español, Michael? ¿Cómo estás? El español. Muy poquito, muy poquito. Hey, that's how it is, man. But this NVAX, one of the trades that I like to do in the afternoons is afternoon fades. So this is the type of move that has been working for me, which is like, let's say a stock like this, where a stock's been going up all day, and now I have a level to short off of, right? Like right here. This is that 5-minute pattern that I like attacking. 3 highs all in the same area. It's tried to go through there. I could essentially short, using just above here as my risk, and then looking for this to come back to the VWAP. And why am I looking for that? Because that's what the algos would be trading also, for that move back to VWAP or back to the resistance, which is the 1692. I like the 1660s. Why? Because that gives me more like a 10-cent risk here for what? A potential move for down 85 cents, right? So if I could risk, 20 cents for 80 cents, nice 4-to-1 outlook. That's what we're looking for, man. ¿Qué pasa, gringo? The chat. They're going to start buzzing, man. That's what it's all about. It's always good. Is the raffle done? People want to know. People want to know where the prize is. Of course they want to know where the prize is. Michael, they want the good stuff.
So the raffle will be in the end, of course. We're going to do it between 2 till 3 Eastern. So stay tuned. If you joined through the landing page, you are in the raffle. We will announce the winners once we are done with the show for today. But we still got lots of going on. Soon we will announce the swing trading program. I know Mitch waited for that for a long time. And
I was begging, guys. You guys should have seen me. I wish we had videos of those days where I was hitting up Michael and like, Michael, I want a swing trade program, man.
Give me something.
I want it. Yeah. And when he told me, guys, let me tell you, I was one of the first, like, I got to be there. I got to be there because I'm super excited to you guys get that opportunity. It's so important to have different ways to trade, right? You will find it, guys. There's so many different ways. There's an infinite amount of ways to trade. So finding what works for your personality is the number one thing that can help you get to success.
Yeah, in life in general,
What works for you? Are you an impatient type of person? Then maybe, trading 5 minutes trades are going to be better for you, right? Are you a patient person? Do you like things rather slow? Then maybe lower size types of trades, things like that. Find what works for you. It's so important.
That's nice. And for those of you guys with us right now, we still got plenty going on. Let me share the screen for a second because it's super important that after that, right now, what we're doing, the managing the trade and the live trading, we will go through the swing trading program as we just talked about. Then we'll do some overview. And after that, one of the most important lessons for today will be between 1 to 2 Eastern, which is building your playbook. And guys, let's take a minute, Mitch, to talk about that because, we covered that a little bit before with Kriss.
Yeah.
This is by far the most important element because when you're doing your stats, when you analyze your trades that you made, your mistakes, or the good stuff that you did, you're actually learning how to control it and what to bring for the next day, right? So we'll take NVIDIA, we will analyze it together with our friends from Traders Sync, a journal, trading journal, and also guys from Cautious Trading Academy will join us as well. Sam and David, they will explain how they build their own playbook. I will show the stuff that I do, and together we will learn a lot from it because you will take it to the next step for tomorrow when you will trade on your Forex pairs or your indices or stocks. Whatever you trade, the concept will be the same always. Preparing your playbook, understand what you do good in order to repeat that. This is a performance-based, right, a field. So if I know that I'm throwing from 3-point line and this is the angle, this is the space where I'm good at, I can repeat that over and over again. That's the idea.
Yeah. And it's so important, right? Like I just mentioned, it's personality and also taking an understanding of what is working, patterns, right? Taking statistical data on patterns, which most won't be willing, right? So are you willing is so important, right? So build that playbook and not only having one tool. That's another thing too, right? With a playbook, that means probably having multiple plays that I can do, right? When you go to the coach, you don't want it to be like, okay, we're running one play the whole game here, guys. Well, what's going to happen, right? The defense will change, and what happens is you won't have success, right? So you need to have multiple tools in your tool belt. Maybe it's different style of trades, right? Maybe it's shorts, longs. I know that sometimes traders only have one tool in their tool belt, and that's fine. But then sometimes you're just not going to be able to trade because the trade's not there, right? And you only have one tool. So if you have multiple tools, you can be like, well, I ain't going to pull on this one. I'm going to go with this lever today. I think that's so important. And that's having a playbook, right? Not just one play in that playbook.
Exactly. And adding to that, analyzing what you did on the stats level data, like Dan showed us on TrendSpider. So think of a way that you can actually see, TrendSpider Dan showed us about Apple, right? July is a great month for Apple. But imagine you have the same thing on your trading journal, and you can actually see that on July, these are the best trades that you take. Now, it doesn't matter if it's because you are on July, you kind of easy on your mind, like easy going for July because it's summertime and you're more focused, or it's because the market usually on July do XYZ. But in the end, you have those numbers that will tell you July is your best month, or Monday during X hours. Those are the best times you need to tackle the market. So once you have those, you can understand how to repeat that and where the money at.
All right, looking right now at that NVAX trade, and I can't help myself, man. I want to take this trade here, guys. So you choose, you trade, guys. What do you guys think about the NVAX short idea? I'm looking at an idea right here, guys. I already told you guys a little bit about it, but looking at potentially something that's up my alley, right? Up my playbook, which is an afternoon short off resistance where I know where the out level is. And the important part is knowing the out level. That's where I would be looking at. So tackling a trade like NVAX right now could be right up my alley. I'm going to go ahead and just do it with 100 shares to show the strategy. Normally, this would be bigger for me, but it's more about showing the strategy, right? So I'm going to go ahead and try to show you guys something up my playbook, which we just talked about. Resistance, turn around to the VWAP. So that's the play, right? The play is a stock that's gone extended. I now can see the MACD turning around. I can see certain signs telling me that, okay, the RSI is going down, the volume's going down. Now let's see if it can start doing a reversal off of this and back to the yellow, orange dotted line here that you see. So that's what it matters. When you know your playbook, you go and you try to do what? Just execute on it. That's it. I've done the hard work now. I did the setup. I understand the trade. I know my out levels, in, out. Now it's just let the trade work. All right, what's going on out there, guys? Smash it up. It's good to see you guys. What are you guys still trading? Anybody got a good move out there today? Who's got a good win? Let us know. It looks like somebody was with me. They were like, NVAX short. I'm sure he meant NVAX, but he was like, yeah, go for it, Mitch. Nail that thing.
So you're shorting it, right?
Yeah, shorting it. And the idea here would be that, also the XLV can go down, right? So the XLV is healthcare, right? Healthcare has been hot all day. So one thing that I can look at is this comes back to 145. That's trouble written all over it, right? So I can always do that. Look at the sectors, look at the industries that are in my area to see what happens. What would I want to see? I want to see a breakdown of this 140.40, starting to head back to 144. That could be the move that could also bring these high flyers down today, like Moderna, right? You see it. So that's what I like to do often, guys. So I know that the industry and sector is pulling back. Now I can try to tackle it. GME short, Dean, you got that today? Oh, if you got that out the gates, man, you might as well buy Michael and I lunch because that's going to be a good one. BPTH, Boogie Woogie, you got that? I saw that one earlier in the day. That was part of the watch list. Down to 315. That was a nice opening short.
Yep. Very nice.
All right, let's keep it going, guys. Smash the like out there. Having a great day here trading, and we'll see what happens now. Guys, take some shots, and let's keep it going. All right, seeing XLP making a move a little bit. XLP. That's the consumer staples for you guys don't know that one. This is why I also like to just have tools, right? This is another tool. They're not a partner of ours just yet, Michael. We might have to reach out to them. TC2000, but hey, you gotta have tools, man. At the end of the day, I pay for tools all around, guys. I got Benzinga, I got Trade Ideas, I've actually used TrendSpider multiple times, and the big part of it is the automatic technical analysis, right? So use the tools that can help you guys find what's moving out there. Trade Ideas has the same thing, right? I mean, you could use the sector status. Look at the sector status screen. This one's awesome. So this one tells us what's moving where. And you can even do stuff like this. You can check the race, like, so you can restart it, boom, and take a look at what's moving. This is going to tell me what's winning out the race, right? So I can go maybe try to trade what is making a move to the up or downside, right? And so this is a pretty cool feature that's included on Trade Ideas. I don't know if you guys have used it. You guys saw it earlier, and definitely rewind tape if you guys joined us too late and didn't see our segment with Trade Ideas.
Okay.
What you got? What you got, Michael?
I'm just, going over the stocks here, trying to see something that pop in, maybe to short it after a nice move to the upside. Don't see a whole lot. I got KSS on the radar, GPS already down, and JWN, same stocks we talked about before, might be interesting. Maybe after the lunch break. Besides that, not a whole lot. Market
NVIDIA back up and rejecting there. I got out of that NVAX small little cut there, right, guys? The trade didn't work out, but that's how it goes sometimes. But NVIDIA back up and then right back down. So let's see what happens today. It's all about the Qs just dragging, the market dragging, right? That's pulling the market right now, guys. So we'll look to see if that continues that trend. Market pulling back. SS Trade, it's good to see you, my friend. It's good to see you guys in the chat, jumping in, joining in. Good to see you guys. Don't end the day. Got to keep it going. All right. Let's see what else is moving out there. Solar actually making an up move today. Man, solar is a hard one. Everyone's betting. At least the analysts are betting on First Solar. Tell you that much.
Let's take the GC, the future for gold. Just want to watch it for a second. We had a crazy run on gold the last couple of weeks, right? From the beginning of May, all this move from 2,300 all the way to 2,450. So that was a crazy move. Then a nice decline, now pushing basically sideways, right? So the idea for gold that you can also create, and this is something that we talked about with Kriss and Dan, there are tons of ways you can scan the market and find those opportunities for you, right? So all you got to do is prepare yourself, understand what you want to do, and then prepare them. So for example, on gold, right? You got this level, this area of support. I'll mark it. This area right here. This is your support level. At the top, obviously, you have this range of resistance. And all you got to do, obviously, wait, because this range could be easily played with multiple times. But what I would do is just wait until we'll break through one of those. Could be up or down. Looks okay to the up, actually. Pushing higher, retesting, and then go long. Once you do that, and this is the scenario created, that's an hourly chart. So that could be a few hours from now, a few days, right? But if you see something like that occurring, then you can execute it. Now, you can take the GLD, the gold ETF, or you can take all of those stocks related to gold, like AEM or AU and gold, if we don't have this technical glitch in the New York Stock Exchange, or whatever it is, that NEM as well. So you can trade those stocks related to gold, or like I said, the ETF, but prepare the scenario once you get in out of that range. Yeah.
There's a stock here that's looking interesting for me. In a second, we can talk about it. I'm looking at Dell for short potential. Did get a question in the chat. How can they watch me live every day? Well, all you got to do is show up tomorrow, guys. That's it. Hit that subscribe down below. Show up tomorrow. You'll see me live, man. And the Twins, man, I hear them out there. They're definitely telling Mitch, make that money. Make that money, Mitch. Hey, the bottles aren't going to pay themselves. That's what I say. All right, what's going on out there, guys? Taking a look at Dell. And Dell put a big warning out there. I don't know if you saw it, Michael, but Dell pretty much put the warning out there for computer systems that sales were starting to slow down. That's why Dell had that huge down move day. You see this? Boom. That's a pretty big drop from 180 to 140s, right? So they pretty much put everyone on alert. I know that everybody's been talking about, how AI has been great, but computer systems is leading the downside action today. There's a reason why, guys. And so you can see the other names in that space. That's why people were asking, but what happened with SMCI? Well, in the same space as Dell. Dell put a warning out in the space. It's going to be very hard to hold the longs in SMCI seeing this type of action. So these are the types of moves that I like to try to catch, right? Because if you can catch that, then maybe you have a little bit more edge to go against these names, right? We're all looking for edge. Let's just be honest.
That's the idea.
Only green juice in those bottles. Oh, what do I give them, Becca? They can't get the cow's milk. What do they get? A little bit of some spinach. Get them like Popeye. Energy still going down, man. The oil. They're not giving it out at the gas stations, though. I'll tell you that much. Woo! That oil moved down big today. All right, let's take a look at that Dell spot there, guys. So the thing on the Dell is what I call, and we've been talking about playbooks too, right? Different plays. I'll give you guys another one here. And this is the goal that I try to give you guys, and I don't mind giving it out there, right? Because there's so many strategies, right? It's how you execute a strategy, not necessarily knowing them, that matters. But this is what I call the fake out fade, right? And so stock has a big down move out the gates, right? Dell's big flush, right? It comes back to the VWAP and starts to hold VWAP. Makes 3 attempts to break to the upside. So then you get that up one, down, you get in that second up. You're going to get another push maybe towards this resistance. Then I start to look for fade action. A lot of that's going to be breaking the 9 EMA, which is that light blue line that you see here. Once that starts to break, I look to see if the volume actually increases and shorts come back in as they probably took profits on that first down move. And then I'm looking for the move back down closer towards the low of the days. So this would be a short based off of this kind of resistance here. And then coming right back towards, let's say, the 131 or the 130 section. That's called the fake out fade. So it's faking out to the upside and then fading off.
Yeah, for Dell,
what do you like on there?
Yeah, I'm watching it as well. I like the idea of shorting it. There, you can mark this level right here, as you can see, guys, the gap that it closed an hour ago and the resistance we got before that. So that's on the daily chart. So for me, a classic one will be a break and a retest, like always. And maybe, as you mentioned, just put in a starter from this area and then adding on as it goes and break and retest. because once it will do that, it will bring a lot of negativity, which will push the price down, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, you ain't wrong, and it's definitely a trade that traders have already rode up a pretty good amount, right? They bought that dip. They're already probably selling the rip, right? Buy the dip, sell the rip, and do it all over again. You see it all the time, guys.
No worries. It's not complicated. It's just something, you gotta try first, play with it.
I'll tell you what, drawing that picture might be more complicated.
Yeah, come on. Yeah, in the end, it's charts, right? So you're trading
the little trees.
Just getting into that. You can check us obviously on YouTube as well. Tons of content that will teach you how to trade stocks on the live shows and also on the site. So definitely start with that. We also have a great ebook. Maybe that's a great place to put a link. I'll ask the guy in the back if they can put a link to the ebook as well. And if so, you can start reading about it. It's actually pretty straightforward. So really not complicated.
Let's keep it going, guys. I see the ones going in there. You guys all smashed it up. I know you guys been enjoying the stream today. It's always good to see some new faces out there. So if this is your first time to the channel, hit that subscribe so you guys get notified when we go live. We're going to keep going, guys. And I want to mention the competition again. For some reason you're just joining and you haven't found out, we do have a trading competition that's going to be going on. And you guys can sign up right now, guys. We'll throw up that link. I think it's still pinned right to the top of the chat. So click that link. Make sure you guys get registered so that you guys can compete with us. And I'll be doing that competition live, right? You guys will be able to see what I come after.
Yeah. Okay. So we got just a few minutes and we will announce the official announcement of the swing trading swing trading program. And it's all mixed up.
Oh, no worries. I'm waiting. I'm on the countdown. Let's see what happens here, guys. Looking to see what we can get it. All right, now Dell kind of holding in here. This is kind of the area where I would take my shot here a lot of the times, just to kind of show it. Might as well just try to take a little bit of a trade here. I'm not going to put myself up to big risk, but hey, guys, I want to show you guys trading. That's what it's all about here. So 134.26, I already just took it, and the big part is the trade, right? The setup, right? It's 1, 2, 3, fails below the 9. Like I just talked about, right? Below the 9, now break that 9. Now don't recover it like you did here, right? So you see the recovery back above the 9. Now I'd look to see if it could break the VWAP, right? And 133 is going to be a big spot where you can find some buyers. This is where I think you could find maybe a little bit of buying, but I'm going to look for that level to get broken and start to work its way back down to the low of the day.
Yeah, looks good. Hit it. Here we go.
Only one way, man. All right, what's up out there, guys? Ooh, what's the Discord link? Bum. No, you can join, Dave. We'll get it up there. We'll get the Discord link up shortly, guys.
Yeah, and also once you sign to Trade Pool Hub, you will have the Discord logo. Click on that and you're good to go. But the guys in the back will get you one. ASAP. You know what? I got it here. Yeah, I got it here. Here we go. Join the Discord.
Join it up, guys. And Tim's great out there in the Discord. If you guys haven't met Tim, definitely look forward to that because he definitely makes it such a fun experience.
Cool guy.
Has a little book club. Does a lot of education for you guys. So check it out.
Yep.
Yeah, definitely a shout out to Tim out there. I know he works hard on that. So, hey, reach out to him, guys. He'll help you guys out, make you best understand the Discord, how you can best use it. We're there we're there to benefit you for sure on that Discord. So check it out. Maybe it's joining the education and really starting to get an upper hand.
Okay, guys, we got 30 seconds. So, Mitch, I want to say thanks so much for everything you did. It was amazing.
I hope you guys enjoyed it. Hey, at the end of the day, I always say one thing, Michael. I'm here to pay it forward for others, right? Others paid it forward for me, right? That's how I got to this trading level that you guys see, right? And understanding. So I hope that I can continue paying it forward for you guys out there tuning in today. Whether that be going through the evals, the competition, I'm going to always try to pay forward so that you guys can learn from my education and get to the success that we're all looking forward. I'll see you guys back tomorrow morning, but stick around. There's so much more for you guys right here on Trade the Pool. Thank you, Michael, for always giving me the opportunity, and keep it going, team.
Appreciate it, Mitch. Let's go. Thanks so much. Guys, we are bringing Alex in a second, and we are going to talk about
who's that on the back end? We're gonna have to speak to that guy who's running the stuff on the back end. Suddenly I'm going off in the middle without telling me and coming on.
I gotta tell you, you gotta what is it, like a tail or something going on in front of you, right next to your ear. You're right here. I think it's coming from the camera. Oh yeah, what's that?
That was my Mickey, don't ask questions. Why are you asking questions in front of everyone? You know,
we'll keep it between us. Okay, everybody. I hope you're enjoying your trading day today. It's been wow, how many hours already?
You guys have been smashing it out. Yeah. Been smashing.
Give it up, guys. Amazing. I'm excited. Still excited. You know, it's been a great run, and we got so much going on in a few. But first, can I get a drum roll, something like that?
We're doing the drum.
Someone in the back, give me something. Bring me a drum. I will drum it. Okay, guys, enough with the jokes. I'm ready. Let's launch it. Swing trading program for Trade the Pool. That's the official announcement. This is it, guys. You can go and join the Trade the Pool swing program. And, you know, like we mentioned before, Alex, it's been a while. A lot of the guys asked us to do that, to announce it, to launch it, to have the opportunity to hold the position longer than 45 days. Because on the trading, the day trading program, we basically have it for 45 days. You have to pass the evaluation within 45. In this case, we wanted to give swing traders a chance, a real chance to actually pass the evaluation. And, you know, just even if you're not a full swing trader, that will be amazing on one end to have a day trading evaluation, and then also simultaneously swing trading evaluation. So you can, you know, day trade while holding your positions along the way. So let's talk a little bit about that. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm ready.
Okay. So I'm going. Okay. So the swing program is this. We did some changes. Let me share it with you guys. Right here.
Yep.
Okay, good. I'm gonna do that. Okay, so once you join Trade the Pool, you have the new account button. Click on that, and you can choose between the day trading evaluation or the swing trading. First of all, as I said, you can have two accounts. You can have one account on the day trading side, and you can have also swing trading account as well. Okay, so for those of you who asked us before that, yes, you can do that. I'm going to click on swing trading evaluation, and these are the options that you currently have. First of all, a demo account. If you're not familiar with the program, if you're not familiar with the trading platform, you want to play with it just before you dive in, go ahead and get yourself a demo account. It will be available for 14 days. You will play with it with $1 million. So literally no restrictions, just to get familiar with the trading platform. the hotkeys, the execution, the orders, everything you need in order to control the platform the best way possible. Besides that, you have 4 different tiers. The first one, the mini buying power, similar to the one that we have, the names at least, similar to the ones that we have on the day trading. $3,000 of buying power overnight is allowed, also over the weekend. So technically, once you have 3,000, you can literally buy with those 3,000 and hold it for as long as you want within the risk, within the time period of the trading platform, trading program. You have the super buying power with 12,000 buying power, 24 for the extra, and the ultimate very nice chunk of $39,000 of buying power. Let me go ahead and put that. Okay, let's take this one because I don't have enough credit. And as you can see, these are the parameters for the platform, for the program. So 24,000 if I'm going for the extra BP, 39 will be my drawdown, and my daily drawdown will be 1,300. So the parameters will remain the same as in the day trading program. The only thing that changed is, one, obviously the buying power that wasn't available before. And second, the target will be a little bit more. We increased it just a tiny bit more, but you have 100 days to pass the evaluation. And this is a huge change.
Game changer.
Yeah.
Massive.
Yeah. Because up until today, you had only 45 and much lower buying power. We increased the buying power, gave you 100 days to pass, increased a little bit the target, but not something that any trader, any trader can do that, especially with today's market. I mean, if you're looking for, that's a great trade on Dell that Mitch took. So if you're looking at, let's take NVIDIA just for, because everyone is talking about it. Going on the daily chart, 100 days, right? So let's say 100 days, it's like 3 months. So going back 3 months or so, from around this level, 760, it made about $400, $500 up. So one stock, if you bought only one stock on NVIDIA, that's $500. Obviously, if you bought 10, that's 5,000. So stocks are moving rapidly, especially this time. I can go over, just the S&P 500, and we will see huge movements for the last few months, from 130 all the way to 178, right? Google, CVS dropped from 80 to 50, $30. HPE, 14 to 19. That's a small one, actually. MU, from around 90 all the way to 130. So technically, with this enough buying power and the 100 days that we're giving you, that's very much doable, and we're expecting to have high success rate of passing in this case when it comes to swing traders that actually, just buy and hold for that long. Obviously, you have some risk parameters that you will need to follow in order to pass the evaluation. Let me share that dashboard, and we will talk about that. So where is that dashboard? Okay, so in order to pass the evaluation, let me buy it first.
Look how fast everything is. Whoa.
Yeah, I know I'm doing it. You mentioned that. It's funny, right? Because we changed everything. I don't know if we talked about it completely this time, or we're going to talk about it just a little bit later, but we actually changed everything and rewrite the code from scratch in order for everything to work perfectly. And this time you get in it exactly like that. So fast, furious. I love to see, you click on something and it's actually working very smoothly. So that's super great. And Alex, if you want to add anything, feel totally free.
No, and I just want to just go, because I see everything inside and outside. Obviously, I know how hard you've been working, and so has the team here been working on this stuff. And I think as well that I can say for everything, we do all of our code. Everything is bespoke. Everything is done in-house, and I'm really excited to see what everybody has been waiting for so long. You know, Trade the Pool has been open over a year, like nearly 2 years, 2.5 years, Mickey. How
almost
long?
2 years. Almost 2 years.
Almost 2 years now, and even from the day one, the swing trading was always something that everybody asked about. But when you're coding everything from scratch, when you're building things, you know, our team and everything while you do, it takes a while. And I think people have been so patient. Now they're going to be able to reap the rewards of that, of being patient, and they're going to have a fantastic program for them to, you know, to make some fantastic profits. And you know, even with the normal day trading programs, we've seen traders, you know, pass in a week and, you know, absolutely kill it. So I'm really excited to see what people are going to do with the swing trading program, and to have 100 days. You know, that's basically having unlimited time. You know, at the end of the day, it is a challenge, and you're going to be pushing yourself to do the best you can do. But 100 days is really fantastic news, especially if you guys are used to other firms where you've got 30 or 40 days. You know, so it's exciting stuff, man.
Yeah. So going at it. So you got 25,000, for example, for the extra buying power. These are your parameters to pass the evaluation. 15 trades. That's the minimum required. Obviously, within 100 days, that's more than doable. And you still got, of course, the risk, 2 risk parameters. One will be the 30% out of the total profit, which means that your best trade cannot exceed 30%. And second, you do have the 60-second rule that you need to have at least 1 minute between your each entries or each scaling or exiting out of the position. Besides that, pretty straightforward. You trade, you got 100 days, do your best, and that's it. Simple as that. Of course, we do have a growth program as well. So basically, once you reach the funded account, you will have 10% target. When you reach that target, we increase your buying power and your daily loss allowance, which means you can risk more, make more. Once you reach another 10%, we do the same, increasing over and over again. So that's also can give you a nice chunk and push to the buying power. So you start with those 24, for example, on the extra BP, you can easily get to 30, 35, and much more than that. Okay, let me run through the some of your stuff here.
Yeah, anybody got any kind of questions you want us to go over, or any questions directly at Mickey, then just put them in the comment section. And there you go.
Okay, let's go over it and see what we can do. Let's start from the bottom to top. Okay. Daily pause limit in swing account. So of course, although it's a swing account, and that's totally fine, but you don't want to have a huge losses in the end of the day, right? Because right now you're on the evaluation phase, but once you're in the funded phase, you're basically saying, if you're saying that you don't have a daily loss allowance or daily pause, that you're basically saying, I can move up and then fall all the way down a few good thousands, and only if it will bounce back again, then you be good with the trade. So in our case, once we manage the risk on our side, we don't want to allow too much swing or too much movement between profit and loss. You do have your max loss, and daily loss will be there to protect you and us. We've seen it thousands of times with our traders that just passing the evaluation because they have a daily loss, because they have max loss, because the risk parameters.
Yeah, these things are super important. I don't think people realize, not having these things in place to sometimes stop you from making mistakes is super important. One of the biggest things is getting out of a trade when you're wrong. And sometimes if you're over leveraged, getting out of a trade can be very hard if it's left to your own devices to do. And that's something that we have seen for many, many, many years. Sometimes having things in place like that actually is better for a trader instead of just letting them have that gap there and then ended up blowing a whole account in just one trade just because they were over leveraged or they were tunnel visioned on one bet. But I know Trade the Pool, we've got so many different, we got 12,000 different stocks, ETFs and penny stocks where you don't have to pay any kind of location fee just to short them. You can just short straight. So it's absolutely insane. Trying to do that on your own personal account is insane. You've got a lot of fees and different things that are associated with trying to short certain stocks or locate certain stocks. Mickey will go into more details about that, but here you don't have any of that. You just have your account, you have the parameters, and all you need to do is just get to the target. And if you can show that you're a good trader, well, the world is yours.
Okay, let's talk a little bit. I see the questions. Let's talk a little bit about that. It's not 50% to the target, guys. The 24, it's your buying power. It's not the account. For those of you not familiar with Trade the Pool, you start with a zero balance. The 24,000, it's your buying power, which means doesn't matter if you win or lose. If you lost $100, your buying power will remain the same. So it's not really calculated like that in stocks. The target, it's actually coming from the max loss, right? And not the buying power. So it's basically 1 to 3 that you need to do. So not really 50%. Don't look at it that way. For Scott, you're saying about the 10%. So for traders that actually, because we do have, as you know, the day trading evaluation, what we did there is we did 2 things. First of all, full liquidation 5 minutes before the end of the day on the day trading account. So open positions, everything is closed. Second, you can hold your position. You can open a new position actually after market and then hold it overnight with actually not 10%, but 15%. We increased the pre-market and after-market buying power for day traders. But you have 45 days to pass and all position will be closed 5 minutes before the end of the day. On that case, on the swing, you can hold it overnight, over the weekend, pre-market, whatever it is, same buying power, no changing during pre and aftermarket or regular trading hours. And you got these 100 days that will definitely do the change for those of you who swing traders, who swing trades. Yeah, take those trades. And besides that, you got only 15 trades to pull it up and not 20 like we have on the day trading evaluation account.
Nice. Yeah, AJ, if you don't pass the evaluation or you get funded and you hit the stop out mark, then obviously that is you will have to start another evaluation again. So that's a question that was added there.
What else do we have here? How do I get into trades earlier?
The overnight exposure. Can you talk about the overnight exposure, Mickey? Because I think that is something for the guys that have already in Trade the Pool. They're so used to the rules with the overnight exposure and everything that we do dynamically for risk management. But now that doesn't really, it's a little bit different for the swing accounts. So can you just talk about the overnight exposure and how that works?
Yeah, so the overnight for the swing, the overnight is the same buying power Nothing changed. If I bought Apple at the beginning of the day, I can hold it for 100 days, and that's it, right? Technically, basically you need 15 trades and all, but the idea is that you can open a trade, keep it running, no question about it, no reducing, no limit on the exposure, nothing. You start with X, whatever you chose from the table, as I showed you before, 3,012, 24, 39, and you stick with that. You got that pre-market, aftermarket, overnight, whatever it is. So that will be your overnight exposure, and there will not be any reduction or anything like that, or trimming as we currently have on our day trading, or at least had on our day trading program.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Let's see, what else do we have here? Yeah, so that gap, Stefan, you're asking about what happened if you open with a massive gap up or down. So first of all, stop losses won't work on a gap, right? Because a stop is a market order, and a market order will only be executed during the market session, right? So no pre and after market. This is not something that we actually have control on. This is how it goes. Pre and after market will be only with limit orders. But besides that, this is something, but you touched on something very important, because we are actually going to take the risk here, because as you mentioned, a massive gap could easily come. Today we saw gaps, right, on Dell or JetBlue or other companies that we talked about, GameStop, right? So we are actually taking a lot of risk. This is why it's actually took us a little bit longer to bring that opportunity for swing traders, because of that massive risk that we are taking. Because especially in stocks, you can wake up the next day and because of FDA approved, the stock is gapping up like crazy, or because of a lawsuit coming from an investigation coming from the SEC, and the stock is plummeting, right? So in that case,
CEO leaving the position as well.
Yeah, anything like that. So the idea is to obviously protect our capital while protecting everyone else playing or trading inside of that pool. Mm-hmm. So we're taking that big risk. Obviously, one thing that keeps in mind, like we're doing the day trading, you cannot hold your position when it comes to earnings. So if Apple is reporting tonight, the position must be closed, and we will close it automatically if you're not, before the end of the day. That's for swing trading as well, but that's only for earnings.
Nice.
Now, of course, we just launched it today, so we will gather the data that we need on the risk side in order to decide within 2 months or 3 months if we want to tweak it up or down, give you more leverage, more buying power, reduce the target, increase the target, switch between XYZ. So this is definitely a beta version. We just need to understand and really learn from that in order to continue to work with that program. So it will take us a minute to gather the data, analyze it, and once we'll have it, we will decide if we need to tweak it up or down.
Mm-hmm. Nice, good stuff.
Yeah.
Has anybody else got any kind of questions that they want Mickey to go through?
Yeah. Someone is asking, hello bro, asking about NASDAQ, S&P, and Dow Jones. So you just trade the ETF, so SPY, QQQ, or the opposite actually, QQQ, SPY, and DIA. No.
Nice.
For the competition, guys, it's going to be day trading. It's 7 days. So the competition will be on a day trading program, basically. So we will do full liquidation at the end of the day, 5 minutes before the end of the day. You can open afterwards, you can open at aftermarket a position as well. Again, this is not 50% target, guys. We're talking about buying power, not account size. So it's actually 3 times your max drawdown. That's it. So any trader can make 2 or 3 times out of their risk, simply as that. Especially, like I said, especially when you have those stocks that just pushing higher, $50, $60, $100. You see it every day, but you also see it just on 3 months move, simply as that.
People got to understand there's a lot of traders coming from obviously the fivers that are here as well, and it's different markets, guys. Different markets, moves very different. We're very used to ranging markets with forex. You're not looking at a currency, euro dollar, going up 10% in a day or gapping up. It's super, super rare for these things to happen. These are daily occurrences on stocks. Michael goes through his scanner and he's finding these things on a daily basis. And now, obviously, the traders that are already trading stocks, they're looking at this and their mouths are drooling. I think you saw Becca earlier. They were looking. She was like, "This is fantastic." So traders that are already into trading stocks and they know the potential, they're going to understand this straight away. I know if you're coming from a forex background or trading with the fivers, then obviously it's going to be a little bit different. But there you go. That's why you got the trading competition. So you don't have to worry if you don't get it now. That's fine. You don't need to get it. You can do the trading competition because I know how you guys love trading. Take the trading competition, play around with the program that we've got, and it's just another opportunity, another tool in your toolbox. That's all you need.
Yeah, and guys, remember, I know, like Alex mentioned, some of you guys coming from forex or futures, and that's totally fine. But you need to remember we're talking about a different market here, and what you have on a different company, a forex company, for example, not necessarily means that it's good or bad for stock trading, right? So it's a different market in that case. Risk parameters are different. Risk management for our company is different. Yeah,
indeed.
Yeah, it's not a daily loss; it's a daily pause, Akshay. So it's actually just pausing you for that day, and then you move forward the next day. Okay, guys. I think we're good for another tiny break. We got 3 minutes or so. Maybe let's take 5 just to refresh, and then go to the other part. We got plenty to do today. We already did the swing program. We have this overview together, Alex, in a few, and then the cherry on top, right? Building your own playbook. So stay tuned. 5 minutes and we'll be back.
Close the door.
What's up, everybody?
Oh,
Back.
I hate my camera so much. This is just, how is it so blue, Mickey?
You're still pretty. You're still a pretty boy. Don't worry.
Thank you very
The
much.
Blue Man Group, man. The Blue Man Group.
Welcome, guys, back to this amazing live trading and live session that we did right now. Mitch, what's going on?
The battles are on, guys. I've been looking around to see what else we can come after. Dell has been not too bad. I'll share my screen in just a second here. Spies has been dumping, man.
Yeah,
Qs have been dumping.
Took crypto with it as well, unfortunately.
Yeah, and the miners also. So if crypto went, then the miners went too, right? I mean, that's what we see often. That's what I'm seeing right now on the tape. So if you guys are looking at that, you're definitely seeing that come in here. So now the battle's just on. Is it going to be a declining day all day, right? And I think the biggest stock to watch, of course, is the stock that you traded, Michael. Of course, NVIDIA, right? We talked about it early on, right? Let's go ahead. Let me fix this up here. But you guys could see that earlier. We had this little quick dip, and Michael went and covered into it. It wasn't a bad one either. Now we're seeing that it's kind of like in the middle, right? And this is where it gets very hard, because if you actually kind of like measure up this move from the top to the bottom, you're going to notice you're kind of stuck in the middle now. What's going to happen, right? Because the Qs have been dumping, the SPY has been dumping, and now it's just kind of more, can that bring us back? Because if NVIDIA could go back through, let's say, the highs, I could see the market start working its way back. And another thing to kind of keep a watch is always the top names, right? So Apple is on a little bit of a pullback opportunity. If you think the market's coming back, these are the types of stocks that I'd be looking at, right? The stocks that are up for that little bit of a pullback opportunity, like Meta, right? And so I always look at the leaders to take a look at what's going out there, right? TSM's also a big semiconductor, and it's struggling today. AMD struggling, right? So that's where I kind of watch NVIDIA to see if the struggle continues.
Yeah, Apple looks nice for a break and retest. I think it's just obviously had its retest onto a nice little level on the 5-minute chart.
Yeah,
it's actually quite a nice movement, and I wouldn't be surprised if it actually continues up as well.
Oh, Ricardo.
Ribbon hanging behind Alex is for catching flies. This thing is actually, every time I go like that, there's a horn in the office. I'm not going to do it right now because we only do that when we win some trades, and unfortunately,
it's a piñata, actually. You
it's
pull
a piñata. It's gonna let the balloons fall.
We're not gonna pull it just yet. Only when we get some winning trades. So make sure you're in some winning trades
for the raffles. For the raffle.
Hopefully
so guys, let's be serious for a second. I want to take a minute to talk about what is next for us. So probably what we left to the end, and this is definitely the most important one, as we talked about, between 1 to 2 Eastern. So this is just within 17 minutes. We are going to do the playbook, and then David and Sam will join Josh from Traders Sync to talk about how to build the playbook, what it means, and actually take those trades that we made today, or at least the NVIDIA I made today. We'll put it on Traders Sync trading journal, and then we can analyze it, understand what was right, what was wrong, and we will all put our insight and experience from what we do in order to create our own playbook. So this is by far the most important one. Learn, grow, and do it over and over again. So afterwards, after 2, we will do, Alex and I will do the raffle, and we will finish strong. So stay tuned, guys. Hit the like button, and let's talk a little bit about those trades that we took today. What do you say, Mitch?
Yeah. I've even seen mentions in the chat. Looks like some people jumped on that NVAX trade, but let's take a look at what you got into, Michael. I know that you went after that Nvidia trade, so we can take a look at that as a nice successful trade. And mentioned in the chat, I see someone even jumped on the demo and was able to nail a trade. That's what it's all about, guys. Especially the platform, right? At least now you've been able to learn the platform. Hey, it's good to see it, and it's great to see you guys take trades, right? At the end of the day, I can only tell you what I'm seeing, and you guys got to call your shots, right? Like always, I'm just going to tell you what I'm seeing out in the market. Everybody calls their shots, press that button. So Damien in the chat, if you were able to make a 10 on that, well, guess what? That's a shout out to you, not necessarily only to me. That's mainly to you because you executed on the trade.
Nice one. So I just want to recap first. When we spoke with Kriss from Trader Sync, he gave Trade Ideas. Sorry, he gave us JWN, and that was a great move. One of the scanners that Kriss built is basically it's based on the hourly chart with 200 EMA, and it showed us that every time it pushed and consolidated, then and reached the 20 EMA. Sorry. It actually moved very nicely to the up. The same here. And also, he showed us that it's possible to do today. And this is exactly what we saw from JWN. A great move starting from 22.30 all the way $1.20, $1.30 up from the get-go. So that was a great mover. Also, GPS, one of those stocks we talked about with Dan from TrendSpider, basically, just a second day play. Earnings on Friday pushed it up. Then today, another very nice push. And for me, like you said, Mitch, Nvidia. So the concept was pretty straightforward. I thought about shorting it from the beginning, planning the scenario. I'm looking at the 1 minute chart for Nvidia. Look at the 200 EMA, held it perfectly on Friday, played with it, then pre-market, play with it again, support coming in right here, pushing the price higher. And the play or the idea was to break it and retest it and then continue the short side. I started to short it just around here when it's actually broke it and retested, added a little bit more here, and held it through that. Once it broke and reached that support level, I took my partials out. You can easily see it. That's a support level. We marked that before. You have the pre-market highs or the pre-market, the beginning of the pre-market, then the push that came from the 200 EMA. Very, very classic. And obviously the market, the NASDAQ dropped also. So that obviously pushed my trade. And this is basically what I did. So one chunk here, the other one here, it went a little bit against me and then dropped, covered all those three chunks at the bottom, and then it pushed higher. So it's important, guys, to take your partials out, right? To take your moment to understand, okay, this is a support level, major one. You can get out of that trade. You see that the market is shifting also. So you need to take it out and not just keep it for the long run.
Yeah. It was a great trade there, Michael. And I like that you were able to take the profits, right? And that was your intentions, right? And I think that's the important thing there is executing on what the plan is, right? That's the hardest thing for traders to do. They can set a plan, but can they follow that plan, right? And react to what you're seeing. Michael is seeing that the market was coming down. He took his opportunity just to take the profits into the move. And that helped him out today. That's how it goes sometimes at the trader. We're seeing right over there. SS trades up 546 today. Shout out to you.
Let's
go. Just the third day. Hey, get after it, man.
Well, and he's I bet he's gonna like the new swing program as well.
Yeah.
So many people are gonna be into that.
That was also a nice move on Tesla, and that unfortunately I didn't take, but it almost reached that resistance level. I marked it at 183, and in that case, it reached 182.65. So almost reached that. That was a nice move as well. You had a quick trade here, right, Mitch?
Yeah.
Very nice. Quick bounce, catching that fast move, and eventually got tired.
Michael, when you're looking at price, obviously in stocks, when it's going to a level, you're looking for a break. If you're looking to fade that break of that level, you're looking for really high volume coming into that level. What are you looking for to take the price back down?
Yeah, let's try to see one of those. We can look at GME. That's not the classic one, but we can look at the concept of what we're talking about right now. What you asked. So, for example, when you're watching GME, right, it dropping, reach that support. I think I have a better support here at 26.50. At least that's what I'm seeing. But eventually, when it dropped down, you can see the volume increasing here. Those two, this one, and this one, right? Now, I'm not saying every time you will see increased volume, it will turn right away. So it didn't go that way, right? It went down just a tiny bit and then started to move higher, right? But once you see those volumes, this should be your indication that the price might shift or starting to build the position to shift, right? And again, this is not the perfect example because it didn't bounce like crazy up. But if you go through some charts, let's look at Dell, for example, right? Yeah, I see it right now. So looking at Dell, that's the same concept. Look at the volume, the high volume coming in. So definitely higher than those previous volume. And that was right here. So it did continue a little bit lower, and then it shifted, right? So from time to time, that will be the end of the move, or just a tiny bit lower and then push it. This is why I love to scale into the position, because I don't really know that that's it. It's going to shift higher. I know that it's getting into that area where it should shift. If it will continue a little bit down and then shift, obviously I don't know what will happen. So I can only scale in and build the position as I see it with those signals. Let's call them that way. And you don't have it, by the way, you don't have it in Forex. I don't see Forex traders actually using volume, right?
No, you can use obviously tick volume if you're using something like the volume profile. I know some people use that on tick volume, but it's less. People don't use it as much. Obviously, in futures or in stocks, you can really go inside the candle to see how much volume, to see how much delta, to see how many people have got into positions, and then from there you can make decisions. Just haven't got that on CFDs. Everything's just thin air, unfortunately.
That's key for me. And look at the JWM, right? That's also one easy one to look at, and you will see it every day, guys. Doesn't matter if you're trading Forex and if you started to trade stocks, listen, you will see those plays as I just showed you with the high volume every single day. Look at the high volume coming in here. You have one that started the move, this one right here. And then after a nice push to the upside, and we need to check, maybe there is also resistance coming here. Look at the volume, the increased volume comparing to the previous. Once we reach that moment, shifting back and dropping down. Now, let's talk a little bit about, we got a few more minutes, so let's talk a little bit about the reason behind it, right? And maybe write it down in the chat as well. Why do you think there is this increase in volume and then the shift after? What's the reason behind it? And for those of you who trading only Forex, a volume is basically the number of shares switching hands between buyers and sellers, right? Try to write it down in the chat. Alex, do you know the answer?
Sorry, what was your question, mate?
Why is there a huge volume coming at the top of the range? that started.
Well, there's obviously a lot of people getting interested at those places. You got stop orders, you got sell stops, you got buy stops, all of those different things at tops of ranges. So, end of the day, people are looking at those places to get in and out of trades. So that's where you see the most volume.
Right, but the thing is about that's basically a manipulation, right? That's a play, a dirty play of algos.
Yeah.
They will basically, right, Mitch? They will basically create potential. In this case, JWN. It's not a great example, but still, they will build like scenarios or like patterns as a bull flag, cup and handles, showing everybody that it should break through and continue to run. And once everyone is clicking the mouse key and buying, buy, they can start shorting it and selling them at the top without moving the price so rapidly and with a lot of shares. So that play, always, you will see it always at the bottom or the top, because this is how the smart money acts. You want to add on that, Mitch?
Yeah, institutions will do this also, right? I mean, they know the level that they want to get in. A lot of times they will bring, especially if it's a lower float stock, they can try to bring it back to that level and then put a big position on, right? Let's say if I have like $1 million long, right? Well, I'm not going to be able to just add to that position at the open too often. That's why I look at the hourly charts, guys, because the hourly charts is what the institutions are using. And that's how you get around kind of that algorithmic volume, right? So I'm looking at what they would be watching. They only sometimes use a 15-minute chart, but really it's going to be probably hourly, 4 hours, and daily chart. So I'm watching those deep pullbacks to see if they're bringing it to a level where they can wash out the day traders and then swing traders, long position traders that are trying to build a position are buying off those supports, washing it to a level, buying it back from that level. And I see that happen so often, right? That's why I love the hourly charts. Don't forget those, guys. You can still use 1 minute or 5 minute charts. Nothing wrong. But just make sure that you understand what's going on in different time frames. That can give you an advantage.
Yeah, those kind of trades are super as well on crypto. And the amount of people, if you've got the top of the range people going long, and then the rain it comes back in, those traders are now underwater and they have got to close their positions, which just adds fuel to the fire. And that is just, if you get onto those trades where all of those traders are stuck in positions and they're in pain to close their positions, those are normally the positions that move the fastest. And those are really good little trades for day traders as well, not just for anything else.
Nice one. All righty, guys. So first of all,
see you in a bit.
Yeah, let me first say thank you very much for Mitch again. That was huge, Mitch.
Hey, that's what it's all about. Guess what? The best part is, Michael, I'll be back tomorrow, guys.
Let's go. Yes.
Don't miss it. I'll see you guys tomorrow, all right? Bright and early. Stick around, though. Stick around. You might want to find out. You might have won the raffle. Stick around, guys.
All righty, guys. We'll see you
See you later.
Yeah. Straight to the playbook. Bye for now. What's up, everybody?
Hey guys, how's it going?
Same, David, Josh.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Amazing. That's
Very
great.
good, man. Very good. I'm in Italy at the moment. I'm traveling. I'm in Positano.
Nice.
Yeah,
That's a great view.
Yeah. Thanks. Yeah, I'm in a restaurant. Actually, I decided I had to tell everybody I'm taking a break to do this event. So yeah, I
so
love
much
Italy.
for taking the time for that. Okay, guys. So, guys that listening right now in the chat, we are back, and this is something that we are waited for because we traded, we analyzed, we scanned the right asset, everything. We did everything from A to Z. So we only got actually Z right now, which is building the playbook and actually understand what it is, what does it mean actually to build a playbook, and also using TraderSync trading journal in order to analyze and build the stats and build that playbook. So maybe take it away, introduce yourself, guys. Just a quick one, and we'll dive in.
Sure. Would you like me to start?
Go ahead.
You can start, Sam.
Yeah, sure. So I'm Sam Dagash. I'm a co-founder of Conscious Trading Academy. I work closely with David. Guys, you guys can hear me clearly?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So I cover the mindset element at the academy, and we focus on, of course, all areas related to mind and skill set. But today's topic is very relevant because we always focus in our academy around journaling, and I thought it would be great to cover the mind element from my perspective, the skill set from a practical perspective and technical perspective with David. And this is why we're here to share some value. And I'm looking forward to the conversation.
Nice.
Yeah, and I'm David Capablanca, co-founder of Conscious Trading Academy as well. I focus more on the skill set side. I'm a short seller trader. Been trading since 2016 and turned a small amount of money, a few $1,000s. Initially, I started out from 2016 to 2020. All I focused on was learning, and mostly through journaling my trades. And then 2020 came, and I seized took advantage of the opportunities that the market presented, and here I am. But journaling still plays a major role in all my trading, and I use TraderSync actually for all my journaling, and they have an app. And I'm constantly reviewing trades, like as on the go, as well as just making really, the routines and habits that I built over the years to fit journaling in my schedule after the trading day, and just going over the thought process of every trade as they're fresh. It's important to jot down the trades as it's fresh. Let me. It's an introduction. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
so we'll get into that in a second. Yeah, got carried away.
No worries. Can you guys hear me all good here?
Yeah, perfect.
Awesome. Okay, well, nice to reconnect with you guys all. David, it's been a minute as well. It's good to see your face there. I'm Josh. I'm one of the guys at TraderSync here. I work with all of our partners, trading schools and what have you. Mainly been trading stocks ever since 2013. Day trading has been my main focus. But yeah, other than that, really excited to be here today. I've been tuning in the event on the viewers side, and looks like you guys have had a good morning or evening over there thus far. So happy to be here.
Nice one, guys. So that was a great quick one. David, I see you super excited to go and dive into that.
Yeah,
so that's
I
amazing.
love journaling, man.
Actually, I want to start before going into TraderSync and actually looking at the the platform and understand how we can benefit from it. Let's talk a little bit about why to do that. Why it's super important.
Sure. Would you like me to start from my side and we go around?
Yeah.
Let's do that. Yeah.
Okay. So I'll just cover some important points that I think it goes without saying. Like everyone that's on that, the viewers that are on here today, one important question you need to ask yourself is: Are you active journaling, and do you feel that you're a trader that is got your journaling to the T? And this is really important because what we see, again, we like to apply practical things. What we see throughout the years of working with traders myself, so I work privately and individually and with groups with traders, we've seen over the years that there's always a noticeable shift in performance when a trader knows how to really start journaling from all aspects of his trading, you know. And when we talk about trading, journaling, it comes in many forms, but the most important thing is understanding that trading is going to give you tracking your progress and performance, which is pretty clear, but it helps traders keep detailed record. We need to understand that the record is not just about entries and exit points, but more importantly, it's about understanding that we need to know our emotional responses. We need to know and identify our patterns. We need to be able to enhance decision-making process. These elements are super important, and we don't get a full picture of that only with journaling. Journaling is what gives us that full picture. It's always about building that picture, and of course being able to connect the dots. I mean, we had a call yesterday. We were running a masterclass, myself and David, and we were talking about certain trades and how David, with repetition of over the years of journaling, what actually happens is, from a neurological level, we build neural network connections in our mind, and that makes it easy to have a recall of certain stocks. What happens? How did I feel? How do I interact with that stock? What's going on with it? So the connections, the neural connections become much more easier, but that takes journaling. It takes repetition over and over and over a period of time. So journaling is about creating that playbook of yours, but in order to have an efficient playbook that actually supports you in your trading and actually produces the results you want, you need to be able to have a big picture of where you're at, what's your triggers, and so forth. So I'll just add to this from this perspective, and I'll pass it on to David if you would like to add.
Maybe just a time, David, before I got a question for you,
Sure.
Sam.
Sure.
You mentioned obviously super important things here, but one of the main problems that we have for the traders is doing that, right? Just the fact, like the process of journaling.
Yeah.
I remember, before TraderSync, before all of those great tools, I used to do that manually it started with just a pen and a paper, and then moved to Excel sheet, and then TraderSync and all. So how is it that we can, on the mental side, how we can shift the mental side of traders to do that, to journal? Because no one wants to track is losing trades, because it's losing.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. You just said it. So two things. So I want to just comment to that before I forget. It's how we perceive it, right? If you're perceiving it as a losing trade, that you're tracking it because it's giving a meaning that doesn't serve you, then you don't want to track it. But if you track it to go, I want to track all the learnings so that I can become a better trader, a more profitable trader, you change your perspective. So always ask yourself the question, why am I journaling today? Why am I taking track of all my trades? And if you have a clear understanding of your why, as in, I do this because I want to become a more profitable trader, and I know based on experience, based on modeling others, based on stats that is out there today, traders that journal and have a clear journaling methodology and they're good at it, they become a better trader. So that's just the bottom line. So ask yourself, do you want to become a better trader? And then start slowly. You don't have to start writing everything down. You can start by recording your voice. You can start by doing multiple ways, even using TradeSync. This is an entry point, but you have to make sure that you're having a holistic approach to it, making sure that you know exactly what's going on. So changing our perspective, to answer the question in summary, because of our time, changing our perspective and how we see that and why we're doing it will start to build those habits and start to feel good about it, because then we feel confident. Because when we track a good trade, we feel good, right? We feel confident about it. We feel great. But when we track something that we're taking a learning, we should also feel good. Okay, I don't want this to happen again to me. Therefore, I need to journal. I need to track it. If that makes sense and answers the question.
Yeah, definitely. That's super important. Thanks.
And welcome.
David, you want to go ahead?
Yes, it's a little noisy here, so bear with me. But yeah, no, journaling is just you asked about journaling the red trades. Yeah, that's the most important trades to journal. You have to journal your losing trades. Early on, I would do 500 words to 1,500 words on my losing trades, everything about the trade. So it's just like forcing yourself to relive, to go through it and get the learnings, because naturally you don't want to face pain. You don't want to face, your stuff doesn't feel good, but it's not about what feels good. The job's got to get done. You got to get the learnings. If you want to succeed at trading, you gotta learn from your mistakes, and you gotta adapt and move forward. So the way you do that, for example, on a losing trade, I would say, okay, why did I oversize? Why did I undersize? And then you dig deeper and deeper and deeper to figure out what's the cause of that. There's something like underlying, like psychologically, or through, are you trying to prove something to someone, or did someone call you? Did someone doubt you and you want to prove them wrong, and now you're doing it for that? Are you doing it to be right, or are you doing it to make money? So like you gotta just journal. These are thoughts for yourself. It's like a diary, and you're just digging deeper and deeper and deeper to find what's the root of the problem, and then you address it. And then on top of that, on the other side, you gotta address, okay, your position sizing. You gotta clean up your position sizing. Maybe you scale back to very small. Then maybe you do one block order. Maybe you do. So you talk with yourself through it, and this is for yourself. It's just a thought process, and you just like Sam likes to call. You're just like rewiring. Oh, thank you, Tim.
It's getting cold. Show them.
They're giving me ravioli over here.
Thank you for all your sacrifices, short sellers. We need more of you guys. Keep shorting, especially pre-market and near the open. Dilution tracker for life. Finish that. You gotta try it. You gotta try it on camera.
That's Tim Sykes, guys.
You gotta try it on camera. Yeah. Show the pasta. Show the pasta. This is the pasta
Is it
Genovese.
Tim, what's going on?
Pasta Genovese.
You gotta show it up here. Yeah.
We have the Genovese and then the pesto. Let's see. Watch him eat carbs, but it's steak pasta, so you like it. They marinate.
Can you hear him?
They marinate this.
Yeah, we can hear him. Tell him to jump in, or at least see his face while he's talking.
Are they saying they're gonna short more?
Okay.
I think
Thanks so much, Tim.
Yeah.
Yo, keep up shorting. No, look, I want you guys to short more.
Okay. I think we'll drop him from that. Yeah.
Fine. It's all good. It's all good, guys. Sorry, we had to pull David out of this commitment to make some time with us anyway. But we're all in here anyway. No problem.
Michael, if I could just jump in on that remark there. A couple of items. I was coming up on year 11 now of me trading. For those of you guys that maybe have came into the markets here in the last few years, you're kind of bombarded with all these different softwares where when I was starting out, just like Michael said, like I didn't have the fortunate fact of being able to have a software. So me being a day trader, I was spending 30 minutes to an hour a day just manually logging in every single execution and trying to get really down to the deeper level information there. And whenever, you guys went into a losing spell, whether it was one bad day or one bad week, like we all said, it's really hard to be able to go back and journal. And when that was back in the manual days, man, every account that I blew up, it was when I went through those 2 bad weeks. I wasn't aware of what that commonality, and it was usually just a common mistake of either me being like too antsy in my trade or having too tight of a stop. But it was always a common thing that I wasn't able to go and diagnose on a personal level and then be able to nip that in the back, right? So I'd go and continue to make this mistake day in and day out, and until you catch up to you and your account is next to null in buying power. Needless to say, it does 2 things for you when you're journaling. One, it removes the ego, because we all have an ego, whether we want to admit it or not, and whether we want to say it affects us or not. It's how you actually address that and saying, okay, you know what, I did mess up on this. I'm going to make sure that I focus on not making that mistake here tomorrow. When you don't go and journal it, it's really easy for you to go and push those trading mistakes under the rug and just say, you know what, I hit my daily max loss. It's all good. I'll come back tomorrow fresh as I can be and go and attack it. You go tomorrow, the same thing happens again. And then you realize, okay, I've done this 3 days in a row where I could have been avoided on day 2 and day 3 easily. But had I not gone into my journal and went through that and actually diagnosed and realized that was the actual reason for my mistakes, now we're here, and it's a pretty preventable and avoidable thing to go there. So just that, and like I said, the biggest thing is awareness and being quick to that. Whenever there's a market snap or a market shift, especially for your newer guys that haven't been through a bull market before, haven't been through a bear market before, as soon as you get into those market reversal points, you have to be journaling that much more, because it's those common habits that you form when you get really lazy in those really easy bull markets, really easy bear markets. As soon as the market shifts, get really onto your journaling, because then it makes you a lot more aware of how the market's actually performing as of late and not as of the last 6 months or a year.
Yeah, that one is great. And I love the fact that, you're working in a company that provide this opportunity to actually analyze the stats and understand better. And as a trader, so you're not just working there, you actually know how it feels. So in that case, that's amazing insight. David, you wanted to add?
Yeah. So just so I missed a lot of that. I'm for it's like Tim got Tim,
Yeah,
but
it looks like he drank a few bottles.
Yeah, we ordered everything on the menu like 5 times, and like it's a very nice restaurant. And anyway, it's crazy. Yeah, they all drank a lot of wine. I don't drink though, but anyway, to go back what I was saying about journaling the red trades, because I think it's one of the most important things that traders got to do. Is like when you lose, you don't feel good, and you just want to go to bed. You want to cuddle with your spouse or girlfriend or whatever. You just want to take it easy, put it behind you. But that's actually you got to do the opposite. You got to do what all the, because trading, 90% of some traders lose overall. So like you got to do what the 10% are doing. So what are the 10% doing? They're journaling their losing trades. They don't feel good. I don't feel good when I lose, but I gotta get the lessons out of it, and I know that's gonna feed into like me being a profitable trader, me getting better and better and better. It's just like a professional athlete or any professional at the highest level. So journaling your red trades, journaling every little detail about it, and over the years, actually, I met Josh on my podcast, The Friendly Bear, and I met Sam, my partner and friend on The Friendly Bear. I invited Sam a while ago when I was doing the journaling on my own, and with Sam, Sam helped me go deeper into my journaling. With I'm journaling it for myself, but I'm also talking about it with a person like Sam that understands the mental side of it, and that's how that was one of the reasons why we decided to partner up and start the Conscious Trading Academy. So it's like all those details of like, why did I oversize? Why did I undersize? Why was I aggressive? Why was I not patient? Why was I not disciplined? Why? You dig deeper, and that's like with someone like Sam, you can hit all those spots. You can go extra deeper. But journaling, you have to. That's why on my own, I mentioned when we first started this, I was doing 500 words, 1,000-word reviews because I would force myself to dig deeper. It's like, okay, I wrote 300 words. I was like, I don't want to write any more words. I just want to get out of there and go to the gym or go to take a nap or something. I just had a red day. But as I forced myself to write more, I was like, all right, I'm digging more deeper. Did my parents doubt me? They said, I can't do this. Why don't I go and I'm an architect before trading. Why aren't you doing architecture? Why are you doing trading? Trading is gambling. Then I journaled that. That's why I oversized, and that's why I lost the trade. So I didn't lose the trade because of my thesis of the trade or my idea about the trade. I lost it because I wanted to prove someone else wrong, and I was too aggressive, and that's destructive behavior. I can't control my behaviors now. Why can't I control my behaviors? What can I do to control my behaviors? So like you write this all out in the journal, and then on top of that, with TraderSync, you get a lot of data. Like, okay, Mondays I don't perform well. Why don't I perform well on Mondays? Is it because I'm anxious to trade? I didn't trade for 2 days. Now I'm all of a sudden anxious. Why am I anxious? So it works hand in hand. You get your stats from the day, you dig deep with yourself and figure out why it was that way. For a lot of times I was getting, very, very clear stats of like Fridays I didn't trade well on TraderSync. It points it out. All your trades aggregates it. It's like Fridays you don't trade well. So maybe take Fridays off, so until you figure it out. I like to use TraderSync to see my profit factor.
Let me ask you, sorry, David, let me ask you on this one, for example. Fridays are not good for you, right? Do you go and take them off, or you go and analyze what happened on those Fridays? Is that the market behavior, or is actually me because Friday is closer to the weekend, and on weekend I'm getting more loose, or I just had a fight with my girlfriend? How do you handle that?
Yeah. So Friday. So if you're red statistically, let's say over a 3 to 6 month period, you have a lot of red days on Fridays, like it sticks out, then you take Fridays off. That's an option. You could take Fridays off. You just don't want to lose any money. It's like you just. Then another thing is maybe you don't trade at all on Friday. Maybe you paper trade on Friday. That's another option. You're getting screen time, but you know, but like, you know, you're learning. So it's up to you. Like, how do you want to do it? Maybe you just want to trade, like, watch the first hour. That's what I did, actually. I watched the first hour of the trading day, and then I took the rest of the day off. So I'm not even tempted to trade. Back then, when I was starting, this is like 2020, 2021 that I'm speaking about, those Fridays, I didn't trust myself to trade. I'm a new trader. I just don't trust myself. But I did trust myself for 1 hour I can watch, and then I'm just going to walk away, you know, because I was trading with a fully loaded account, and you know, it's a lot, and I didn't have the discipline that I have now. Like, I'm a much more developed trader, and I have a lot of experience. So you got to get yourself to that level of having experience and discipline, which takes time to build. It's like going to the gym. So it's like, if it takes time to build, you got to stay in the game. So it's like taking the Friday off, even though you're not getting the screen time, it keeps you in the game longer to be refreshed and like to, you know, get the most out of everything. You know, if you're suffering all the time, you're getting major setbacks. You know, let's say Fridays are clear short squeeze days. Like, you realize, okay, a lot of short squeezes happen on Friday because short sellers don't want to hold over the weekend. And you know, in the afternoon, it's more probable that Fridays you get much more squeeze potential. And then for some reason you became very bearish on the stock and you short it and you get squeezed, and now you have an outlier loss. You know how devastating that is? Not only did you know to not even trade Friday, but you traded Friday and you added to a loser. You had a bigger loss than normal. That's so for the morale, it sucks. And if you do that over and over, it's just the morale and the energy to trade. This is why a lot of people don't continue, because they take so many setbacks, and it's just so disappointing. They don't trust themselves, that they're like, they don't. Let's say after a period of 6 months to a year, they're just like, you know what, I'm done. You know, so you don't want to get there. So you want to get there by staying flatlined, break even trader, slightly red, slightly green, and avoiding a lot of setbacks. The main thing is the setbacks. You need the experience. You need to snowball that experience and think long term. So
Sam, I see you want to jump in.
No, I'm saying everything David is saying is gold, and I really hope the guys that are tuned in and are watching this are making note of this, because again, I've been working for traders for some time now, and it's noticeable that when we have a downfall through the patterns that we see, we also got to ask ourselves the deeper questions when it comes to building that playbook. What am I doing the night before? What is my state of being when I'm having this red day frequently? What state am I in? Because remember, our state of being, for those that are watching, is how you think and how you feel. Sometimes your state of being as a trader sitting there, you're in a more confident state, more relaxed state, therefore you perform better. But maybe Fridays something happens. So it's always looking into the depth of our human psychology, because we gotta give that credit, to give that space of going, okay, but how was I feeling? What was I thinking? What emotional response did I have? Like David was saying, sometimes they would upsize in that perspective, but they have the fear of missing out. So there's an emotion where I'm supposed to be trading. It's Friday. No, I want to end the week I want to do something. So trading all the time becomes just the fact that I'm trading. It means I'm doing something. And meanwhile, you could actually be causing more havoc for yourself. So paying attention to emotional responses, paying attention to our state of being, and then that comes with journaling. That's why, luckily today we have Trader Sync, amazing platforms like this that can give you that. But add that extra layer, guys. Add that extra layer of starting to ask yourself meaningful, honest questions about those days, specifically the days that you want to improve and what's different. Because we're quick, Michael. We're quick to blame it on the market. You know what I mean? We're quick to do that.
Yeah,
we're quick to go, oh, it's the market, but in reality, it's not that. It's our playbook, and what are we doing? And this is what, just as a reminder for everyone else. I don't know, Josh, if you want to add something to that.
Yeah. No, I think those are both good. I just, even me personally, I traded through a lot of low volatility markets in like the middle teen years. 2012 kind of to 2014 was the summer months. It just wasn't that much action. So, you could spend all your time in the pre-market. You spend 5-6 hours trading in the day. You do your 1 hour of whatever journaling in the evening. You get to Friday, and it's all based on that first morning trade on Friday morning. That trade was red, I would be instantly on tilt, and I'd be like, oh man, you know what? Gave back Wednesday, Thursday's profits. Now I'm like, okay, well, I've lost 10 hours of my last work. I still have another job I have to pay for the bills. Now, okay, well, I could at least get to break even. And you just instantly get into that casino mindset, right? And then it becomes in the same fact of like what we're talking about today here, which is our playbooks, right? Fridays, I'd always deviate from my playbook. I get into small cap trading, which I'm primarily a mid to large cap guy. I would get into oversizing. So same thing, you know, I just would go through my journal, and what I did now, and I still do this to my day, is if there's not a setup on my pre-market watch list, I won't take it, because quite often I would find, or I'd run my intraday scanner about 11, 12 Eastern and say, okay, you know what? Let's just hit a home run on this trade, right? Well, that's not in my playbook. That's not on my pre-market watch list. It's not a daily analysis that I've usually like to do, you know, the night before. So what I do now is I usually just limit to 3 trades and half my position sizing. If I don't hit it, I don't hit it. I'm out. And then I don't feel as bad trying to force a trade as well. I've done my stats over the last 10 years, David. I'm in the same way. I've barely break even, I think, at best on Fridays. And that's just the way how I'm wired in between my 2 years. It's my Mondays are great. Tuesdays, Thursdays are by far my best days of the week. But Fridays, I just have to taper off, because whether I had a really good week or a really bad week, it's always me trying to have that revenge and a lot more emotional influence on my execution. So
self-awareness, though, Josh. I just want to comment on that. It's taking you time through journaling to know that part about you. You see what you just described, where I'm going to go back and the last 2 days I lost it. So that's the lingo and the linguistics that's happening in your mind, which creates that. So if you become aware, which you need to journal, then you set those playbook rules and then you stick to them. And that's how so when it actually happens, you might still break your rule maybe once, maybe twice, but then eventually you start to say, listen, I'm an idiot now. I'm doing something I know I'm not supposed to be doing. So the pain eventually becomes, well, this is too much to bear, then I'm just going to go back to actually sticking and becoming more disciplined, right? So it's just a cycle. I just wanted to comment on that. Thanks for that, Josh. It's really
I would say, sorry, just to finish on that point is, you know, I've gotten really, really angry at the market on those Fridays. And it is the reason why I blew up my first 2 accounts, was because I just was getting away from my playbook. And eventually my mentor sat down and said to me, you know, what was the 3 main reasons why you lost that account? And I couldn't tell him why. And that was where it really drilled down to me and saying, okay, you know what? I've taken 700 trades in this account and I can't tell him why I lost it. So I went through and I journaled every single one of those trades. It took me about a week and a half to do those 700 trades. But I was able to say, you know what? It was me chasing, me not having a trade in my playbook, and oversizing when I would get into the red. And so now those are 3 rules that I live to this day. And it took me being aware and more mature in my trading and saying, you know what? The market doesn't owe you anything. At the end of the day, it does what it does. It's how you react and how you adapt to it. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's amazing. And, you know, obviously I can relate. I feel exactly the same. That's how crazy it is trading, right? Because we all experiencing the same things as human beings. You know, you got your own issues with finance, whatever the parents taught you, whatever the environment, like the surrounding taught you about money, about losing, about winning. And we all experience the same thing. And only through real data analysis, we can actually understand how to improve and how to take ourselves out of that. There's a story, like a podcast that I did many times, about my own losing trade, the biggest one. I lost in 3 days, 91K. And that was like a few years ago, when I was making great money and all, but I just got into a certain moment that I lost it. And it took me 6 months to return it afterwards. And the only thing that kept me going on the technical side, at least, was the journaling and understanding. Okay, also on the mental side, because it gave me like a boost in my trading confidence that, you know, I know what I'm doing. I already proved that to myself, so I can get myself out of that. So definitely journaling is the one to stick to. Although, as you mentioned, Sam, and also you, Josh, it's not today. It's maybe a easier task than before, but it's not a holy grail, right? It's not something that you click the mouse key and that's it. You still need to put the time. You still need to trade and obviously take those trades, put them in the account, all of that. So is there any shortcuts, anything that will get you from A to Z without doing 15, 20 years of trading?
I think keeping it organized, and I'm sure, Sam, you probably have methods of doing that too. First off, when I got into trading, I wanted to learn everything: long, short, forex, futures, stocks, crypto. And then I realized, okay, you know what? You can't be a jack of all trades. You have to just look to be a master of one. So I went through and I started to organize my setups, and let's call it like your playbook, for instance. It's exactly what I called it when I was starting out as well. So there's 3 setups that would work basically in a bull, bear, or range bound market condition as a day trading person or personality. So what I did was I said, okay, I'm going to focus on these 3 setups, try to improve the win rate, improve the average return per share on those trades. And then over 6 months, if I have those 2 numbers set in stone and your risk reward is in a good ratio, then my account should be positive. So just keeping my setups and my tagging really simple, like not saying, okay, this is a flag 1 or a flag 2 or a flag 3. Like if it's a flag, it's a flag, right? If it's a red to green reversal, it's a red to green reversal. So keeping your tagging systems really, really clean. And then same thing on the mistakes end. Even with TraderSync or whatever software you're using, you can say whether, it's I had FOMO on this trade, or I chased, or I had revenge trading. Just keep your mistake taking really, really clean. Because for me, for instance, it was me having too tight of a stop and getting out of a trade in 5 minutes and not having that setup actually pan out. I did the numbers on my own trading journal. I noticed that 50% of my losses actually could have been winners if I just held it for an extra 5 minutes, because I was oversizing and having too tight of a stop loss that wasn't an actual stop loss. I just try to place it at the next, nearest line that I thought would look good, but I wasn't taking into multiple time frame analysis or whatever it might have been to actually have a respectful stop loss area. So for me, just keeping things simple, organized, and then consistency. Every single week I'd have sticky notes and say, okay, this is what I want to be focusing on: win rate for one, maybe my risk reward. So then I'd make sure that when I'm trading, I have these sticky notes up, and I just be like, okay, I'm only going to be making a step forward in my trading career if I have both of these things marked off and accomplished. If I'm making the same mistakes this week as I did last week, it's only going to be a matter of time before that buying power is going to get knocked down next to commissions or whatever it is that it is. So my big thing is organization, keeping it simple. You're going to be burnt out at the end of the day. So if you can get your answers as quick as possible, for me, it can take me 5 to 10 minutes now to have a really solid journaling session. If I take 3 to 5 trades, whereas like I said, it would take me an hour before. So you lose $500, $1,000, and you got to go into an Excel sheet back 10 years ago and plot why you won or lost. Like it's not a long-term solution. So you guys have the software there, just more so making it really focused and efficient in your journaling.
Yeah. Sam, you want to add on that? Yeah.
No, I mean, look, to everything that Josh said, you can see he's an experienced trader from simplifying things. I think this is the most important thing. Sometimes as traders, we think we need to complicate things to get better results. We don't. As long as you simplify things with everything you're doing. So ask yourself, how can I simplify my playbook, my book of rules? I call it the Bible. So if you got to respect that playbook, right? And most of the time, if you're not respecting your playbook, it's because you're not journaling and you're not disciplined to it. So how do you even know if that playbook is working for you and it's actually serving you in the long run? The only way to do that is to journal. Because sometimes we have a playbook, but we're actually not sticking to that. And we're 80%, 70%, sometimes 40, but we go, well, why is it not working? Well, first of all, give yourself a real honest assessment on your current playbook. And the only way you do that, that's the reality, guys, is for you to journal, to question everything on every single trade. How were you? Why did you take it? How did you feel? What did you do after? What made it work? What were you fighting? Did you actually break your rule and then just get out alive? Because those habits and behaviors that you do, and if you get away with it once, twice, and 3 times, and you're not paying attention to that, that's your downfall. That's how you blow up accounts. And I'm sure Josh and Michael would agree to that. That is the unfortunate traps we fall into, because we start to get rewarded for negative behaviors that is outside of our playbook. So remember, guys, it's just about being and building that discipline. And don't be hard on yourself, because it takes time. If you're in this for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, we work with traders that come to us. We say, don't even think about profitability till after 3 years. And they don't like to hear that, but that's the reality. Because if you're going to think you're going to make it quick and fast, you're going to lose it fast. So understand that it's like an academy, it's like in college, like a university. I got to learn how to become a trader that journals really well. I'm good first year, second year, third year. Oh my God, look at me now. I've refined it. But the way you refined your trading, journaling, takes time and effort, and you become better and better at it. And of course, using softwares like TraderSync is really a whole new level. I mean, Michael will tell you back in the day with the writing versus where we are today. But then take that to your advantage. Take that to your advantage and add to it. That's my message to everyone.
Nice one. So let's take it up a notch and dive in to the platform. Tell me, Josh, if you want to show it, or I will show it on my screen.
Yeah, maybe you can. I had some network issues connecting for whatever reason, so I'm on mobile here.
So we'll do two things. First of all, the concept is, as we said before, understanding what we did today in our trading, in the live trading, basically, and then analyzed it. So my only trade today was NVIDIA when I shorted it from the top here and then covered that. We can upload that and try to analyze it, but I think maybe a better way will be to actually show a little bit more stats and try from here to analyze it and understand what can we learn and what is the process, basically, like literally step by step, that the traders can take from their trading actions and understand how to improve. So this is one of the accounts that I've been trading, actually on the Fivers account. I'm trading NASDAQ. Didn't trade it for the last month and a half or so, but this is like 6 months of data. And okay, I uploaded it. What now? What do I do? How do I learn from that? How do I build that playbook?
Yeah. So, Micah, do you want me to kind of give the guys kind of a 101 of what I quickly do there on a routine basis?
Yep.
So the biggest thing is getting your account situated in the proper fashion. So, we've been talking about playbooks all day. First and foremost, what I do is go into the configuration panel in the bottom left there, and then go to your trading settings, and then add your setups and mistakes tags. Your mistakes tags are going to be universal, right? So they're going to be pretty much anything emotional involvement wise. You may have some technical mistakes as well, but for the main thing, you're going to have the same thing that everyone else has, like fear, greed, over trading, oversizing, too tight of stops, maybe just not thorough analysis. And then your playbook is where you're going to actually have your core, maybe 3 or 4 different setups that you want to be actually tracking there. So I think that Michael has it up here. So I'm not sure, Michael, maybe there's a setup that you're going to be talking about here in a second, but you probably already have it labeled.
Okay, so no, I actually didn't touch it.
Okay, cool. So let's just put one in here. Maybe you want us to speak about.
Yeah, so let's say bind the dip.
Okay.
Okay, and for mistakes?
We can leave the mistakes too. I was just telling the guys, it's going to be pretty generic. I mean, I think for the most part, you're probably going to have 15 to 20 by the time you go through a month or 2 months worth of journaling. And that's fine. It's just more so a matter of which ones are you making the most, because you're never going to not make a mistake when you're trading. But the biggest thing is just understanding, okay, if I am making a mistake, maybe 7 times out of 10 when I do have a trading loss, it's because of this. And if you know what that issue is, the mistakes, and this is where going over a losing trade is so much more beneficial than a winning trade, because a mistake can actually show you where you can avoid losing money and how you can prevent that from happening in the future. If you have a winning trade, quite often, and I like to spend that much more time looking at it and seeing how great of an entry, how great of an exit I had. But from the actual IQ perspective, or what you're actually going to get from it, I've actually had some pretty bad habits just from looking at an overview of my day and say, or you know what, I hit my daily goal for my PNL, I won't look at it. Well, had I actually gone through those trades, David, I should have actually labeled that I had a mistake on those winning trades because I did chase my entry or I did sell too quick. And even though the green P&L looks nice and fancy, from a thought or a process perspective, I wasn't following my playbook there. So not to get off the tangent, but that's just where you want to kind of have your head at for filling out your mistake and setup tags. Now, what we're in right now here, this is the platform overview. So you have a bunch of widgets there at the top. You can toggle those on for different ones you want to be looking at. I usually like to look at my win rate, what my average winner is per trade, and what average loser is per trade, so I can kind of get an idea of where I'm at there. some more widgets on the right-hand side, but you'll see there what the main table is. And that's similar to what you'd be looking at on like an Excel sheet, just in a lot more fancier version. So we have whether the trade has been open or not, closed, whether it was won or lost, the ticker information, the trade information, and then eventually you'll see on the right-hand side, you'll be able to see the setup or mistakes as well. So this is kind of just high level. When you first go and upload your trades, you're going to see this. And then the biggest thing is, okay, going and spending in maybe a 30 seconds to a couple minutes per trade, actually analyzing what went right and what went wrong. So maybe, Michael, do you have one there you'd like to go through?
Yeah, let's take one of them. Just, the last one, for example, this one.
Okay. Right on. So same thing, high level data. We kind of like go from a bird's eye view. So what was overall return on the trade? Just below that, I believe we should have the executions there. So same thing. I mean, if you're day trading, you're scaling in or out, you can kind of see where you were getting in. And these are all going to be plotted visually on the chart below. But for, some guys, they just like to get really micro there. Now, just above this chart, you're going to see those two input fields, the setup and mistakes. This is where, and if you guys haven't journaled before, this alleviates like 90% of what you have to do when you journal. When me and Michael used to go and have to journal 5-10 years ago, I'd have to input all my executions. I'd probably have to either use my notepad and draw out an actual 5-minute chart and actually start to say, okay, this is what my mistake was or the setup. And I'd even have to devise and say, okay, this is where my stop loss was, this is what my risk to reward was. I had to do that all manually. Excel sheets got us so far, but even those after the course of a year, it gets pretty slow. And I've had some pretty bad mishaps where you lose a ton of data. It's pretty tough to get that back. So the setups, I told you guys this earlier, keep it organized, keep it simple. Don't have 3 different things mean the same thing. So if it's a flag setup or if it's a dip buy, just keep them all under that same category so that you can, for one, get more data underneath that. I always like to tell traders, get 50 setups or trades with that particular setup so you can actually get some quantifiable data. If you go and take 3 or 4 trades with the setup, you're not going to have enough data. And you might have had a really bad week. It could have been you. It could have been the market. It could have been the sector you were trading. There's so many different variables that you need, like I said, 50 to 100 actual data points per thing you're tracking to actually say, okay, is this something I should continue going forward with, or something that I should maybe wipe out like I did in my past and said, I'm just going to focus on a different setup that actually has shown better results there. So Michael's already filled that out. Now, like I mentioned before, don't put too much respect on your winners. If this is a winning trade, still go to that chart below there and look at your executions. Maybe you could have had a better entry, right? Maybe you could have had a better exit. There's always room for improvement. And as soon as we get lackadaisical or we get kind of just going with the flow of it, that's where I start to notice a lot of traders develop bad habits. And that's quite frequently on execution side of things. So.
All righty. What's next for us?
Just below that, David mentioned a good point about writing out his reflections on the trade. So I believe, David, you go to the bottom there should be a text editor as well. It's the bottom of that page.
Below that, okay.
Yeah. So this is the only other thing that I tell guys too. If you're brand new and you really start to get like your mind rewired, I would enter what my pre-market or the pre-trade thoughts were, the trade management thoughts were, and then the trade reflection thoughts were. So basically what I was looking at this trade from a setup perspective or in my playbook, why was this even in my playbook when I was about to take the trade? Write a couple sentences about that. And then how I managed it. Did I manage this as it at an A+ rating, or was it a B- or a C+ rating, right? And then I can kind of, start to grade my playbook and saying, you know what? For one, this was a setup that was in my playbook. And 2, I got an A+ on actually executing that setup. And then on the reflection side, how you could have done better, maybe areas for improvement. But just as a whole, okay, you were able to identify this trading opportunity. How did you manage it? Now reflecting on it, is this something that you can reciprocate or replicate in the future? If so, then you have a great system, and that's something you should be spending a lot more time focusing on. Now, if you go through those same 3 questions and you say, you know what, this wasn't in my playbook, or it was in my playbook, but I mismanaged it, then same thing. You're going to have to start to document those things. And over time, you do that over 6 months, a year, you'll really get an idea of, I like to say, like your trading pulse, which is how you actually go about managing your trades and executing your trades based on your playbook and how, like Sam mentioned, how efficient you're actually trading at. You can have a playbook. Everyone can have a playbook. But if you're only trading it 50% of the time, is it really a playbook? No, right? So you have to be as robotic as possible to actually being, okay, all in and 100% on executing on your playbook there.
So I want to share another thing you can do when it comes to your playbook. That's a bit old one that I just found, but we can talk about that. So what I used to do is take just a Google slide or whatever it is, and then start building with screenshots the trades that I made, right? So for example, NVIDIA short, doing the big picture on NVIDIA. So what happened before, how long it's been trading up or down, what about the 200 EMA that I'm working with, what does it do in pre-market, how does it look like from a few different angles. And then I'll go and write down, as you mentioned, what I knew before entering the trade, right? So at pre-market, gap down 3.5%. Hourly chart before the market, set on a support level from the hourly chart, etc., etc., and market as well, breaking down for chunks, and then I can understand on the technical side, I can understand what is the setup that I'm looking for. Because if I'll have here like 50 or 100 trades that I made on the same thing with the same parameters, then I understand, okay, this is the one for me. This is what I like to trade. This is what I know how to trade. So it goes with another big picture for the Qs or the SPY, also to understand the market. And then I took screenshots of how it looks like before the trade, and then just a zoom in. Obviously, if you will add as much information you will add to that, you will understand more and more. I'm sorry, Josh, but I'm going to show another trading journal.
No, go ahead. Yeah.
It's an old one.
So, I used to.
Okay, so basically just added everything here with the execution, all the orders, and then on the chart you can see, I don't know if it's, let me increase that. Okay, so the chart, shorted here, covered some here, added more here, covered before, and then covered more. And you can see I'm adding also comments on the chart so I can understand what actually happened there and where was my mistake been made, right? After that, how could I have traded it even better, right? So I could have done X, Y, Z, added more shares to the trade, etc., etc. And then good points, because I want to give myself also, just let myself give myself a thumbs up, right? Because I did well. Even on a bad trade, even if on a losing trade, I did something good. So I need to understand what it is and just give myself those points, because then my mind say, you know what, I do know how to manage the trade. I add at the right moment, and etc., etc. And then the same on other trades, right? General, then big picture, what I knew before taking the trade, how it looks like on the chart, mark the levels or the information that I need. Then what I did with actually the execution part, how it looks like, and then what I could have done better and good points I can take. So for those of you who want, we can share that with you. I can share that with you. There are, I guess, 10 or 15 or a little bit more trades here that you can also just take, copy and start doing it for your own trading as well. Those kind of stuff actually help you on the pattern level. So your recognition, when you see in the chart over and over again, and then, like I said, I know that a 3% up or down on a stock with XYZ will give me the right setup, or will give me the chances, the increase in the chances of winning on this trade.
Yeah, Michael, one thing I want to mention, you mentioned, looking at the overall market in comparison to your trade. I want to tell the guys like how imperative that was even for myself, because, if you're a trader that's trading any legit stocks that are operating underneath like the STI, NASDAQ, whatever major indice you're trading under, you got to be understanding of how that trend is in the overall sector or market that you're trading. Quite often in times, where I was getting caught in the red was I was going against what the overall market was doing. So when I would actually go and do my journaling, I'd like to see, okay, what the SPY was doing, what the Qs were doing, and then, okay, how was my actual stock or trade in Amazon or Nvidia in comparison to how the actual overall market performed that day. And that was one area where I just realized being more of a trend follower instead of trading against the trend, especially from a day trading perspective, it helped me be a lot more on par with how the overall market was flowing there too. So it was a good point.
Nice one. Alrighty. So just before we wrap it up, a few things, I guess, to finish, maybe talking about the journal, as Josh mentioned, the other stuff that we just did. I guess some other stuff that also David mentioned, going into the hours, for example, we can see the NASDAQ, right? So I can easily see 11, 12, 2 a.m. Those are my worst trades, right? I don't know what it is on those times in that day, but something that is not adding up, right? The market, myself, this is Eastern time, right? 11 Eastern?
Yes. Yeah.
So in that case, 11 Eastern, it means that I'm still in the office. Maybe I'm too occupied, too busy with the other stuff, so I'm not fully focused. Comparing to 8 in the morning, where I'm fully focused and no one interrupting, or later on that day when again it's evening for me. So you can see automatically, super easily to understand where are your weaknesses or strengths. Also on the weekly level, Thursday.
I would say, Michael, that this is really personal too. Like for any of you guys looking at what Michael's looking at, yours might look completely different. Like my hourly is completely inverse of Michael's. The open, I'm terrible. When the market starts to slow down, I'm a lot better. And then the afternoon, I'm terrible. So, be mindful of that. Just know that, whether you're learning a certain thing from Michael or whoever else, or whatever you're going down for your trading path, these stats, you just got to be really in tune with it, because it all comes down to your trading psychology, how you actually are mentally and patience wise. And some people just are more morning people. I know a lot of people that are really, really smart, but they're not great at being attentive in the mornings, right? They're more of an afternoon, or maybe they're more of a night hawk type of person. So
yeah. And we can also go for a breakdown, right? All the sections of reports. So you have overview, you have hourly, monthly, the entry. If you trade in stocks, then you have different symbols, of course, and then you can understand. Are you good? With the other platform that we won't mention the name. What I used to do is not just taking one data at a time, but actually combining them all, right? So on Mondays between 9:30 till 10:30, stocks that are gapping up 3%, stocks that have at least 1 million shares on the same day. When the market is trending or breaking through resistance, then I know that's the key. That's what I'm doing the best, right? So it's not just about knowing the hour and that's it. Combine those data, combine it to understand where can you actually, where is your hotspot, right? The specific point where you can know for a fact that this is what you do best. Once you have it, this is the edge that we're looking for.
Yeah. Michael, what Michael's referring to there is mainly under like the setups and the mistakes report. You guys will see where his mouse is there. You guys can actually go and click into those and then click view report under each one of those setups. And you can basically run any other micro report within TraderSync by focusing on that particular setup. So, if you just have the one logged here, but I like to, for instance, go through my top 3 setups I trade, click view report, and then I'll run through all of the other reports. Like for instance, even right here, there's about 50 data points that we track, everything from your hold time to the share percentage return size, to your commissions, etc. So I'll run through all of those, and then I'll even run through, again, those reports on that report page we were just on, while having this setup filtered, so I can understand even, okay, the setup during the day, what's its most profitable point for the hourly? What sector is it maybe performing the best in? What's my hold time on my winners versus losers? And then I'll just start to categorize all of that, and then accumulate that information, and then see where there's trending to the positive or to the negative.
Amazing. Yeah, lots of information to learn from, guys. Obviously, take a minute to understand and learn the platform, and then remember that will be also same. Josh and David mentioned that this is it. This is what will take you to the next step. It's not fun all the time to do that. It's sometimes a lot of times that you're not clicking the mouse key and trading, but this is crucial to your success. So make sure you do that. And thanks so much, Josh, for joining in and sharing all the knowledge here.
No, I appreciate it, Michael. It's been a blast, and looking forward to hopefully doing this again with you guys. And again, to the audience, appreciate all you guys. I know I checked out some of your comments. One question I did want to answer just to make sure is, we have all different instruments. So stocks, options, futures, forex, and crypto. It's not just futures. So in terms of compatibility, we're making sure we're at the front lines for that.
100%. Amazing. So thanks so much, Josh. And guys, we will take a quick break, 3 minutes, and then we will join back in and do the raffle that we've been waiting for the whole day. So 3 minutes and we'll be live again. Bye for now. Thanks, Josh.
Thanks, Mike. Yeah, take care.
Alex, you're still here in the office?
I'm still here. Let's see what's going on. Wow, honestly, the last couple of interviews you just had, especially with the Trader Sync platform.
Yeah.
What a platform. Definitely something for every trader. Every trader needs that. But how are you feeling, Mickey?
Amazing.
8 hours. Fair play. It's tough being on live stream for that long.
Oh, what? Didn't hear you.
I said it's tough being on live stream for that long.
No worries.
Let me sort my camera out. I'm just going to come off quickly and I'll be back on. Give me 2 seconds.
Okay. So, guys, as promised, first of all, we had a blast. Thanks so much for coming in. So for those of you who want to give a thumbs up for this event or put it in the chat, for me, it was amazing. Hopefully you learned a lot from everyone that was here through the scanning of trade ideas, TrendSpider analysis, the live trading with Mitch, and of course, what we just did with David, Sam, and Trader Sync, Josh from Trader Sync. So we appreciate the time and that you came here. It was really amazing for all of us. And of course, check out the competition that will start on the 10th and the new swing program. Go check this out as well. Join the evaluation. Try to make it to the funded trader program. And now, Alex, let's do the
We're doing it.
We are doing the raffle.
Okay, so you guys ready? Anyway, before we start, I just want to get started. Before we do the raffle, obviously, the winners will get an email as normal for the people that already know how these things go. Tomorrow, you'll get an email with a link, and that will be for your account. So we're just going to pull some of these through. We're just going to pull them until we get all of the 20 winners, and then tomorrow they will get the account. So when we're ready,
it's time.
And Fernando, don't worry, my office is there you go. Danny is getting sorted out. Danny is the first one.
Danny Sheffer, good one. Congrats.
Congratulations. Congrats. Hello.
Okay. So that will be the second one. Congrats for you as well.
I'm going to read out everybody's name because
we're not going to do that?
If you want, then you go for it, man.
I mean, I want to,
Read out the names, Mick. Go on.
Okay, cool. Charlotta.
Ian.
Yeah. Yes. Okay, buddy. Start trading those mini BP accounts.
Oof. Really good time. If you are Raymond, if you are a Forex trader and you've got one of these accounts now, take it seriously, guys. Honestly, learn from it because stocks is an entirely beast on its own, and it's a
good beast to have.
It's a good beast to have.
Okay.
Davinder.
There
you go. That's not correct. Everybody loves Raymond, Alex. Samuel. Well done.
Do we need some music in the background? I feel like it, Gail.
You know what? I honestly feel that as well. I feel like it's super quiet.
Okay, now we're talking.
Yeah. Go on, pull another one, Gil. Pull another one out.
Jose.
Hey.
Congrats. Paris.
Well done, Mickey. Hey.
Golden. Yeah.
Blitz. That's a nice name. That's a cool name.
Cool name, yeah.
That's a really cool name. Justice.
Wow.
How do we know if you've won the raffle? You will get an email tomorrow with a link.
Tomorrow, yeah.
And you'll see your name, Timothy. Oh.
Timothy. 20 accounts, guys. Sweetheart? Oh. No. Arjun. Arjun. Fernando is congrats on the birthday. Happy birthday, but it's
happy birthday, Fernando.
Like that on the account. Ferdinand. Lucas. How many more do we have?
I think we got around about 10.
Okay. Josh? Are you counting that, Alex?
Yes.
Okay.
I am.
Shan? Here we go. Those are the...
Well, we got 19. A couple more. We got a couple more.
Okay, one more. Let's see that.
Hey!
Oh, cool.
There you go, Frank.
Okay, guys.
There you go,
These are the winners. Mini buying power accounts, $20,000 to trade on, day trade or swing. Amazing, guys. So, Alex, any last word?
I'm just glad everybody enjoyed it, and I can't wait to see everybody get funded with Trade the Pool, and that's it. Thanks, Mickey, for everything.
Thanks so much, guys. Remember, competition, join now. We will start it on the 10th of June, so make sure you sign up. You got the link right here in the chat, and hopefully you joined already the swing trading program. Make sure you do that, and we'll see you next time tomorrow. For those of you who want to jump into our live trading at 9 Eastern time. Thanks so much, guys. Have a great day, night. We'll see you next time. Ciao.